Chapter 345. Bang, bang, bang. Loud sounds came from the spatial crack. An intense shockwave exploded in the air. Many black cracks appeared out of nowhere, spreading out like black streams in the air. Long Tu tore open a spatial crack and quickly emerged from it. His expression turned even more grave. Clearly, he had not expected this scarlet hand to be so difficult to deal with. The instant Long Tu emerged, he suddenly felt a chill on his face. When he turned his head back, he saw a huge scarlet hand crashing into him. It was the scarlet giant's hidden second arm. It shot out at lightning speed and opened its huge hand, grabbing Long Tu in an instant. The huge hand grabbed Long Tu's body and smashed him into the ground. It did not stop at all, causing the entire Lingyun mountain range to shake. Some of the old buildings could not withstand this force and collapsed. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, spreading out in all directions. The mountain peaks were directly blasted apart by the cracks, forming a huge crack in the sky from the center. Did he succeed? He was caught. With such horrifying force, he should have been smashed into meat paste, a few elders said joyfully. Jiang Qi shook his head slightly. He could sense that the other party's aura had not weakened at all. Instead, it had become even more vigorous. Bah! The other scarlet hand also emerged from the void. Then the two palms clapped ferociously. When the two palms merged, they had the strength to smash a small mountain into powder. When the two palms merged, even if the other party was an impregnable fortress, he should have been smashed into meat paste. Boom! Right after the palms clapped, an even more intense sound rang out. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to burn and their internal organs to tremble. The sky was filled with bloody light exploding. Specks of bloody light sprinkled on the ground like raindrops. The two huge bloody hands were completely blown to pieces. 9 azure flood dragons circled around Long Tuesday. He smiled coldly and said, "Is that all you have? The heavenly profound blood-slaughtering formation is only SOSO. Ah! Watch me break this formation." It turned out that Long Tu had not made a move all this while because he wanted to test the limits of the scarlet hands. Now that he knew their limits, he no longer feared them. Hu Qi. Without the interference of the huge scarlet hand, Long Tu's speed completely recovered. He was so fast that the human eye could not even react to it. In the eyes of a regular cultivator, it was like teleportation. Xiaoqun brandished his spear, and 9 azure flood dragons circled around and roared. Then he headed for one of the scarlet warships. A scarlet light descended from the sky and enveloped the scarlet warship, forming a thick, solid scarlet light. Break! Long Tu roared and 9 azure flood dragons merged into the spear. The purple spear immediately lit up with a resplendent, fiery light. It was like a purple sun in the night sky, so bright that no one dared to look at it directly. Xiaoqun's figure instantly vanished. A moment later, a huge, bloody hole appeared in the blood-colored pillar of light. The pillar of light shattered, and the blood-colored warship inside broke in half and fell to the ground. Break, 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 break. Long Tu roared 6 times. His figure appeared and disappeared unpredictably in the void. His dazzling purple spear carried a destructive force as it pierced through the 7 blood-colored warships in an instant. No matter how powerful your magic skills are, how profound your formations are, or how vast your killing chi is, I only need to use one spear to stab you. I will use absolute strength to form an overwhelming attack. After the 7 warships were destroyed, the boundless scarlet clouds in the sky immediately dimmed. The scarlet giant sighed and slowly faded from the sky. Ha 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 ha. The heavenly saber pavilion is so useless, yet you dare to speak such arrogant words, looking down on the divine dragon palace. What other abilities do you have? Bring them all out. I Long Tu will break them with one spear. After destroying the 7 warships, Long Tu laughed maniacally. His voice was like rushing thunder resounding everywhere. The entire heavenly saber pavilion could hear this arrogant voice. Such humiliation caused the blood of the heavenly saber pavilion disciples to surge. As one of the 3 great sects, when had they ever been humiliated like this? However, even though they were hot-blooded, they did not have the strength to back it up. They could only feel sullen in their hearts. After the heavenly profound blood-slaughtering formation was broken, the 100 elite divine saber camp disciples surrounding the other 6 sage envoys immediately showed flaws in their formation. The 6 sage envoys grasped the flaws and used their strength to charge around. In an instant, they broke through the encirclement of the 100 divine saber camp disciples. Most of the disciples died from severe injuries. Big brother, do you need our help? Let's just destroy the heavenly saber pavilion together. the seventh sage envoy of the Divine Dragon Palace said coldly, his eyes filled with hostility. Long Tu said indifferently, "There's no need. The 6 of you go and retrieve the divine weapon. That side is the main point. I can handle this alone." The 6 of them nodded and immediately rushed to the top of Qingyun Peak at lightning speed. When the peak masters and elders saw this, they said anxiously, "First Elder, if the Supreme Elder still does not come out and the divine weapon is stolen, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will perish." The First Elder had a resolute gaze as he said sullenly, "It is not time yet. The true enemy has not appeared yet." Boom. 2 figures soared into the sky from the ground. It was Shimin and Zhui Yan. They rushed over again and blocked Long Tu, who was preparing to destroy the heaven viewing platform's main hall. Dang. 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 The 2 of them gave off a red light and their eyes turned scarlet. Their strength increased wildly. They had actually used the minor heavenly demon body separating technique, which burned their life force. Their state of massacre was forcibly raised to the state of massacre. Their cultivation also soared to peak medial grade martial monarch. When the 2 of them worked together, they managed to block Long Tu's surging attacks. "How dare you clash with the righteous sects with unorthodox sects?" Long Tu snorted coldly. His spear sent out blurry spear images, like countless azure flood dragons roaring in the air. Even though the 2 of them executed the minor heavenly demon body separating technique, they could only hold on bitterly. This Long Tu was a peak superior grade martial monarch, only a step shy of becoming a martial sage. He was simply too strong. Unless a martial sage appeared, no one could defeat him. Pooh. The 6 azure-robed sage envoys landed firmly on the summit of Qingyun Peak. Lu Tianyu sat cross-legged on a rock at the summit. His wrinkled face opened slightly when he felt the 6 of them land. His gaze was calm. He looked like an old man with a serene expression. A wooden box stood quietly beside him. The words, like the emperor descending personally, were carved on it. The 7th of the 7 sage envoys cursed. "I was wondering who the person guarding the divine weapon was. It turns out that it is just a cripple with a shattered martial spirit. Old man, hand over the divine weapon, and this Lord 7 will not make things difficult for you. I will send you on your way and not let you feel any pain. Otherwise, hee. Wuxia. The 4 wooden boards on the wooden box shattered and fell to the ground. The divine weapon, the heavenly universe saber, floated quietly in the air. Lu Tianyu stretched out his hand and grasped the hilt of the divine weapon, the heavenly universe saber. His calm gaze suddenly lit up, and his aura soared into the sky. In an instant he revealed his sharpness. With a cautious sound, the divine weapon was unsheathed. A dazzling light dazzled the eyes of the 6. A saber light flashed by. Before the 7th of the 7 sage envoys could finish speaking, a bloody wound appeared on his neck. His head flew into the air. He died without knowing why. There was no pain at all. The other 6 were astonished. When they saw the unsheathed divine weapon, they fled for their lives. They were shocked. Didn't the Dragon King say that the divine weapon could not be completely unsheathed? How did this old man manage to completely unsheathe the divine weapon? This was completely beyond their expectations. The might of the divine weapon could even kill a martial sage. They were only martial monarchs. How could they dare to be impudent? They used all their means to flee. Long Tu, who was suppressing Shimin and Lu Tianyu, changed his expression. He forced the 2 back with one move. Then he moved as fast as lightning, heading for the summit. In the blink of an eye, Long Tu arrived at the summit of Qingyun Peak. When he saw the unsheathed divine weapon, he revealed an expression of shock. Xiao. Lu Tianyu remained expressionless as he watched Long Tu fly over. He gently brandished the heavenly universe divine weapon, and a simple resplendent saber chi flew at Long Tu's day, chi. Everywhere the saber chi passed, space was sliced in half. The empty space was like a piece of tofu, sliced in half from the middle. Long Tu's expression changed drastically. This was no longer a power that he could control. Even if he used his full power, he could only tear a crack in space. If he were to view space as a rock, he could make a crack on the rock, but the other party could easily cut the rock in half like tofu. The will of the divine weapon had already locked onto Long Tu's day. He had no chance to dodge this saber strike. Ha! The purple spear lit up with a resplendent light. A crescent-shaped azure energy appeared. The will of wind in the energy was condensed to the extreme. Countless cracks appeared in the void. Long Tu used all his strength to block this move. Wuxia. There was no earth-shaking sound or overwhelming energy fluctuation. That strand of saber chi that sliced through space easily destroyed Long Tu's full-powered strike. At the critical moment, a jade pendant on Long Tu's chest burst out with a bright light. It emitted a solid light barrier that encased him. It was not strange for a martial monarch expert to have one or two life-saving secret treasures. Bang! The light barrier instantly shattered, and the jade pendant on Long Tu's chest shattered into tiny pieces. Blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth as he flew back a kilometer. The sharp saber chi did not lose any momentum. It flew quickly towards the horizon, flying all the way to the distant starry heavens before disappearing from everyone's sight. "Big brother, are you all right?" Long Tu asked anxiously as the other 6 caught hold of him in midair. The 6th of the 7 sage envoys said, "Big brother, are we still going to retrieve the divine weapon? 7th brother is already dead." The situation had changed too quickly. Just a moment ago, Long Tu was still in high spirits, wanting to sweep through the entire heavenly saber pavilion. Now he was easily defeated with one saber strike and severely injured. Kasie. At the summit of Qingyun Peak, Lu Tianyu still sat cross-legged on the rock. His body did not move at all and his expression was calm. The divine weapon returned to its scabbard with a huang dang sound. The first elder, Jiang Qi, had a suspicious expression. He could not understand how Lu Tianyu managed to draw the divine weapon. Boom. Chapter 346. Lu Tianyu held the divine weapon in his right hand as he stood upright on the ground. Then he pointed with his left hand. Several dozen strands of saber chi revolved around his fingertips. The saber chi spun continuously, shooting at the 6 people in the air like an awl. In the pitch-black night sky, the awl-like rotating saber chi tore a spatial crack that was even darker than the night sky. The 6 people immediately scattered in the air. They executed their movement techniques and moved around, trying to avoid this strand of saber chi. Lu Tianyu's right hand, which was holding the divine weapon, flipped his palm over and faced it downwards. The divine weapon spun quickly and the condensed saber chi immediately scattered, chasing after the 6 people. The sharp saber chi danced wildly in the air. It was so fast that it was like silver lightning, tearing open spatial tears. The 6 people executed their movement techniques to their limits. The people below could not see them at all. They could only see a blurry light flickering in their vision. Miserable cries came from the air. The sharp saber chi was hard to defend against. It broke through the protective essence of the 6 people and left horrifying wounds. Using the might of the divine weapon, Lu Tianyu toyed with the 6 people in the palm of his hand. Hu Qi. Just as the 6 people were covered in injuries and were bitterly holding on, there was an intense spatial fluctuation. Suddenly, an intense spatial fluctuation appeared. Above the 6 of them, a huge spatial gate suddenly opened. Seeing the spatial gate open, the 6 of them immediately became overjoyed. A huge azure dragon image peeked out from the door. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed the 6 people. After that, the huge dragon head quickly retreated into the spatial door. Lu Tianyu snorted coldly, "You think you can come and go as you please? Who do you think my heavenly saber pavilion is?" Boom. Lu Tianyu held the divine weapon in his right hand and threw his left hand into the air. His ordinary arm immediately grew infinitely large. Just as the azure dragon was about to enter the spatial door, Lu Tianyu exerted force with his left hand and grabbed the dragon head. He exerted force with his left hand and grabbed the dragon's head. The dragon's head shook and roared, causing the sky to tremble as it tried to break free. The scabbard of the divine weapon gave off a bright light. Lu Tianyu's left hand seemed to have the power to tear the sky apart. No matter how the dragon shook and roared, it did not move. "Get back here!" Lu Tianyu shouted and pulled with his huge hand, pulling the huge blue dragon out of the spatial door. Bang bang bang. The huge azure dragon image's 1,000-meter-long body tumbled in the air, shattering countless mountains and pavilions in an instant. Boom. Lu Tianyu had a grave expression on his face as he swung his huge hand behind him, tossing the horrifying dragon image towards the desolate back mountains of the Lingyun mountain range. A towering mountain peak was smashed into smithereens by the dragon. The ground in the distance was covered in dust and rocks flew everywhere. The image of the dragon slowly dissipated. The 6 people in the dragon head vomited blood from the immense force. Their injuries worsened as they struggled to stand up from the ground, wanting to escape. The first elder's expression turned cold. He said, "Divine Saber Camp, heed my orders. Do not let a single one of them off." Roger. The red figures on the ground quickly leaped towards the back mountains of the Lingyun mountain range and surrounded the 6 severely injured people. After Lu Tianyu pulled the huge dragon out, he looked at the spatial door that was about to close. A murderous intent appeared in his eyes as he drew the heavenly universe saber again. A strand of resplendent golden saber chi shot out from the saber. Just as the spatial door was about to close, it shot into it. Wuxia. Millions of kilometers away in the boundless sea, a strand of golden saber chi suddenly appeared in the sky above an island. Then it headed for the splendid palace on the island. Everywhere it passed, the buildings of the palace crumbled. The golden saber chi directly chopped them in half. Several unlucky green-robed cultivators were chopped in half for no reason. The golden saber chi cut through everything like a hot knife through butter. It immediately flew to the main hall of the palace. A middle-aged man in azure dragon robes sat on a dragon throne in the main hall. This person looked very majestic with a high nose and large eyes. He exuded the air of a ruler. With one look, one could tell that he was a person of high status. His chi and blood flourished and his eyes shone brightly. When the middle-aged man saw the golden saber chi breaking through the palace and flying towards him, his expression turned grave. He clenched 2 fingers on his right hand and shouted. A strand of azure-colored dragon chi came from his fingertip. The dragon head on the fingertip roared ferociously. It finally blocked this indestructible and unstoppable golden saber chi. Bang! The azure-colored dragon chi and the golden saber chi clashed, giving off an intense explosion. The raging energy immediately reduced the entire main hall to rubble. Only a lonely dragon throne remained in the vast palace. Blood leaked out of the middle-aged man's lips as he sat on the dragon throne. His complexion was somewhat pale. That strand of golden saber chi had not scattered yet. It clashed continuously with the azure-colored dragon chi at the fingertip. The middle-aged man shouted and suddenly stood up. Then he pushed his arm forward. There was a melodious explosion, and the golden saber chi turned into countless motes of light. The motes of light were like a torrential storm as they spread out in all directions. The cultivators that rushed over were covered in wounds, their bodies mangled. 7 strong figures blasted the motes of light into nothing and landed beside the middle-aged man. When they saw the blood leaking out of the middle-aged man's mouth, they were astonished. The Dragon King, who was like a god to them, was actually injured. All of them quickly knelt down and said in fear and trepidation, "This subordinate is incompetent and caused the Dragon King to be injured." The middle-aged man known as the Dragon King took out a handkerchief and slowly wiped the blood off his lips. Then he looked at the handkerchief and entered deep thought. Then he casually tossed the handkerchief into the air. There was an explosion of energy, and the handkerchief immediately turned into countless pieces of cloth. He said softly, "Get up. From today onwards, the 7 of you are the new holy envoys of the Divine Dragon Palace." The hearts of the 7 people kneeling on the ground trembled. They did not feel any joy. They knew that the 7 holy envoys that went to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion probably would not return. 7 martial monarchs had died. The Divine Dragon Palace had suffered a heavy loss. The Dragon King looked into the distance, his eyes filled with infatuation. He muttered to himself, "The strength of the divine weapon is indeed strong." Unfortunately, this person did not even bring out 1/10 of its might. Back in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Lu Tianyu, who had just executed his shocking saber strike, immediately sheathed the divine weapon. The scattered wooden boxes pattered back together, completely covering up the aura of the divine weapon. Under the rock, countless black tentacles extended all over Lu Tianyu's body, making his face look very sinister. Lu Tianyu frowned and closed his eyes. Then he started an endless battle with the tentacles. Reporting to the First Elder, the 6 people who barged into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion put up a stubborn resistance. The Divine Saber Camp suffered heavy casualties and could not capture them alive. "We could only kill them," a Divine Saber Camp high official reported in a sullen voice as he flew to Jiang Qi's side covered in injuries. Even though the martial monarchs were severely injured, the destructive power of the Divine Saber Camp still shocked this high official. Jiang Qi looked at the scene of desolation, the dead and injured Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples, and the rubble of the Lingyun mountain range. He said with a sullen expression, "Chop off their heads and hang them on the city walls of Saber City forever." "Roger." That person replied and immediately left to carry out the order. Not long after the man had left, the First Elder's expression suddenly changed. The expressions of the Peak Masters and the members of the Elders' Council who were following behind the First Elder all changed at the same time. They saw 10 golden warships outside the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's restrictions flying towards the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When they were about to touch the restrictions, they accelerated. Bang, bang, bang. The golden horn of the ship was like a sharp knife. 10 sharp knives slowly broke through the tough restriction, and a deafening explosion resounded between heaven and earth. The Imperial Dragon Legion's flagship is actually flying over. What is Nangong Lai trying to do? A few of them exclaimed. Jiang Qi said calmly, pass the orders to the Supreme Elders. Tell them to come out and welcome them. After Jiang Qi spoke, he led the group towards the warships in the sky. They were as fast as the wind and arrived before the flagship in the blink of an eye. Jiang Qi looked at Nangong Lai, who was clad in golden battle armor and had an exuberant qi and blood soaring into the sky. He said coldly, Nangong Lai, what are you trying to do? Under the fluttering golden banner, Nangong Lai looked at the devastated Lingyun mountain range. He smiled gently and said, Brother Jiang, there is no need to be anxious. I just saw that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is facing a great enemy, so I came to help. With the Imperial Dragon Legion's help, we will be able to eliminate the remnants. Jiang Qi smiled coldly, many thanks for General Nangong's kind intentions. The enemy has already been dealt with by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. General Nangong can return now. Nangong Yen laughed loudly, I have good intentions. Brother Jiang, why are you chasing me away in such a rush? Today's enemies have already been defeated. What about tomorrow and the day after? Such a huge loss, I'm afraid the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will not be able to endure it for long. How about this? Our Imperial Dragon Legion will send a warship to guard the Heavenly Saber Pavilion for a long time, helping the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to defend against the enemy. The Imperial Dragon Legion is still quite strong. Huchi. Right after Nangong Yen spoke, aside from the largest flagship, the other 9 warships opened their cannons on both sides. Ancient demonic energy cannons revealed their malevolent faces. Countless golden talisman scripts appeared around the warship, flickering with a dazzling light. The few elders behind Jiang Qi all had sullen expressions. Rage burned in their hearts. Nangong Lai was blatantly threatening the Heavenly Saber Pavilion after seeing the heavy losses. The royal clan and the 3 great sects had always been on guard against each other. The royal clan of any empire did not wish to see a power that could threaten the royal clan. However, aside from being on guard, the sects and the royal clan relied on each other to a certain extent. There had to be strong sects within a nation. The more sects there were, the stronger the nation would be. However, there was a precondition. The royal clan had to have absolute power to suppress these sections. Otherwise, they would always be a hidden danger in the eyes of the royal clan. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion, which possessed a divine weapon, was such a sect. 20 years ago, the previous pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was an absolute genius. The sect was filled with talents and experts. The sect was the strongest of the 3 great sections. With the might of a divine weapon, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was a peak power in the entire Tianwu continent. The people of the royal clan felt immense pressure. However, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was not very lucky. When the demonic calamity broke out, nearly all the experts of the older generation died. The genius pavilion master even died in battle. The strength of the entire sect was greatly reduced. Chapter 347. In order to prevent the resurgence of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the royal court had been looking for an opportunity to make a move. Now, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was in trouble again. The Qin Emperor decisively made a move, wanting to station a warship in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. This was like stabbing a sharp knife into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It could greatly restrict the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's development. Jiang Qi's expression remained calm when he saw the golden warships firing on all cylinders. He said indifferently, Nangong Lai, it looks like you really like to play with fire. In that case, I will play with you. Nangong Lai's eyelids sank. He thought to himself, could it be that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion still has some trump cards? Impossible. Nangong Lai shook his head and said indifferently, if they really had a trump card, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would not have been reduced to rubble. How could a great sect watch as their own sect was destroyed like that? Even if they had won, they would have used it already. After the consecutive battles, they probably did not have much combat prowess left. Nangong Lai continued to smile indifferently, Brother Jiang Qi, it was not my idea to station a warship in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. You should know whose idea it is. I hope you will not make things difficult for me. Jiang Qi said indifferently, in that case, get him to come and talk to me personally. Before Nangong Lai could say anything, an adjutant at the side shouted, how dare you speak to His Majesty like that? Is the Emperor someone you can meet whenever you want? How dare you speak to Elder Jiang Qi like that? Why are you still not apologizing to Elder Jiang? Nangong Lai pretended to reprimand the adjutant. After that, he turned to Jiang Qi and smiled, my subordinate did not know the rules. I will teach him a lesson for Brother Jiang later. Jiang Qi's expression was very calm. His eyes did not change. He said indifferently, "There's no need. He is already dead." Nangong Lai's expression changed. He looked to the side and saw a tiny wound on the adjutant's neck. The faint wound looked negligible to the naked eye. The adjutant did not feel any pain. He did not even notice the wound on his neck. "You want to take my life? You cannot do that," the adjutant said indifferently as he looked at Jiang Qi. However, the adjutant saw shock in Nangong Lai's eyes. The adjutant turned his head to look suspiciously. However, he saw a headless corpse wearing golden battle armor standing behind him. Why does this corpse look so familiar? The adjutant's last thought as his head flew into the air. Bang! Nangong Lai punched the air in front of him to his right. This punch was clearly in the air, but it produced a deafening sound. The huge battleship shook uncontrollably under the force of this punch. The void shattered and a blood-red figure emerged from the crack. He wore a ghostly mask with a faint smile on his face, and his right hand held a cold mask. The scarlet figure gently floated and appeared at the top of the ship like a ghost. When Nangong Lai saw this person, his expression turned grave for the first time. He exclaimed in shock, "Shimenjian, you are actually not dead yet." Shimenjian was the previous commander of the Divine Saber camp. Now he was more than 190 years old. Before he went into seclusion he was already a peak medial grade martial monarch. Shimen smiled faintly, "Little brat Nangong, do you really wish for this old man to die?" Boom boom boom. From the east, south, west and north 4 powerful auras rose one after another. These auras soared into the sky, spreading out endlessly. They were all the auras of peak superior grade martial monarchs. When Nangong Lai saw these people, his expression changed drastically. He muttered to himself, "Shin Manjun, the previous 2 peak masters of Jade Maiden Peak, Xiao Feng, the previous peak master of Chenduan Peak, Song Bai, the previous peak master of Biyun Peak, and Lu Xiaohe, the previous peak master of Gangyu Peak." Not only were these people not dead, but their auras were also flourishing. Their qi and blood surged. Clearly they had not gone through a huge battle. They were all at their peak. Among the 4, a white figure slowly floated over. It was the Jade Maiden Peak Shin Manjun. Nangong Lai looked at the otherworldly Shin Manjun and did not dare to be impudent. Before he became famous, she had already become famous throughout the entire Great Qi nation. When Nangong Lai was young, he had even secretly worshipped Shin Manjun. Originally he thought that she had died long ago. He did not expect her to appear before him in one piece. Nangong Lai Jiang Qi said that the Qin Emperor cannot come personally. "In that case, can I make the request?" Shin Manjun asked indifferently as she looked at Nangong Lai. Nangong Lai cried bitterly in his heart. He had not expected the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to have 5 martial monarchs in perfect condition. Furthermore, there was a martial monarch who was even more horrifying than him. With the strength of the Imperial Dragon Legion, it was not impossible to defeat these people. However, the price they would have to pay would be too high. Furthermore, the Qin Emperor did not intend to destroy the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He only wanted to take advantage of the situation and suppress the other party's strength, taking things step by step. It was not an all-out war with the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Starting a war with a sect would have too many implications. It would be hard to avoid the suspicions of the other 2 great sections. Nangong Lai's expression kept changing. After a while he slowly calmed down. He smiled gently and said, "Senior Shin, this is really just a misunderstanding. Since the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has resolved its crisis, the Imperial Dragon Legion has no intention of remaining." After Nangong Lai spoke, he took out a row of wooden chests and said, "There are 10,000 medial grade spirit stones here. Consider it compensation for the Imperial Dragon Legion for breaking the restrictions. Goodbye." Jiang Qi received the wooden chests and felt humiliated in his heart. He wished he could smash the wooden chests into smithereens. Shin Manjun, who was beside him, placed her hand gently on his shoulder. A gentle wave of essence spread over, calming his agitated heart. Jiang Qi quickly thanked her. "Many thanks, ancestral martial aunt." Jiang Qi is useless, causing the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to be humiliated several times. Shin Manjun smiled gently and said, "You have already done very well. Don't blame yourself. There is still hope for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The news of the 3 holy masters should arrive tomorrow." The 10 golden warships of the Imperial Dragon Legion immediately turned around and left. Before the gazes of the experts of the Shihe province, they slowly withdrew from the Lingyun mountain range. He came and went in and out in a hurry. Many people scratched their heads as they watched, not knowing what was going on inside. The Imperial Dragon Legion came out in full force. It was clear they wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, not long after they entered, they retreated safely. It did not seem like there was a dispute. Halfway up Qingyun Peak, Xiaoqin saw all this. He shook his head and thought to himself, in the end, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has declined. Although the Imperial Dragon Legion left behind 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones, they could come and go as they pleased. In the eyes of the world, it was easy to tell who was strong and who was weak. Lu Ryue looked at her ruined courtyard and shook her head. She smiled bitterly and said, "Yi Qin, I am homeless now." Xiaoqin collected his thoughts and smiled gently, "You can come to my place and stay for a while. There are still empty rooms in the courtyard. You can come back after the courtyard is repaired." Lu Ryue smiled and said, "It is settled then. I will go to the summit to see my father first. I will see you tomorrow." Xiaoqin was slightly stunned. He did not expect Lu Ryue to agree so straightforwardly. Originally he was just saying it casually. By the time he recovered his wits, Lu Ryue had already gone far away. Xiaoqin revealed a faint smile and shook his head slightly. Then he quickly headed to his courtyard. This unprecedented battle gave Xiaoqin a lot of thoughts. This was the first time he saw the true destructive power of a peak human cultivator. The so-called splitting mountains, moving rivers, and draining seas were not just legends. In the past he had only heard of it. Now that he saw it for himself, he truly felt the shock in his heart. Furthermore, this was only the strength of a martial monarch. There was still the martial sage Emperor Wu. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. I still have a long way to go. Sooner or later I, Xiaoqin, will become such an expert. No, I will be stronger than these people. I will rise to the heavens and reach the peak of cultivators. My name will be spread through the ages, just like the Qinwu Emperor from 10,000 years ago and the Thunder King from 1,000 years ago. Xiaoqin's emotions surged. He swore in his heart that he would definitely achieve this. The sun was high up in the sky, the weather was pleasant, there were no clouds in the sky. In a place with abundant spiritual energy in the back mountains of Qingyun Peak, Xiaoqin sat cross-legged on the ground. He slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. The purple essence circulated quickly in his meridians, breaking through all the obstacles along the way. It was an endless cycle. There were 9 main meridians in a cultivator's body. When a cultivator condensed their martial spirit, they would instantly open up. The 9 main meridians were very important. They were the foundation of a cultivator's cultivation. The so-called essence circulating in the meridians was actually a cycle in the 9 main meridians. After that, as a cultivator's cultivation realm increased, there would be new branch meridians outside of the main meridians. The number of branch meridians in the human body could be said to be as many as the stars in the sky. With every increase in cultivation realm, there would be many more branch meridians. These branch meridians were the expansion of the main meridians. It was like the countless branches of a tree. The more branch meridians there were, the more flourishing the tree would be. It was the same principle for cultivators. The more branch meridians there were, the more vigorous and surging the essence in the body would be. The so-called essence circulating in a great cycle referred to the essence circulating in the 9 main meridians once before going to the various branch meridians and returning to the dantian. It grew and multiplied endlessly, forming a virtuous cycle. After every cycle, the quality and quantity of essence qi would increase. This was the essence of cultivation. However, Xiaoqin felt a headache over this branch meridian. He felt very depressed. Not long ago, Xiaoqin relied on the rich spiritual energy of the Lingyun mountain range to finally reach the peak of the 5th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Just as he was preparing to break through to the 6th layer, suddenly he discovered that the branch meridians required to cultivate the 6th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation were not fully opened. 4 of them were still sealed. This way, the path of the 6th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation would be incomplete. There was no way to form a cycle, and he would not be able to cultivate the 6th layer. Now there were 2 solutions. The first was to temporarily give up on cultivating the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. He would wait until his cultivation realm increased and these branch meridians opened up before he attempted to break through. In reality, most of the cultivators in this continent did the same. This was because many cultivation techniques had very strict requirements on cultivation realms. Furthermore, the person who created the cultivation technique did not do it on purpose. Only when one reached the corresponding cultivation realm and cultivated the corresponding cultivation technique could the cycle progress gradually. It would not result in a situation of spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm. Chapter 348. There was another method, which was to use essence to forcefully open these minor meridians. Once the minor meridians were opened, he could cultivate the 6th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. This way Xiao Qian's strength could increase rapidly in a short period of time. However, the difficulty of breaking through was not mentioned. Forcefully opening 4 minor meridians in one go would definitely leave behind some hidden dangers. If not dealt with properly, it would greatly affect his cultivation in the future. After the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulated a major cycle in his body, Xiao Qian opened his eyes. A purple light flashed in his eyes, illuminating the dark forest for an instant. The light flashed for a moment before it was hidden in the depths of his eyes. As he looked at the purple lightning-attributed energy in the air, Xiao Qian casually waved his hand. The purple energy instantly formed a whirlpool and gathered on his palm, forming a clump of purple flame. Xiao Qian pushed his hand forward and purple flames shot out. The trees in front of him were silently burned to ashes without a sound. Bang! In the end, the purple flames crashed into a mountain wall and immediately blasted open a large hole with a diameter of 100 meters. The mountain gently shook a few times and a piece of rock fell down with a crashing sound. A casual strike could have such an effect. In the past, Xiao Qian would have been a little proud. However, after seeing the strength of a peak martial monarch, Xiao Qian knew that this was not worth mentioning. In the eyes of a true expert, it was like child's play. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Qian stood up and muttered, "I am now a peak medial grade martial saint. I need to open 4 minor meridians. When I advance to superior grade martial saint, I will open one of the minor meridians. When I advance to peak superior grade martial saint, I will open another one. When I advance to martial king, I will open the remaining 2. That is to say, I can only truly cultivate the 6th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation when I advance to martial king." This was a difficult choice. Forcefully breaking through would be risky. If I waited until I advanced to martial king, it would waste too much time. Never mind, I will not think about it for now. I will go back and discuss it with Lu Riyue and hear her opinion. Xiao Qian shook his head slightly and stopped thinking about this problem. Then he walked towards his courtyard. At this moment, 3 days had passed since the startling battle in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. During these 3 days, everyone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was very busy. They repaired the destroyed palaces and buildings, and also treated the unlucky disciples who were affected by the aftermath of the battle. As for the elders, they were even busier. Not only were they busy giving orders to these trifling matters, but they were also very busy. He also had to calculate how great the loss was this time, comfort the people, compensate the families of the deceased, and so on, a series of things that he had to worry about. In these 3 days, all sorts of rumors about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion spread throughout the Shiha province. Many experts had personally witnessed the sudden heavy losses. Furthermore, the Imperial Dragon Legion could enter and leave the Heavenly Saber Pavilion as they pleased. There was no way to hide this. As the rumors spread, they became even more ridiculous. Someone said that the supreme elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had all died in battle, more than half of the core disciples were dead, and the first elder was killed by the enemy. All sorts of rumors magnified the losses of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When Xiao Qian thought about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's decision to postpone the inner disciple ranking competition at the end of the year, he could not help but think that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had declined. A portion of the small sects and clans that maintained a subordinate relationship with the Heavenly Saber Pavilion also felt uneasy. What made Xiao Qian feel strange was that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not provide any explanation for these rumors. They did not care about the rumors in the outside world. They focused all their attention on repairing the destroyed buildings and treating the disciples. In Xiao Qian's opinion, although the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had declined, it was still the strongest power in the Shiha province. They had 5 supreme elders who were martial monarchs. This already left the other powers far behind. Furthermore, there was a mysterious expert who wielded a divine weapon. Furthermore, they firmly controlled a spirit vein that could continuously produce spirit stones. With such accumulations, their position as the strongest sect in the Shiha province could not be shaken. In this disaster, the only one that suffered a greater loss was the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Divine Saber Camp. However, although the 2 commanders were severely injured, they survived in the end. However, Xiao Qian could not be bothered with these things. He only thought about them when he was bored. He spent most of his time cultivating. Even without circulating his movement technique, Xiao Qian moved very fast. Before he knew it, he had arrived at his courtyard. Lu Riyue and Bai were currently playing Gamoku at the stone table in the courtyard. Gamoku was something that Xiao Qian had created when he was bored. It could be considered a nostalgia for that world. Whenever he had free time he would play a few rounds with Bai. Bai was very intelligent. She only needed to explain the rules to learn it. Furthermore, she improved very quickly. It would not be easy for Xiaoqin to defeat her now. Xiaoqin walked over quietly and looked at the situation on the board. Unexpectedly, Lu Riyue had the upper hand. Bai was busy thinking of countermeasures. She looked very adorable. Lu Riyue looked at Xiaoqin beside her and smiled gently. "You're back. It seems like your strength has improved again." Xiaoqin smiled and replied, "I ran into some trouble. You play first, I will discuss it with you later." When Bai saw Xiaoqin arrive, she immediately smiled joyfully. "Elder brother Yichen, quickly teach me how to play. Elder sister Riyue is too incredible. I have not been able to defeat her even once." Ever since Lu Riyue arrived, Xiaoqin told Bai to call him by his alias. Although Bai did not understand why, she still did as she was told. Xiaoqin gently patted Bai's head and smiled. "Use your own brain. You cannot rely on others to guide you when playing Go. You have to train your thinking." Bai pouted and said, "Elder brother Yichen just likes to side with elder sister Riyue. He is not willing to help Bai." Xiaoqin shook his head and smiled faintly. He ignored Bai's words and walked to the side to rest. After a while, Bai, who had lost to Lu Riyue again, put away the Go board and said, "Woo, elder sister Riyue is too incredible. Bai will not play with you anymore. Hehe Bai, go and look for elder sister Xiaomeng." Even if Xiaomeng and Xiaoyang worked together, they would not be able to defeat Bai. After she spoke, she put away the Go board and skipped out of the courtyard. She did not seem dispirited at all. Clearly she did not care about winning or losing. After Bai left, Xiaoqin opened his eyes and walked over to Lu Riyue. Lu Riyue asked, "What trouble did you run into? Let me see if I can help you." Xiaoqin nodded and told Lu Riyue about the difficulties he faced when cultivating the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation in detail. After Lu Riyue heard it, she frowned slightly. Her face, which was filled with a mature charm, revealed a contemplative expression. After a while, Lu Riyue relaxed her frown and revealed a smile. She said softly, "Let's see if we can do it this way. Opening 4 minor meridians in one go is indeed risky. However, if we only open 2, the risk will not be as high." Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. He said, "Are you saying that I should wait until I become a peak superior grade martial saint before forcefully opening the other 2 minor meridians?" Lu Riyue nodded and said, "That's right. At that time you will be breaking through to Martial King. If you can cultivate the 6th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, breaking through to Martial King will be much easier. When preparing to open the minor meridians, remember to prepare some spirit herbs for nourishing the meridians. If you can buy medicinal pills for nourishing the meridians, that would be for the best. A forcefully open meridian is much weaker than a naturally open meridian. If it is not well protected, this minor meridian will slowly be crippled in the future. On the other hand, if you take good care of it, there will not be any hidden dangers in the meridians." Xiaoqian's mind suddenly became clear. Although he still needed some time to cultivate to peak Martial Saint, it was much faster than cultivating to Martial King. Furthermore, according to Lu Riyue's method, breaking through to Martial King would be much easier. Xiaoqin rejoiced in his heart. He thanked her, "Riyue, thank you from the bottom of my heart. You have helped me greatly again." Lu Riyue smiled gently. When she saw Xiaoqian's happy smile, she felt happy for him as well. "That's right, my father wants you to go to the summit tonight. He has something to discuss with you," Lu Riyue suddenly said as though she recalled something. The night sky was dark and filled with stars. Xiaoqin looked at the summit of Qingyun Peak. His eyes were filled with hesitation. If there was one person in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion that could make Xiaoqin feel fear from the bottom of his heart, that person would be Lu Tianyu. Regardless of whether it was someone as strong as Song Ke or someone as powerful as the First Elder, although Xiaoqin feared them, he did not feel any fear. This was because he could see through these people. He could tell where their limits were. Since he knew their limits, naturally he had nothing to fear. However, there was only Lu Tianyu. If Xiaoqin could avoid meeting him, he would do so. When Xiaoqin first arrived at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, this person gave him a scabbard to help him cover up the traces left by the Thunder King on the Lunar Shadow Saber. With one glance, Lu Tianyu saw through Xiaoqin's identity as the Thunder King's inheritor. After that, he half coerced and half bribed Xiaoqin into sending him into a different dimension. He had narrowly escaped with his life. Before Lu Tianyu, Xiaoqin did not have any secrets. Such a person was terrifying. No matter how unwilling he was, Xiaoqin had to go. This person could not even afford to hide. Xiaoqin calmed his emotions and pushed off the ground. He dashed up the steps leading up the mountain. When he arrived at the cliff, he used the gravity spell and soared into the air. After a while he landed firmly on the ground. A strong wind blew endlessly at the summit. Xiao Chen's hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. He could not even keep his eyes open. Lu Tianyu sat cross-legged on that strange rock. When the wind blew past him, it was like he was air. There were no ripples at all. The two of them stood on the summit, one quiet and the other moving. The difference in their cultivations was clear. Lu Tianyu opened his eyes. His somewhat turbid eyes looked at Xiao Chen quietly. Lu Tianyu's face was filled with wrinkles. He looked even older than before. There were signs of aging between his eyebrows. Lu Tianyu's gaze made Xiao Chen's hair stand on end. He quickly asked, "Senior, why are you looking for me? I hope you can tell me." Chapter 349. Lu Tianyu was not in a rush to reply to Xiao Chen. He looked at Xiao Chen and revealed a smile on his aged face. He said in a drawn-out manner, "There is something I would like to ask for your help with." Xiao Chen smiled faintly. "Senior must be joking again. You can even draw the divine weapon. Is there anything in this world that you can do? I am just a mere martial saint. How can I accept such a favor?" Without hesitation, Xiao Chen rejected Lu Tianyu's request immediately. Now that he no longer owed Lu Tianyu a favor, there was no need for him to put himself in danger. Lu Tianyu's favor was not that easy to help. Lu Tianyu was not surprised at Xiao Chen's rejection. He stared at Xiao Chen without saying a word. Lu Tianyu's gaze did not contain any irrelevant thoughts. He allowed Lu Tianyu to roar, not saying a word as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt very uncomfortable being stared at by Lu Tianyu. After a while, he could not take it anymore and said, "Tell me what you need help with first." Lu Tianyu squinted his eyes and revealed a smile on his face. He said, "I just know that young Hero Yi is young and promising. You have the heart of a bodhisattva and love to help others. You will take pity on an old man like me." Xiao Chen interrupted, "Please don't flatter me. Just say it directly." Lu Tianyu waved his hand and the wooden box with the words, "Like the emperor descending personally," was sucked over by his palm, rolling around in the air. "I would like to give this divine weapon to you," Lu Tianyu said seriously as he withdrew his smile. Xiao Chen's heart trembled. It felt like waves were surging in his mind. No matter how resilient he was, when he heard that Lu Tianyu wanted to give him a divine weapon, he could not help but feel excited. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen calmed down. An innocent man would get into trouble because of his wealth. Without the corresponding strength, trying to obtain the divine weapon was akin to seeking death. Furthermore, Lu Tianyu would not give him the divine weapon for no reason. This was the foundation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. How could they give it to someone else so easily? "Help me pass this to someone. When he sees the divine weapon he will know everything." As expected, Lu Tianyu quickly replied. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. "Senior, can you finish your words in one breath? Handing over the divine weapon to me, aren't you afraid that I'll pocket it for myself?" Lu Tianyu said indifferently, "Even if you want to use it, you won't be able to pull it out. To you, it is just a piece of scrap metal." Within the strong wind, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and entered deep thought. After a long time he opened his eyes and said, "Sorry, I really cannot do this. There are many experts in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Why did Senior choose me?" The incident from 3 days ago was still fresh in his mind. The temptation of a divine weapon was too great. The other party did not even care about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and directly charged over. What ability did he have to protect the divine weapon? Not to mention a peak martial monarch, even a superior grade martial king would be able to defeat him easily. Lu Tianyu said indifferently. There was a sorrowful tone in his voice as he said, "Who in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would agree to hand the divine weapon to someone else? The Heavenly Saber Pavilion is currently plagued with internal and external problems. A storm is brewing. This is the most dangerous period since the establishment of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. This is also the last wish of this old man. I hope little brother will not reject it." Xiao Chen did not understand. Lung Liusu advanced to peak inferior grade martial king at the age of 17. The 3 holy masters will send people to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. With the support of the Holy Lands, who would be foolish enough to oppose the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Lu Tianyu shook his head and said, "If this old man could move freely, I would do my best to prevent this from happening. There would not be a good result from interacting with the 3 holy masters." Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "The 3 holy masters are detached from the world. They possess absolute strength and are not under the jurisdiction of any royal clan. Their methods are heaven-defying. There will only be benefits to having them backing us. There will not be any benefits. Lu Tianyu smiled coldly and said, "How foolish. There are many peak powers in this continent. Do you know who, aside from the 3 holy masters, is the true ruler of the world? Do you know how big this world is? You can imagine how dangerous the competition between the peak powers is. Everyone in the world is motivated by benefits. If they cannot obtain something, they will not let others obtain it. There has never been a true savior of the world. As for how big the world was, how many peak powers there were in the continent, and who was the true ruler of the world, Xiao Qin did not know." Lu Tianyu's series of questions rendered Xiao Qin speechless. He could not think of any rebuttal. Cough, cough. After Lu Tianyu spoke, his expression suddenly turned extremely unsightly. He could not help but cough. Black lines appeared on his face. He looked like he was in great pain. Xiao Qin was startled. He quickly went forward and asked, "Senior, what's wrong? Don't come over." Lu Tianyu's expression turned sinister as he shouted. A horrifying death chi emanated from his body. Xiao Qin's expression sank. He placed his right hand on his saber hilt and retreated, landing at the edge of the cliff. That death chi penetrated deep into one's heart. Xiao Qin had never seen such a pure death chi before. It made him tremble in fear, as though death was just around the corner. Countless black tentacles appeared on the cliff, entangling Lu Tianyu's body. Lu Tianyu's expression remained calm as he endured bitterly. After a long time, the black tentacles slowly faded away. Lu Tianyu's expression calmed down again. However, his face seemed even more aged, as though he had aged 10 years in an instant. Lu Tianyu shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I originally thought that I could still hold on for a while. I did not expect that I would be unable to hold on so soon. Little friend, this is the last time this old man will ask of you. Please help me pass the divine weapon to that person." Uchi. Lu Tianyu waved his hand, and the wooden box containing the divine weapon flew towards him. Xiao Qin could not dodge in time, so he could only stretch out his hand and receive the wooden box. The wooden box felt heavy in his hand. It was clearly very heavy. Xiao Qin placed the wooden box at his feet and asked, "What happened earlier?" Lu Tianyu waved his hand and said, "It was just a high-ranked demon that occupied my body for 20 years. You don't have to bother about it. Unless the divine weapon is of the Saber Emperor's bloodline, it will not be able to bring out its true strength. It will not even be able to draw the saber. When the previous pavilion master handed it to me, he left behind a holy seal. Now I am passing it to you. When you need it, you can draw this divine weapon." Uchi. Lu Tianyu stretched out his hand and pointed. A resplendent holy seal appeared on his fingertip and flew into Xiao Qian's sea of consciousness. Xiao Qin was shocked. He could feel the resplendent holy seal in his sea of consciousness with his spiritual sense. When he looked carefully, he discovered that it was a drop of golden blood. "It looks like this hot potato has fallen into my hands." Xiao Qin withdrew it and sighed to himself. "Where is this person? How do I find him? What is his name?" Xiao Qin asked. Lu Tianyu replied, "He is the younger brother of the previous pavilion master. His name is Leng Tianhe. He left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion several decades ago. I do not know where he is either." Xiao Qin really wanted to curse. He did not even know where this person was. How was he going to find him? Lu Tianyu smiled and said, "I believe you will find him. Let's go quickly. After using the divine weapon recklessly, I have exhausted too much energy. I can no longer suppress him. Now I have to seal myself in ice." A strong force pushed Xiao Qin down without any explanation. Frost slowly covered Lu Tianyu's body. The cold chi quickly spread out. Soon he turned into an ice sculpture. The cold chi continued to spread out and soon covered the entire summit. In the next moment, the entire summit, including Lu Tianyu, was completely sealed in ice. Xiao Qin hugged the wooden box and quickly descended. A strong wind blew by his sides. When he saw the summit covered in frost, he felt very complicated. Xiao Qin placed the wooden box into his universe ring and quickly returned to his courtyard. Lu Ryue had not gone to sleep yet. She was standing quietly in the courtyard. Xiao Qin hesitated for a while before he told Lu Ryue everything that happened at the summit in full detail. Who knew that after Lu Ryue heard this, her expression did not change. She did not seem surprised. Lu Ryue smiled bitterly and explained, "Back then, when he handed Qingyun to me, he told me that the high-ranked demon was a demon second only to the blood demon general. The demon's soul had been attached to his body for close to 20 years. Actually, he had been in pain all this while. He was just unwilling to tell me. Sealing him in ice might be the best outcome." Lu Ryue paused for a while before continuing, "You don't have to worry too much about the divine weapon. If you place it in the wooden box, no one will sense it. Xiaoqin smiled gently and said, "That is all I can do. There are so many people here, it is too difficult to find a person. You should sleep early. If there is a way to save your father in the future, I will think of a way to help." Lu Ryuan nodded and said, "In that case, thank you in advance. You should rest early as well. Don't give yourself too much pressure." Early the next morning, Xiaoqin continued to cultivate as usual. He did not put too much pressure on himself because of the divine weapon. However, he was not in a rush to cultivate the Purple Thunder divine incantation. Instead, he focused on the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. Since the Purple Thunder divine incantation met with resistance, he might as well focus on cultivating the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. In the back mountains under a gushing waterfall, Xiaoqin sat cross-legged in the surging water. He used the strictest method to cultivate the final layer of dragon essence and tiger fierceness. The body tempering art was much more arduous and difficult than the cultivation of cultivation techniques. Aside from the endless loneliness, the body had to endure tremendous pressure at all times. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion used a lot of manpower to repair the destroyed buildings. Within 7 days, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion completely restored the buildings to their former glory. At the same time, they released a piece of shocking news. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's young pavilion master, Lung Liusu, advanced to peak inferior grade martial king at the age of 17. The Phoenix's Passion Palace, one of the 3 holy masters, would be sending experts to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion at the beginning of the next month to help the Heavenly Saber Pavilion seal the spatial crack. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion would be holding a grand welcoming ceremony on the Heaven Ascending platform. At the same time, they would send out invitations to the various sects and clans within the Great Qin nation to attend the ceremony. Unexpectedly, the legendary 3 holy masters would be coming to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, they had produced an absolute genius who advanced to peak inferior grade martial king at the age of 17. In an instant, the unfavorable rumors about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion vanished like smoke in thin air. The restless subordinate sects of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion immediately sent people to present gifts to show their loyalty. There were also many leaders of the major powers who personally paid a visit. They brought valuable gifts, hoping to form an alliance with the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion, which had many visitors, immediately became crowded. Chapter 350. This was the influence of the 3 holy masters. Just the news of them coming to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion immediately eliminated all the unfavorable rumors about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When they passed by Saber City and saw the heads of the Divine Dragon Palace's 7 holy envoys, the shock in their hearts was indescribable. They became even more determined to form a good relationship with the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xiaoqin, who had heard this news from Lu Suifeng, did not feel any change in his emotions. He only responded indifferently and ignored it. Seeing Xiaoqin's calm expression, Lu Suifeng said somewhat depressedly, "Yichen, why do you not seem surprised at all? The Phoenix's Passion Palace is one of the 3 holy masters' lands. This is one of the few big things that happened in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in recent years." Xiaoqin smiled faintly, "Don't get agitated yet. Your sister told me about this long ago. I was already agitated once. Do you want me to be agitated again?" Lu Suifeng became even more depressed. "Why is my sister so biased? She actually hid it from her little brother and refused to tell me." Xiaoqin smiled and said, "After I tell you, Chu Xinyun will know immediately. After that, the people of Jade Maiden Peak will know. After that, the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion will know." Lu Suifeng said innocently, "Do I look like someone who likes to be in the limelight?" Xiaoqin countered with a question, "Is that not the case?" Lu Suifeng was speechless. "Never mind, let's not talk about this. I heard that aside from the royal court, almost all the major powers in the Great Qin nation will be there for the welcoming ceremony. All the outstanding youths of the Great Qin nation will gather. At that time, there will be an even more exciting competition than the inner disciple competition." Xiaoqin felt suspicious and asked, "Why? There are no prizes. What is the point of coming to the competition?" "Prizes?" Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "What kind of prize would be more enticing than being chosen by the Holy Land? Such things have happened before. The Holy Land has always been searching for genius cultivators. This is something that everyone knows. The Holy Land is the only power that systematically grasps ancient martial techniques. It is rumored that the place where the Holy Land is located is the place with the densest heaven and earth spiritual qi. If you cultivate there, your cultivation will skyrocket. Once you enter the Holy Land, your family and sect will be protected. Xiao Qin frowned slightly. If that was the case, Duanyuking, Shifeng, Huayunfei, Jichangkong, Chu Chaoyin, and the others would probably come. For the sake of their respective clans, they would definitely show off in front of the Holy Land. I feel that you should work hard to fight for it. With your talent, it is very likely that you will be chosen by the Holy Land, Lu Suifeng said seriously. Xiao Qin thought for a while and said, "It's not realistic to think about this. It's better to cultivate on your own. It's better to advance steadily and surely. There are no shortcuts on the path of cultivation." Lu Suifeng thought about it and agreed. He said, "I will not disturb you anymore. Continue cultivating. Even if you do not enter the Holy Land, you should still work hard. If you can perform well in the competition, it would be more useful than getting first place among the inner disciples." When Xiao Qin heard this, he entered deep thought. "I want to get first place among the inner disciples because I want to make a name for Qingyun Peak. It looks like I have a better way to do so. Representing Qingyun Peak in the Great Qin Nation, defeating the outstanding talents of the various places and obtaining first place would have a better effect. Yes, it's decided," Xiao Qin thought to himself. "This is the last thing I should do before I leave the Heavenly Saber Pavilion." With a goal in mind, Xiao Qin worked even harder on his cultivation. He spent all his time on breaking through to the final layer of the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. He would do his best to completely cultivate the dragon tendon tiger bone before the end of the month, allowing his body to undergo a complete rebirth. The waterfall rushed down with a force of tens of thousands of kilograms. Xiao Qin sat cross-legged at the bottom of the waterfall. The rapid waterfall struck Xiao Qin at every moment. Every time it struck, the force would reach 5,000 kilograms of force. Even a regular martial king would not dare to try such a relentless attack for a long period of time. However, Xiao Qin was as calm as a rock. He closed his eyes and allowed the torrent to strike his body. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated continuously in his body. Only under such high pressure could his body be in an excited state. Only then could the dragon and tiger body sculpting art make a breakthrough in a short time. Otherwise, if he relied on normal methods, he would need at least 3 months to succeed. After consuming the fasting pill, Xiao Qin no longer needed to eat or rest. He just sat under the waterfall day and night. The sun rose and set in the west. It was like Xiao Qin had forgotten about time. He cultivated bitterly day by day, day by day. He was already numb to the pain. All that was left was the thought of victory in his heart. He did his best to persevere. In the forest outside the waterfall, Lu Ryue watched as Xiao Qin cultivated bitterly for 15 days without eating or drinking. Her eyes turned slightly moist and her heart ached. Pah, pah, pah. Lu Ryue clenched her right fist and punched Lu Suifeng's back repeatedly. "It's all your fault, you bastard. Who asked you to talk about a competition with him? He is working so hard now. What if something happens to him?" Lu Suifeng begged for mercy. "Sis, I was wrong. Stop hitting me. I was really just saying it casually. I did not expect Yi Qin to work so hard." Pu Ci. Bai flew over and joined the group beating up Lu Suifeng. She pouted and said, "Elder brother Suifeng is too bad. Elder brother Yi Qin has not eaten for 15 days. It's all your fault." Seeing the enraged Bai, Lu Suifeng wanted to cry but no tears came out. He thought about the days Bai messed with him. He knew he could not stay here any longer, so he quickly left. How could Bai let him go so easily? She chased him through the forest, causing him to flee. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? Indeed, offending women is the most horrifying thing. Unexpectedly, I offended 2 in one go. As Lu Suifeng dodged Bai's attacks, he sighed, "Yi Qin, wake up quickly. If you still don't wake up, elder brother will die soon." Boom. Just at this moment, Xiao Qin, who was below the waterfall, suddenly opened his eyes. He shouted and his chi rushed to the sky. The torrential waterfall actually flowed in reverse under this roar, forming a wave that soared into the sky. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art reached great perfection. Bang, bang. The final 2 acupoints on Xiao Qin's right arm opened. From now on, all 16 acupoints on his right arm were opened. Beams of azure light came from the Laogong acupoint on Xiao Qin's palm. Following that was the Daling acupoint, the Naguan acupoint, and the final 16 acupoints. The azure light gathered and formed an azure dragon. The azure light blasted the clothes on his arm into pieces, revealing Xiao Qin's smooth arm. After a while, all the azure light gathered in the flesh on his arm, forming a blue dragon tattoo on his right arm. The dragon's head was on his wrist, the dragon's body was on his arm, and the dragon's tail was on his shoulder. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, this blue dragon tattoo seemed to be alive. Every scale was very lifelike. The pitch-black eyes were tightly shut, as though they could open at any moment. The dragon's aura was very serene, as though it was in a deep sleep. However, Xiao Chen could feel the surging energy. When the blue dragon opened its eyes, it would be able to overturn rivers and seas, move mountains and split rocks. He would be able to overturn rivers and seas, move mountains and crack rocks. Even the heavens and earth would not be able to contain him. Walala. After Xiao Chen exhausted his qi, the waterfall above him came crashing down again. The higher it flew, the greater the weight and force of the fall. This time it was probably 25,000 kilograms of force. Xiao Chen did not show any fear. He looked at the waterfall above him and smiled gently. Then he opened his palm and clenched it into a fist. The instant Xiao Chen clenched his fist, the bones in his hand crackled. With a thought, the vital qi in his meridians surged. Boom! Xiao Chen punched at the sky. A berserk fist wind carried a boundless aura as it surged forward. A formless energy split the waterfall in half. The surging waterfall immediately split into two halves on either side of Xiao Chen's body. The energy did not lose any momentum. After it split the waterfall, it soared into the sky. The energy pierced through a passing flying spirit beast. It cried out miserably and fell to the ground. When Xiao Chen saw the might of this punch, he said indifferently, "In the past, a casual punch from me could reach 25,000 kilograms of force. That should have been enough to break through this waterfall. However, it was impossible to refine pure energy like essence. Now I have done it. This way it will produce a huge might in actual combat." The waterfall grew endlessly. After it was split in half, it quickly mended again. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and turned into a beam of purple light. Then he landed firmly on the riverbank. All the essence in Xiao Chen's body trembled. All the water on his body and in his clothes immediately evaporated. His entire body became very dry. This caused Xiao Chen, who had been soaking in the water for the past half-month, to feel incredibly comfortable. He felt an indescribable carefree feeling. When Lu Suifeng saw Xiao Chen leaping out of the water, his face immediately filled with a smile. He quickly ran over to Xiao Chen and smacked Xiao Chen's shoulder. "Yichen, you finally came out. If you still did not come out, your elder brother Suifeng would have died. Oh, why is your shoulder so hard?" Before Lu Suifeng could finish speaking, he immediately cried out in pain. He held his right hand, which he used to smack Xiao Chen, and flung it around. In the heat of the moment, Lu Suifeng used 70 to 80% of his strength. In the end, it was like he had struck a heavy piece of frost iron. His entire palm was red and swollen. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He checked his body with his consciousness. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art was still circulating on its own. Xiao Chen had already been reborn. His meridians were like dragon veins. His bones were tougher than a tiger's. After the dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated, his body could be said to be even harder than steel. He could not control his strength. It would automatically rebound back to the person who attacked him. After Xiao Chen checked the situation, he immediately stopped circulating the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. He smiled apologetically, "Sorry, I forgot to stop earlier. It's fine now. How about you punch me again?" Lu Suifeng looked at his swollen palm. How could he dare to continue? Wasn't that just seeking trouble for himself? Lu Suifeng shook his head vigorously and smiled embarrassedly. There's no need. I appreciate your kind intentions. I'll leave first. This time I nearly died because of you. Elder brother Yichen, you finally came out. I was so worried about you." Lu Ryue, who was following behind Lu Suifeng, immediately flew over and hugged Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen felt the girl's soft body, he felt slightly embarrassed. This was especially so since he was in front of Lu Ryue. He blushed slightly and put Bai down. "Don't hug me like this in front of so many people. The pressure is too great." Chapter 351. Bai's eyes were filled with doubt. He asked curiously, "There's a lot of pressure. Is Bai very heavy?" Lu Ryue slowly walked over and smiled gently. "How could Bai be heavy? It is just someone who is embarrassed." Xiao Chen smiled awkwardly. He looked at the two of them and said, "Sorry for making you worry." While cultivating, although Xiao Chen's mind was completely immersed in cultivation, his divine sense had always spread out in the surroundings, so he knew the situation outside like the back of his hand. Lu Ryue's actions caused Xiao Chen to feel somewhat apologetic. If such a dangerous matter was seen by someone who cared for him, they would definitely be worried. At that time he would not be able to consider everything. Lu Ryue said softly, There is no need to be so pretentious between us. Come, let's go back and rest first. The three of them slowly walked back. Along the way, Bai was the most active among the three of them. He talked about all kinds of things and asked questions that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. The atmosphere was very relaxed. Time flew and soon it was the end of the month. During this period, Xiaochen was not as crazy as before. Every day, Xiaochen would only spend half a day cultivating. He would spend the rest of his time with Bai and Lu Riyue, wandering around the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. After being in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion for such a long time, Xiaochen had not taken a good look around the Heavenly Saber Pavilion yet. Perhaps he would not have the chance to be as free as he was now. Thus, when Lu Riyue suggested walking around, Xiaochen did not hesitate and immediately agreed. As it neared the end of the month, the atmosphere of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was extremely busy. Occasionally, experts from various places would come over. These were all solitary cultivators or some of the smaller sects or clans. They did not receive an invitation from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xiaochen had brought many gifts, hoping that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would give him an invitation. He wanted to show his face at the welcoming ceremony, to see if he could leave an impression on the people of the Holy Land. Some sects had especially outstanding disciples, so they were even more eager for an invitation. If the people of the Holy Land were interested in their disciples, they would definitely be able to enter the Holy Land. That clan or sect would immediately become a first-rate or second-rate faction in the Great Qin nation. According to tradition, every time a Holy Land took away a person, the Holy Land would not be able to take them away. Most importantly, they would receive the protection of a Holy Land, and no one would dare to cause trouble for them. Xiaochen's Holy Land would protect them, and no one would dare to make trouble for them. The endless stream of people made the disciples at the foot of the heaven viewing platform with their flying spirit beasts earn so many spirit stones that their hands went limp. Almost as soon as he picked up one person, another customer came to his door immediately. The sky-gazing mountain was high and steep. If one walked up, even if they ran at full speed, it would take a regular cultivator at least half a day. How could these anxious people bear it? Naturally, they all fought to become flying spirit beasts. Xiaochen looked at the foot of the heaven viewing platform and the people holding on to hope. He sighed ruefully. The charm of the Holy Land is truly extraordinary. Just one news can shake up the entire Great Qin nation. Lu Riyue, who was at the side, said softly, "It can't be helped. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Holy Lands are like gods. With tens of thousands of years of inheritance, this kind of reverence is already ingrained in their bones." When Xiaochen heard this, he frowned slightly and said softly, "How can the path of a martial artist be pinned on the gods? Let's go somewhere else. There is nothing much to see here." Lu Riyue could feel the sharpness and drive in Xiaochen's words. She was mildly astonished. Xiaochen did not seem to care much about the Holy Land. "In that case, let's go and take a look at other places. There is still a good place in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion that you have not been to yet." Lu Riyue smiled gently. After a while, the two of them arrived at the summit of a mountain. The mountain was more than 10,000 meters tall, which astonished even Xiaochen. After walking 1,000 meters from the middle of the mountain, the entire mountain was shrouded in clouds. When they arrived at the summit, it felt like they were strolling in the clouds. After flying for so long, the two of them felt somewhat fatigued. When they arrived at the summit, they immediately sat down to rest. Looking at the boundless churning clouds, Lu Riyue had a melancholic look in her eyes. She said softly, "Yi Qin, the people from the Holy Land will be here in 3 days. You will be leaving the Heavenly Saber Pavilion after the competition, right?" To Xiaochen, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was just a relay station. Lu Riyue knew long ago that he would not stop at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. After listening to the sword and communicating with it, Xiaochen should have left already. However, he did not. Lu Riyue clearly knew that it was because he wanted to repay her kindness. Perhaps he might even have some reluctance to leave. When Xiaochen heard this, his expression did not change much. This was a problem that had troubled him for a long time in the past. However, when Lu Riyue chopped down that tree that night, he had already thought it through. Humans had 7 emotions and 6 desires. If they suppressed it, a heart demon would appear. On the path of a cultivator, emotions were not a stumbling block for them. Xiaochen did not know that when he thought of this, he had unknowingly cleared the biggest obstacle in a cultivator's life: emotions. Emotions were difficult to overcome. In history there were many experts and geniuses. However, too many of them fell because of emotions. They suppressed their emotions in the depths of their hearts. There were even some resolute people who cut off their emotions and walked the path of cultivation alone. When they reached the bottleneck of the peak, a heart demon would appear. In the end, they would never be able to cross that bottleneck. In the end, they would never be able to reach the peak. After muttering to himself for a while, Xiaochen looked at Lu Riyue and said seriously, "Riyue, I like you. One day I will not let Qingyun Peak become a burden to you. I will bring you along with me." When Lu Riyue heard this, she blushed slightly. She did not expect the normally reserved and somewhat wooden Xiaochen to say such bold words. Lu Riyue was stunned for a long time, unable to say anything. Seeing Lu Riyue lowering her head in silence, Xiaochen suddenly laughed loudly. Lu Riyue raised her head and looked at Xiaochen. Her gaze was filled with doubt as she asked, "What are you laughing at?" Xiaochen did not stop laughing. He continued, "Riyue, I really like you. I'm really an idiot. Only now do I realize that I like you even more than I imagined. Actually, I should have said this long ago. Whether you are willing or not, I like you. If you are willing to wait for me one day with my strength, I will not let Qingyun Peak become a burden to you. I like you, Lu Riyue. I like you. I like you. I like your every word and smile. I like everything about you. I like how you treat me. I really like you." Xiaochen suddenly said loudly. His voice was like rushing thunder, echoing 10,000 meters in the sky. The words, "I like you," caused the boundless clouds to scatter. They lingered in Lu Riyue's ears for a long time. Lu Riyue blushed. She covered Xiaochen's mouth and said, "Don't be so loud. I know you like me." Xiaochen looked at Lu Riyue, whose eyes were slightly moist. He gently removed her right hand from his mouth and held it tightly. Lu Riyue held Xiaochen's hand. When she felt the temperature of his palm, her tears turned into a smile. She said softly, "I believe you can do it. I will wait for you at Qingyun Peak until you return." Xiaochen gently pulled Lu Riyue's hand and pulled her into his embrace. The two of them did not say anything as they hugged each other tightly. 3 days later, the grand welcoming ceremony finally began. The entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion was immersed in a joyous atmosphere. All the inner disciples woke up early on this day. Xiaochen was the same. Before the sky brightened, he had already put on his clothes and started practicing his saber techniques in the courtyard. There would definitely be a huge battle today. Be it Duanyuking, Mu Qingxue, Shifeng, Yin Qixue, Huayunfei or Ji Changkong, they were all outstanding talents whose names shook the region. Although Xiaochen was confident that he could defeat them one by one, he did not dare to be careless. A cool breeze rustled and saber lights flickered. Xiaochen executed all the martial techniques he knew. Of course, he only executed them once and did not use too much essence. Otherwise, if he executed them all, this courtyard would probably be destroyed. When Xiaochen finished executing them, Lu Riyue, who had appeared at an unknown time, held a folded white robe in her hands. She had a faint smile on her face as she looked at Xiaochen. Xiaochen looked at the white robe in Lu Riyue's hands and felt a strange energy coming from it. He asked suspiciously, "Riyue, what is this?" Lu Riyue explained, "This is a secret treasure, one of the treasures of Qingyun Peak. It is called the Clear Wind Robe. After you wear it, it can increase your speed by 10% in all aspects. Be it dodging speed, attacking speed, or running speed, they will all increase by 10%. The most important thing is that it does not require you to expend any energy. It will automatically display its effects at all times." Xiaochen received the white clear wind robe and revealed a joyful expression. If he had only heard the first part, it would not have been a big deal. It would only increase his speed by 10%. However, with the last part, this clear wind robe was worthy of being called a treasure. It did not require any essence to display its effects at all times. It was equivalent to permanently increasing a cultivator's movement technique by 10%. Furthermore, it would increase as the cultivator's speed increased. There was no limit. When used together with Xiaochen's windwalk shoes, it was a perfect match. "Don't just stand there. Quickly put it on and familiarize yourself with it," Lu Riyue said as she gently pushed Xiaochen. Xiaochen smiled faintly and nodded. He took the white robe and walked to the bedroom. Then he took off his jacket and changed into the clear wind robe. After Xiaochen put on the robe and fastened his belt, he looked at himself in the mirror. In the mirror, Xiaochen was dressed in white robes. His complexion was pale and there was a blue strip of cloth tied around his head. After the Scarlet Throne's mark was covered, Xiaochen's aura became very otherworldly. Compared to his usual aura, there was an additional scholarly aura. This completely covered up all of Xiaochen's killing intent. This was only the change in appearance. What shocked Xiaochen even more was the internal change when he put on the robes. When he put on the robe, thin energy lines that could not be seen by the naked eye immediately shot down from the surface of the white cloth. They entered his skin through his pores and quickly connected with all the cells and meridians in Xiaochen's body. Xiao Chen waved his hand. He immediately felt that his waving speed was much faster than usual. He raised his leg and took a step forward. Who knew this step was much faster than he expected? He lost his balance and nearly fell over. This was because his speed had suddenly increased by 10%. Before his body could get used to it, Xiao Chen quickly understood the reason behind it. Chapter 352. Xiao Chen was not unfamiliar with this phenomenon. In the past, when the dragon and tiger body sculpting art advanced, his strength would increase as well. After that, his body needed some time to get used to it. However, an increase of 10% was not much. After 5 minutes, Xiao Chen had gotten used to this speed. He pushed open the door and slowly walked out. When Lu Riyue saw the white-robed Xiao Chen, her eyes lit up. She smiled gently and said, "I did not expect white clothes to suit you. I feel that you should wear white in the future." Bai, who had just come out of the house, stretched his body. When he saw the white-robed Xiao Chen, he ran over and smiled, "Elder brother Yi Chen, you look better today." Xiao Chen smiled faintly, "Very well, I will listen to you. I will wear white in the future." After the three of them washed up and ate breakfast, Lu Suifeng led Xiao Meng and Xiao Yang to Xiao Chen's courtyard. When Lu Suifeng saw the white-robed Xiao Chen, he was about to step forward and pat him out of habit. However, he remembered the previous encounter and quickly withdrew his hand. He smiled and said, "Yi Chen, you look pretty good today. You will definitely be able to achieve victory. After you make a name for yourself, you might even obtain the title of white-robed bladesman." Lu Riyue, who was at the side, said, "Don't just talk about Xiao Chen. You have to perform well today as well. Don't embarrass our Qingyun Peak." When Lu Suifeng heard this, he quickly changed the topic. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Don't say anything. Let's quickly go to the heaven viewing platform first." Lu Suifeng led the way and Xiao Chen and the others followed closely behind. After they descended the mountain, they immediately headed for the heaven viewing platform. There was a lot of people along the way. They were all disciples heading for the heaven viewing platform. This time, almost all of them were inner disciples. This included those who were in closed-door training or those who went out on experiential training. They all returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. This was several times grander than the previous core disciple exam. The main road was very lively, and the sounds of discussion never stopped for a moment. Up in the sky, countless spiritual beasts flew towards the sky viewing platform, as though they were covering the entire sky. In addition to the disciples of the sect, most of them were small forces that had received invitations. Generally, large forces would have their own warships. He would definitely not ride a flying spirit beast. Even if he did, he would ride a flying spirit beast of rank 6 or above. Only then would he be worthy of his status. Occasionally, there would be a few strong auras flying over the heads of the crowd. The Martial King experts, who were normally hard to come by, were actually nothing more than street goods today. With a quick glance, Xiao Chen saw several peak Martial Kings. There were even quite a few peak Martial Kings. Suddenly, an extremely powerful aura flew over everyone's head. It was an old man in a black robe and he flashed through the air with a young man. Sensing this powerful aura, Xiao Chen couldn't help but take another look. That person gave him the feeling that he was a long sword that could cut through the sky, radiating light in all directions, unstoppable. Even though this person had only released his aura unintentionally, Xiao Chen felt a horrifying pressure. The person who went over earlier seems to be Feng Xuani. I did not expect him to come personally. The young man he is bringing seems to be his grandson. I heard that his talent is very shocking. I guess he is here to try his luck. The attraction of a holy land is really great. I remember when the Misty Sword Sect's sect master wanted to take his grandson as his final disciple. He was rejected by this old man. Isn't that for sure? How can a sect like the Misty Sword Sect compare to a true holy land? It is not even worth mentioning. The people beside Lu Suifeng watched the old man leave. As they walked, they discussed. When Xiao Chen heard this, he felt curious. He asked Lu Suifeng, "Who is this Feng Xuani? He seems very famous." Lu Suifeng explained, "That person is a famous swordsman in the Great Qin nation. He is not even 70 years old, but he is already a martial monarch. I heard that he is the most likely person to become a sword sage in recent years. However, he is independent and does not belong to any power." No wonder Xiao Chen felt so much pressure. It turned out that Feng Xuani was a sword monarch. A holy land was indeed a holy land. Even cultivators who had the chance to advance to sword sage could not resist the temptation. As Xiao Chen continued forward, he met a few peak experts like Feng Xuani along the way. There were even more half-step martial monarchs. Xiao Chen saw at least 10 of them. It looked like it was as Lu Suifeng said, All the experts of the Great Qing nation were here. At the foot of the heaven viewing platform, there was no way to ride a flying spirit beast. There were simply too many people going up the mountain. Often, when a disciple with a flying spirit beast picked up a guest, a large group of people would immediately surround him. There was no way to snatch the spirit beast away. When Lu Suifeng saw all this, he sighed and said, "It looks like we can only walk up. The heaven viewing platform is high and steep. Even if we travel at full speed, it will take us at least 2 hours." Lu Riyue said softly, "There is no need to go through so much trouble. Xiao Chen and I can just fly up with 2 people each. Although it is slower than flying at full speed, it is much faster than walking up." That was a good idea. Just like that, Xiao Chen carried Lu Suifeng and Xiao Yang. Lu Riyue carried Xiao Meng and Bai. They slowly flew up together. After 1 hour, the 6 of them slowly landed on the heaven viewing platform. The crowd on the heaven viewing platform was much denser than at the foot of the mountain. The 6 of them were nearly separated by the crowd. There were several newly built arenas on the largest drill grounds of the heaven viewing platform. The arenas were all made of the hard heavenly mountain stone. Then a layer of frost iron was poured on the surface. Only a large sect like the Heavenly Saber Pavilion could spend so much money to water the arenas with frost iron. The surroundings of the drill grounds were filled with spectator stands from low to high. The spectator stands were already filled with cultivators. Aside from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples, there were even more cultivators who came from other places. The place was densely packed with people. The rostrum at the very front of the drill grounds had already been expanded. It was now twice the size of the previous rostrum. Behind the rostrum was a row of tables and chairs that were clearly higher than the previous ones. The elders of the Elders' Assembly had already taken their seats. If one looked carefully, they would discover that the first elder, Jiang Qi, who usually sat in the middle, was not sitting in the middle. Instead, he was sitting on a chair at the side. On both sides of the rostrum, there were many simple but very grand tea tables. It would not be a problem to seat thousands of people. On the left side were the seats for the people of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Tianyue Peak was the closest to the rostrum. Next was Gangyu Peak, Jade Maiden Peak and Shenduan Peak. The 7 peaks were arranged in order from strongest to weakest. Aside from Qingyun Peak, the people of the other 6 peaks were all present. These peaks had their own warships. It was not strange for them to be faster. There were even more tea tables on the right side. There were at least a dozen of them. The people seated there were all the clans of the Great Qin nation. The weakest of them was a power like the White Water City's Jiang clan. The few tea tables near the rostrum were empty. This was prepared by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion for the noble clans in large sections. Without a certain amount of strength and resources, it was impossible to get close. "Little brother Jiang, when will the people from the Holy Land fall?" The one who spoke was the sword monarch, Feng Shuani. His tea table was on the right side. Currently he was the closest to the rostrum. Only someone of his status would dare to address Jiang Qi as little brother. Jiang Qi did not get angry at such a form of address. The other party was much stronger than him. Logically speaking, he should be a junior. Jiang Qi smiled gently and said, "Brother Feng, don't be impatient. The people from the Holy Land arrived yesterday. They are currently checking the bones of our young pavilion master." Feng Shuani picked up the teacup on the tea table and took a sip. He said, "Let me congratulate little brother Jiang Qi first. This time, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has produced an absolute genius. At the age of 17 he became a peak inferior grade martial king. In the future he will definitely regain his glory." "That's right. Congratulations, Elder Jiang Qi," the group of family heads and solitary experts on the right said in unison. Jiang Qi smiled faintly and responded to them one by one. He was clearly in a good mood. Just at this moment, a pure black warship flew over from the sky. A black banner fluttered on the bow of the warship. There was a flamboyant Ji character on the banner. "The people from the Nanling province's Ji clan are here." The person standing on the bow seems to be the genius of the Ji clan, Ji Changkong. The people in the spectator stands around the drill grounds exclaimed. After a while, another warship slowly flew towards the platform. It was the Hua clan of the Dongming province's inherited noble clan. Not long after, a huge ice bird carrying an ice palace on its back slowly flew over everyone's heads. It's the Duanmu clan's profound ice palace. Duanmuking is here as well. The Gi Marquis of the royal court, Ing Shao, is here as well. The Gi Marquis is a genius with a holy weapon. I wonder how he will perform this time. The Night Spirit Palace's warship is here as well. The 2 geniuses of the Nanling province, Mu Qingxue and Ji Changkong, are here as well. Heavens! The Misty Sword sect's king-grade warship is here as well. Could it be that their sect master is here as well? The three great sects are all here. This is definitely the first time in the history of the Great Qi nation. The crowd was completely excited. These strong noble clans and sects that normally dominated their regions were all here. More importantly, the geniuses of these sects were all here as well. More than 100 geniuses gathered in one place. Just thinking about it made the people below excited. Soon, the tea tables on the right were filled with people. As expected, the table closest to the platform was occupied by the Misty Sword sect, followed by the Night Spirit Palace. In the end, the Misty Sword sect's sect master did not come. Instead, the Misty Sword sect's first elder Ling Chen came. He was a half-step martial monarch. His position in the sect was second only to the sect master. His status was similar to Jiang Qi's. Ling Chen glanced at Feng Shuani, who was not far away. He smiled gently and said, "Senior Feng, my sect master once personally came to take your grandson as his final disciple. However, Senior did not agree. Now that the Holy Land is here, you come uninvited. Isn't this a little too much?" Feng Shuani's old face glistened with divine light. He did not look old at all. When he heard Ling Chen's words, he said indifferently, "This old man admires the Misty Sword sect's sect master's attainments in swordsmanship. However, it is not to the point of reverence. My grandson's talent is even higher than mine. In the future he will definitely become a sword monarch. If he does not have the confidence to become a sword sage, I will not let him enter any sect. I will teach him myself." Chapter 353. Beside him sat a green-clothed youth, about 17 or 18 years old. He had delicate features and looked like a youth. However, his temperament was very calm. When he heard the older generation talk about him, his expression did not change at all. He was like a silent sword. Ling Chen smiled gently and glanced at the silent youth. He ignored him, but he felt it was unfortunate. This youth's talent was only slightly inferior to Chu Chaoyun's. At a tea table at the back, Duamuking's cold and beautiful face was expressionless. He was looking at the heavenly saber pavilion tea table in front, searching for something. When Ji Changkong saw Duamuking's gaze, he smiled gently and said, "Miss Duanmu, who are you looking for?" Duamuking withdrew her gaze and said indifferently, "Are you still not clear who I am looking for?" Hua Yunfei, who was at the side, took over the conversation and said, "It seems like that person has not arrived yet. I did not see him make a move the last time. Who knows, we might be able to confirm his identity this time." In the past year, many outer disciples of the noble clans had died a violent death. Someone had chopped off their heads. It was clear that someone had taken them to the Flying Snow Mountain Manor to claim the bounty. To these noble clans it was not a serious matter. However, it caused the noble clans to lose a lot of their prestige. Furthermore, after more than a year, the noble clans had not even found a trace of Xiao Qian. They were a joke to the world. Duamuking said sullenly, "Everyone should have no doubts about the agreement we made before we came, right?" A murderous intent flashed in Hua Yunfei's eyes. He said fiercely, "Don't worry, this fellow killed several elders of my clan. If we can confirm it, I, Hua Yunfei, will be the first to step forward." Ji Changkong's gaze was calm as he said indifferently, "He killed my uncle. Mother already gave me the order to kill him." Chu Chaoyun, who was at the very front, saw all this. There was a look of mockery in the depths of his eyes. However, he hid it very well, almost no one noticed it. At the tea table beside the Misty Sword sect, Mu Qingxue gently held his teacup. Occasionally he would glance at the empty tea table on the left. That was the tea table reserved for Qingyun Peak. Beside him, Mu Yanxue and Shi Feng sat quietly. In order to be closer to the people from the sacred grounds, Shi Feng didn't choose the Shi family's table this time. Instead, he wanted to bask in the glory of the Night Spirit Palace, so he sat at the second table on the right. "Eldest senior brother, it seems that fellow hasn't come out yet. You promised to teach him a lesson on my behalf. You won't go back on your word, will you?" Shi Feng said with a gloomy expression. Mu Qingxue smiled faintly. The copper mirror in the depths of his eyes spun continuously. He placed the teacup on the table and said, "Don't worry. You gave me 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones. I will not take your things for nothing." The leader of the Night Spirit Palace this time was the first elder of the sect. He sat at the very front of the tea table. When he heard Mu Qingxue's words, he frowned slightly and said, "Qingxue, whether the Night Spirit Palace can form a connection with the Holy Land or not depends on you and Mu Yanxue. Don't spoil the important matter because of your personal grudges." Mu Qingxue replied respectfully, "First elder is right. However, I will help junior brother Shi as well. I will help him vent his anger and let the people of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion know that the people of our Night Spirit Palace are not so easily bullied. The first elder nodded and said, I heard about Shifeng's matter as well. He has indeed tarnished the reputation of the Night Spirit Palace. It would be good for you to teach this person a lesson. On the streets of the heaven viewing platform, Xiao Qin, who was bravely advancing through the crowd, did not know that before he appeared, he had already attracted the attention of countless people. Lu Ryue looked at the crowd and said, Yi Qin, there are too many people. This is a waste of time. Let's work together to open a path. Xiao Qin already had this intention long ago. The crowd was so crowded that it made him feel frustrated. The two of them immediately released their energy and formed a cone-shaped shockwave. The two ferocious energies merged together and immediately opened a wide path through the crowd. The group ignored the curses of the people around them and increased their speed by several times. Lu Suifeng smiled and said, We should have done this long ago. When Yi Qin and I fight for Qingyun Peak and perform well, we will go to the Elders' Assembly to request a flying warship. In the future we will not have to be so annoying. 10 minutes later, the group of 6 finally arrived at the gates of the drill grounds. Lu Ryue handed over her golden identity token. After Lu Ryue handed over her golden identity token, the disciples outside immediately led the 6 to a secret path. They did not lead them to the spectator stands like the others. The exit of the secret path was actually behind the platform. That disciple said respectfully, Marshal Aunt Lu, let's go up quickly. The elders have been waiting for a long time already. After Lu Ryue expressed her thanks, she led the 5 of them to the limestone steps of the platform. Before they reached the platform, Xiao Qin could feel strong auras. There were even a few that he was familiar with. After climbing the long flight of stairs, the group finally arrived at the top. Xiao Qin immediately felt countless gazes filled with ill intent directed at him. Xiao Qin looked down and remained calm. He ignored all these gazes. Ryue is late. First elder, please forgive me, Lu Ryue said to Jiang Qi, who was on the platform, with a cupped fist salute. Jiang Qi smiled gently and said, You are not late. The people from the Holy Land have not arrived yet. Take a seat first. I am filled with anticipation for Yi Qin. After everyone sat down, servants immediately placed some snacks and fruits on the table. Then they filled the teacups with water. When Xiao Qin saw the figure of the Biyun Peak's peak master, Song Ke, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He gave Song Ke a deep look before withdrawing his gaze. Now was not the time to deal with this person. Without an elder's guarantee, if he killed this person, he would offend the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Song Ke, who had his back to Xiao Qin, felt like someone had used a sharp knife to carve his back. It was incomparably painful. It must be that brat's killing intent. To think it is so horrifying. Song Ke clenched his remaining fist tightly. His heart was filled with hatred. When Xiao Qin walked onto the platform, the delicate youth beside Feng Shuani raised his eyebrows slightly. A sharp gleam appeared in his calm eyes. He could not help but release his sword intent. What's going on? I can't control my sword intent. The youth was shocked. He looked at Xiao Qin with caution. Sword intent would only react like this when it felt danger or a strong killing intent, protecting its master from danger. However, the youth did not feel any killing intent from Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin was dressed in white robes and had a calm expression. There were no fluctuations in his emotions at all. The youth frowned slightly. He could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. So he whispered into Feng Shuani's ear. When Feng Shuani heard this, he felt it was strange as well. He looked at Xiao Qin with a deep gaze. It was like a sharp sword tearing through space, trying to see through Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin moved his spiritual sense and immediately felt a strong mental energy sweep past him. The strong spiritual sense turned into a sharp blade and sliced through this mental energy. After that, he quickly formed a protective barrier around his body, preventing the other party's mental energy from probing him again. At the same time, he extended his spiritual sense along with the other party's mental energy, trying to find out who was spying on him. This series of actions happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. Xiao Qin only needed a thought to complete it. It was shockingly fast. However, the other party had abandoned this strand of mental energy, making it impossible for him to track it. After Xiao Qin's spiritual sense scanned the air once, he could only return helplessly. However, he maintained the protective barrier formed by his spiritual sense. As Xiao Qin looked at the crowd, he felt somewhat suspicious. Who exactly was it that was spying on him? That strong mental energy from earlier was on a completely different level compared to a regular martial king. Only a half-step martial monarch or a martial monarch would have such an ability. Half-step martial monarchs and martial monarchs were not people that Xiao Qin could afford to offend. Even if he found them, it would be useless. I'll just keep an eye on them. Thinking of this, Xiao Qin withdrew his gaze and ignored them. On the other side, when Feng Shuani saw Xiao Qin's reaction speed and his strong mental energy, he was shocked speechless. He had not expected Xiao Qin to react so quickly. However, he finally understood why his grandson's sword intent had erupted uncontrollably. Feng Xin, when you meet this person later, be careful. This person is hiding an extremely strong state of massacre. Your will of the sword has already reached small perfection. You can feel a threat from him, which is why you automatically protected yourself. Feng Shuani projected his voice and told Feng Xin everything he saw. Originally, he had intended to observe a little more. Who knew Xiao Qin's reaction was too fast. Furthermore, his mental energy was strangely strong. Feng Shuani only managed to see something related to the state of massacre. While waiting for the people from the Holy Land to arrive, the crowd at the tea table started chatting. After all, there were so many geniuses. Normally, it was rare for them to gather together and discuss the problems of martial cultivation. This would be beneficial to everyone. About an hour later, a red sun suddenly appeared in the clouds 10,000 meters high in the sky. When the crowd looked up carefully, they discovered that it was not a real sun. Instead, it was a huge, fiery red bird connected from head to tail. Every feather carried a scarlet flame. It was blazing and boundlessly resplendent. With one glance, it looked like another sun. The air in the drill grounds immediately turned scorching hot. It was like all the air had been burned dry, making breathing difficult. Chi! A melodious phoenix cry resounded. The vermilion bird spread its wings and soared. Instantly, the might of an ancient holy beast spread throughout the drill grounds. Many experts felt a wave of pressure. The martial spirits in their bodies stirred restlessly. They felt an instinctive fear from the depths of their hearts. Their essence became chaotic, rampaging through their bodies uncontrollably. Their meridians ached dully. The cultivators quickly suppressed the chaotic essence in their bodies and stabilized their minds, controlling their restless martial spirits. Who? The fiery red vermilion bird gently flapped its wings and withdrew its divine might. The crowd immediately felt the pressure on them lessen. All the discomfort they felt vanished and they felt much more relaxed. This is the holy beast vermilion bird. What a horrifying pressure. Fortunately, it only lasted for an instant. Otherwise, I would not be able to suppress my martial spirit any longer. Even before the battle, my essence is in chaos, and my martial spirit is already out of control. If I clash with the people from the Holy Land, I will probably be defeated in one move. Chapter 354. The people of the Holy Land are indeed not people we can guess at. They are too strong. The crowd and the spectator stands all looked up to the sky. When they saw the beautiful scarlet vermilion bird, their eyes were filled with fanaticism and awe. Compared to the others, Xiao Qin did not feel anything. He did not feel any pressure at all. Song Ke had already shattered his martial spirit and it was hidden in more than 300 acupoints in his body. There was only one chi whirlpool left in his body. Hence, his expression was calm. Everything was normal. Looking at the fiery red vermilion bird in the sky, Xiao Qin's lips curled up in a mocking smile. This is interesting. The moment he appeared, he used the aura of a holy beast to put on a show of strength. He wanted everyone to know who the main character was. Now, it circled around in the air a few times but still refused to come down. Does it like the attention of the crowd that much? Boom. 5 minutes later, the vermilion bird circling in the sky turned into a beam of fiery light and landed on the platform. In a breath of time, it landed firmly on the ground. 5 people wearing long red robes appeared before the crowd. There was a golden vermilion bird embroidered on their robes, covering their entire body. There was an old man and 4 youthful boys and girls. There were 2 males and 2 females. The males were handsome and elegant, and the females were beautiful and pure. They were very pleasing to look at. There was no aura scattered. The energy from the fall of 10,000 meters was perfectly merged into the ground, vanishing into thin air. This showed their strong control over their strength. Xiao Qin was rather impressed by this move. If it were him, he would not be able to do it so casually and naturally. The first elder, Jiang Qi, quickly stood up. He had a respectful expression and some anticipation as he asked the old man, "Elder Yen, how is our young master's talent?" The old man with the family name Yen smiled gently and said, "His aptitude is excellent. He can cultivate in the Phoenix's Passion Palace for 3 years. If his comprehension ability is high, he might even become a core disciple of the Phoenix's Passion Palace." The group of Heavenly Saber Pavilion elders all had smiles on their faces. Even the usually calm Jiang Qi had an excited expression on his face. Many thanks, Elder Yen. Jiang Qi cupped his hands in thanks. Greetings, Elder Yen. The clan heads and elders on the platform reacted and immediately stood up. They cupped their hands in greeting to the Phoenix's Passion Palace's elder. Elder Yen raised his hand slightly. The smile on his face did not diminish, making him look very amiable. However, there was an undetectable hint of arrogance in his words. He said, "Everyone, there is no need to be so polite. I am only an outer elder of the Phoenix's Passion Palace." After everyone sat down, they discovered that the people from the Holy Land were much more amiable than they had imagined. Their favorable impression of the Holy Land increased even further. Xiao Chen's eyes were as sharp as lightning. He caught a flash of arrogance in the old man's eyes. The arrogance of the youths behind him was even more obvious. The Phoenix's Passion Yen slowly sat down and said softly, "The Phoenix's Holy Land. Sect's Holy Land, sect Palace's sect." At the same time, I wanted to see if there were any geniuses that could be excavated in the Great Qi nation. That was why I asked Elder Jiang to help me invite everyone here. Feng Shuani asked softly, "Elder Yen, can you tell us more about the sacred ground selection criteria?" Elder Yen replied, "It is similar to what everyone is thinking. There will be a competition that will allow us to see the actual combat abilities of the cultivators. After that, we will measure their aptitude. However, there is a threshold before that." "What threshold?" Feng Shuani asked. Elder Yen glanced behind him and a young man immediately walked out. This person's name is Luo Li. He is ranked within the top 100 of our Phoenix's Passion Palace's outer disciples. As long as you can exchange 10 moves with him, you will be qualified to participate in the grand competition. Otherwise, if there are too many of them, it will be troublesome. When the crowd heard that Xiao Chen had only exchanged 10 moves with an outer disciple, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. This person was only a superior grade martial saint. He should have no problem exchanging 10 moves. Luo Li sneered in his heart when he saw everyone's expressions. This group of lowly people really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do they really think that it's so easy to last 10 moves against me? Luo Li pushed his feet off the ground and moved through the air in a red arc. Then he landed firmly on an arena. Wherever it passed, the red sparks on the streamline would linger for a long time. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Elder Yen nodded and said, "Let's begin. If you are confident in your strength, you can come forward and give it a try. Those who can last 10 moves will be qualified to participate in the grand competition." Elder Yan's voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear. Every cultivator in the spectator stands could hear it clearly. As long as one could last 10 moves, they would be qualified to participate in the grand competition. When they heard this, almost all the cultivators were tempted. Their expressions were filled with excitement. Although they knew that the Phoenix's Passion Palace disciples were extraordinary, if it was only 10 moves, most of the cultivators felt that they could give it a try. Oh. A gray figure descended from the spectator stands and landed firmly on the ground. It was a cultivator who was confident in his own strength and had come to test his moves. This gray-robed cultivator was no older than 20 years old. He had a squarish face, thick eyebrows and large eyes. He looked very ordinary and had a sword hanging at his waist. However, his eyes were spirited and his steps were majestic. With one look it was clear that he was an expert. This person performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Shiha Province's Flowing Cloud Sect Yi Fan. Please give me some pointers." So, it is the Flowing Cloud Sect Yi Lan. This Flowing Cloud sect is considered a large sect in the Shiha province. Yi Fan is the strongest person in this sect. If he makes a move, he should be able to test out the strength of the Holy Land's people. Yi Lan has been a medial grade martial saint for a long time. He should not have any problems enduring 10 moves. If even he cannot do it, then half of the people here will be eliminated. Some of the people who recognized Yi Lan started discussing in soft voices. Luo Li wore red robes and his long hair fluttered in the wind. A look of disdain flashed in his eyes as he said indifferently, "You are not worthy. Let me give you some pointers. One move is sufficient to defeat you." Arrogant. I want to see how incredible the Holy Land's people are. When Yi Fan heard this, he became slightly angry. He placed his right hand on his sword hilt and drew it with a schwa sound. He brandished his sword and in an instant he sent out thousands of sword lights at Luo Li like a torrential storm. The sword images flickered and the wind howled. Every strand of sword light contained a trace of cold qi. When there were thousands of sword lights, there were thousands of strands of cold qi. The temperature of the arena immediately plummeted. The surface of the arena, which was infused with frost iron, was soon covered in a layer of ice. This is the Flowing Cloud Sect's Ice Sword Shadow, a peak Earth-ranked martial technique. I did not expect this Yilan to have practiced it to small perfection. He can send out thousands of sword lights in an instant. The sword chi covered in the state of ice is not easy to break. An elder leading the Misty Sword Sect's team commented from the platform. The Misty Sword Sect of the Great Qi Nation was an expert in using the sword. Their understanding of sword techniques was definitely higher than everyone else's. Everyone nodded to themselves at his comment. The only sword monarch present, Feng Shuani, also felt that this sword shadow was not easy to break. Although Yi Fan had not comprehended the state of ice, the ice on the ground showed that his understanding of ice was very close to that of a state. When the Phoenix's Passion Palace's elder Yen saw all this, he smiled faintly. He was not worried at all. He thought to himself, if I can't even break this sword technique, then why did I call Luo Li out to embarrass himself? When Luo Li saw the ice sword shadow filling the sky, the corner of his lips curled up. He revealed a mocking expression. You have not even comprehended the state of ice, and you are not embarrassed to come out and embarrass yourself. Mount. After Luo Li spoke, a ring of red flames appeared under his feet. The flames rose up from his feet and circled around his body. Finally, they formed a fiery red vermilion bird image. Z. A heat wave invisible to the naked eye spread out from Ro Li's body. The ice on the ground was instantly evaporated into water vapor. After a while, the ice sword shadow slowly melted in the air. When it was 10 meters away from Luo Li, the cold chi on the ice sword shadow had all evaporated into steam. With the disappearance of the cold chi, the ice sword shadow was completely broken. All the ice sword shadow automatically dissipated in the air. Everyone in the spectator stands had their mouths agape. They had never imagined that the thousands of sword shadows would be broken so easily. Everyone thought that the ice sword shadow would not be able to injure Luo Li. However, they did not expect him to break it without even making a move. Feng Shuani suddenly understood. He muttered, one has not even comprehended a state, while the other has comprehended the state of fire to great perfection. Furthermore, he has the support of an ancient divine beast martial spirit. They are on completely different levels. Boundless steam spread out in the arena, covering Luo Li's figure like a mist. Hu Qi. The steam filled the air and a fiery red figure soared into the sky. Then he turned into a beam of red light and flew rapidly towards Yi Fan. Pa. While Luo Li was in the air before he got close, he sent out a palm strike. When the palm wind struck the air, it gave off a boundless roar and formed an intense chi tornado. Flames surged out from the chi tornado. In an instant, the force of Luo Li's palm strike brought out a large flaming tornado. The flaming tornado formed a strange formation in the air. It vaguely looked like the silhouette of a vermilion bird. While this palm strike looked simple, it was actually very profound. When Yi Fan saw the flaming tornado in the sky, his expression changed drastically. He placed 2 fingers on the bottom of his sword and quickly slid upwards. Every time his fingers slid upwards, the light on the sword became brighter. When his fingers slid past the tip of the sword, a boundlessly resplendent sword light soared into the sky. The sword light was 30 meters long and extremely sharp. Its aura was vast and mighty, trying to scatter all the flames in the sky. Suddenly Luo Li shouted in the air. The vermilion bird martial spirit above his dantian immediately gave off a melodious cry. A strand of holy might shot at Yi Fan at lightning speed. The vast holy might caused the martial spirit in Yi Fan's body to tremble involuntarily. His essence immediately became unstable. The incomparably sharp sword light immediately showed signs of loosening. That incomparably sharp aura disappeared without a trace in an instant. Chapter 355. It's over, Yi Fan thought in horror as his complexion paled. He felt like he had fallen into an abyss. Bang! The flaming tornado instantly scattered Yi Fan's sword light, which had lost its sharpness. The horrifying energy struck Yi Fan's body without holding anything back. Yi Fan vomited a large mouthful of blood in the air as he was flung high into the air. His skin was already charred black. Just at this moment, a figure broke through the flames and ruthlessly smashed a palm strike on Yi Fan's chest. Yi Fan's injuries worsened as he vomited another mouthful of blood. His body fell outside the arena. When the boundless flames scattered, only an unharmed Luo Li remained in the arena, standing proudly. I said I would defeat you in one move, so I will defeat you in one move. Next. Luo Li's cold and arrogant voice resounded throughout the drill grounds. Under the blazing sun, the originally bustling drill grounds fell deathly silent. No one said a word. Luo Li thought in horror as he watched the heavily injured and unconscious Yi Fan being carried away by the flowing cloud sect elders. How is this still an exchange of moves? Xiao Qin frowned slightly. This person was too ruthless. If he could not withdraw the flames, then he did not even need to use the final palm strike. However, this person still attacked. It was clear that he wanted to beat the other party half to death, showing no mercy. After the crowd fell silent for a while, another person came down to challenge. There were always people who were confident in their strength. Enduring 10 moves did not seem too difficult. Once they passed, they might be able to enter the Holy Land. At that time, they might become as strong as the other party. This person was slightly stronger than Yi Fan. He had already comprehended the state of wind to small perfection. He managed to endure 9 moves after much difficulty. Luo Li was slightly injured and exhausted a lot of his essence. However, he still had most of his strength. He thought joyfully, I just need to endure 1 more move. However, Luo Li smiled coldly. He unleashed the holy might of his ancient martial spirit again. His opponent's martial spirit trembled, and his essence became unstable. An opening appeared and he was sent flying in the final move. You can't even withstand a single blow. Next. You are full of openings. How embarrassing. Scram. Trash wants to enter the Holy Land to cultivate? Go down. For a time, more and more people came down to challenge him. However, all of them were defeated by Ro Li. Some did not even last 5 moves and were directly knocked down. Some managed to endure 9 moves, but Luo Li immediately unleashed the holy might of his vermilion bird martial soul for the final move. Using the might of a divine beast, Xiao Qin caused the other party's martial spirit to tremble and essence to become unstable, forcefully breaking the other party's killing move. Just like that, dozens of people went down. Many of them were outstanding talents from various regions, and their strength could be said to be terrifying. However, none of them could last more than 10 moves against the other party. Furthermore, those who went up were all heavily injured, a tragic sight to behold. Luo Li showed no mercy at all. When Feng Shuani saw this, he found it hard to bear. He said to Elder Yen, Elder Yen, isn't this threshold a little too strict? Since it is a threshold, can we not use sage might and test it with our strength? Feng Shuani's words were also what the others were thinking. If they did not use their holy might, there should be at least 10 people who could last 10 moves. However, once Luo Li used the vermilion bird's holy might, he would be unrivaled within the same cultivation realm. Even an inferior grade martial king that was 1 grade higher would not be a match for him. Elder Yen smiled faintly and said, Everyone, this holy might is actually the most crucial part of the threshold. If one cannot even withstand the holy might, then what is the point of entering our sect? Furthermore, this Luo Li's vermilion bird bloodline is not of the direct line of descent. It is already very diluted. It is not considered much in our sect. When the crowd heard what Elder Yen said, they could not find any reason to refute. Even if they could only keep it in their hearts. Who asked him to control the Holy Land selection? How could they dare to refute him? As the crowd spoke, another disciple in the arena got his internal organs ruptured by Luo Li's palm strike. He vomited blood and rolled off the arena. It was a tragic sight to behold. He was in a sorry state. When one looked carefully, this person was actually the 9th-ranked Liuza of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Wind Cloud list. Unexpectedly, he could not last more than 10 moves against Luo Li. The strength of the Holy Land's people is indeed horrifying. Unexpectedly, even the 9th-ranked Liuza of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Wind Cloud list could not last more than 10 moves. Many of the cultivators in the spectator stands recognized Liuza. They all exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Li looked at this person indifferently and smiled coldly. With such strength, he can be ranked 9th in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's ranking is too worthless. Even trash like him can make it onto the ranking. When many of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples heard this, their faces turned red. They felt humiliated and could not suppress the rage in their hearts. They wanted to jump down and teach this person a lesson. However, when they thought of his strength, they felt helpless. If senior brother Murong had not left, this person would not have the chance to be so arrogant, using the might of the Holy Spirit. This is too much, many of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples said angrily. When Jiang Qi, who was on the platform, heard Luo Li's words, his expression changed as well. Elder Yen smiled and said, Elder Jiang Qi, don't mind him. Youths always have their sharpness. Don't take it to heart. When Jiang Qi heard Elder Yen siding with Luo Li, he smiled embarrassedly to indicate that it was fine. Then he looked at Xiao Qin below the platform. After thinking for a while, he said, Yi Chen, go down and exchange moves with this disciple from the Holy Land. 10 moves will do. 10 moves? In that case, 10 moves, Xiao Chen thought to himself as he looked at Luo Li, who was looking at him mockingly. Yi Chen, be careful, Lu Riyue said worriedly as she held Xiao Chen's hand under the tea table. Xiao Chen turned his head and glanced at Lu Riyue. There was no fear on his delicate face. He smiled gently and said, It's fine. He is not a match for me. I can defeat him in 3 moves. Uchi. Xiao Chen slowly stood up and pushed off the ground with his feet. He turned into a purple beam of light and instantly landed on the arena. It's Yi Chen. Yi Chen came out. Even without Murong Chong, Yi Chen will definitely take revenge for us. Indeed, how could we forget about Yi Chen? Yi Chen even defeated Murong Chong before. He will definitely be able to last 10 moves. Yi Chen, don't disappoint us. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples below the arena looked at the white-robed Xiao Chen who had landed on the arena with a calm expression. Their originally powerless hearts became hot-blooded again as they cheered. Their blood had not turned cold yet, and their beating hearts could still burn. When the severely injured Liuza saw Yi Chen appear, he said unyieldingly, Is he Yi Chen? Recently, I have been hearing this name a lot in the Shihe province. He was the one who killed the evil beast on the Black Dragon River. Not only did he kill the black tuna whale that time, he even killed the expert of the older generation Yu Mingshan who chased after them. Previously, I heard that there was a youth called Yi Chen wandering around and killing many high-ranked spirit beasts. It looks like he is the one. Now Yi Chen's name was no longer as obscure as before. He represented the leading figure of the younger generation in the Shihe province. In many people's hearts he was already the second Murong Chong. It could even be said that he had already surpassed Murong Chong. The white-robed Xiao Chen had a calm expression on his face. He turned a deaf ear to the voices around him, unfazed by honor or disgrace. An empty reputation would forever be an empty reputation. There was no need to be anxious or happy. The corner of Luo Li's lips curled up, revealing a mocking expression on his handsome face. He smiled faintly and said, It looks like you are extraordinarily popular. However, you are just a person from the lower realm. You will never know how high the heavens are. No matter how strong a genius is, they are not even comparable to dog shit in my eyes. Xiao Chen smiled gently and looked at Luo Li calmly. He said, You are just an unranked disciple of the Holy Land. Don't think that you are a god. In my opinion, you are the one who is looking at the sky from the bottom of a well, not knowing how big the heavens are. Xiao Chen's words seemed to have struck a chord in Luo Li's heart that he could not touch. A trace of anger flashed on Luo Li's face as he said coldly, I will make you scram off this arena within 3 moves. Is that so? I seem to have promised someone to defeat you within 3 moves, Xiao Chen smiled gently. Luo Li's expression turned sullen as he snorted coldly, Arrogant. Boom. Luo Li shouted, and a scarlet flame immediately soared up from his feet. It circled around and formed the image of a vermilion bird behind him. Then he sent out a palm strike. The wind in the air exploded. The force of this palm strike blasted out countless intense cyclones. Flames soared in the cyclones, forming many 100-meter-tall flaming tornadoes in the blink of an eye. The rings of flames of various sizes formed a strange formation in the air. From a distance, it looked like the rough outline of a vermilion bird. Was this move again? Many experts from before had fallen to this move. Xiao Chen used the power of the vermilion bird to create a destructive force that could sweep away all obstacles. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, and his expression was resolute. He placed his right hand on the lunar shadow saber and drew his saber at lightning speed just as the flaming tornadoes were about to hit him. Rumble. Suddenly, thunder roared in the calm sky. Purple lightning tore through the air and infused into the lunar shadow saber. The snow-white saber immediately flickered with a purple light. Xiao Chen moved forward at lightning speed and hacked down. The saber passed right through the center of the vermilion bird's head. He wanted to break the power of this move with this saber strike. The sharp saber strike contained the purest state of thunder. Everywhere the saber light passed, it tore through everything. Wuxia. Everyone in the drill grounds seemed to hear the mournful cry of a vermilion bird in their minds. Then, the flaming tornadoes and the layers of horrifying tornadoes shattered. The scattered flaming tornadoes blew wildly in the surroundings, blasting the 4 fences of the arena until only 4 lonely pillars remained. The pillars were charred black. Kasia. After that, the 4 pillars shattered piece by piece. Unexpectedly, they were all charred from the inside out. This showed how tyrannical the power of this flame was. Seeing Xiaoqin easily break the martial technique that Luoli was so proud of, countless people thought to themselves, good. When Luoli saw his proud martial technique, the flaming phoenix chain burst, being broken in the most direct and decisive manner, his expression changed slightly. Luoli pushed off the ground and soared into the air. The vermilion bird image behind him flapped its wings gently. As the vermilion bird flapped its wings, Luoli's aura started to soar. Soon it reached its peak and his state of fire reached its peak. Chapter 356. A formless scarlet flame enveloped Luoli's entire body. The temperature in the arena rose rapidly, and the frost iron under his feet became shockingly hot. Xiaoqin felt like his windwalk shoes were being roasted by a furnace. The soles of his feet felt extremely uncomfortable. Just as Xiaoqin was about to circulate his essence to resist, a cool breeze blew from the windwalk shoes. The temperature immediately dropped. Unexpectedly, the windwalk shoes had such a function. This inadvertently helped Xiaoqin a lot. When Xiaoqin saw the situation, he stopped moving. This move contains the vermilion bird sword chi that contains a peak state. Let's see how you break it, Luoli said coldly as his aura reached its peak. Luoli's entire body became like a sharp, bright red sword. He held two fingers on his right hand together and pointed at Xiaoqin. A scarlet sword chi quickly appeared. It gave off a piercing sonic boom as it shot towards Xiaoqin. Its speed was very close to the speed of sound. The scarlet flaming sword chi contained a state was extremely sharp. Before it got close, Xiaoqin could already feel its sharpness. Xiaoqin moved back gently and moved at lightning speed. He decided to avoid the sharpness for now. Z. A finger-sized hole immediately appeared where Xiaoqin originally stood. Unexpectedly, it pierced through the frost iron. The terrifyingly high temperature caused the frost iron to sizzle and steam to rise. Strands of scarlet sword chi rained down like arrows. Xiaoqin retreated again and again. You think you can retreat? Aha. I have a total of 999 strands of sword chi in this move. Let's see how you can retreat. Stand down and die. Luoli laughed maniacally in the air as he watched Xiaoqin retreat. The vermilion bird image behind him flapped its wings continuously. When Xiaoqin saw the vermilion bird flapping its wings behind him, he entered deep thought. He muttered to himself, so that's how it is. Suddenly Luoli's feet left the ground. Half of his body was already dangling at the edge of the arena. The hearts of the spectators jumped. The entire place immediately fell eerily silent. Is Yi Qin going to be defeated as well? Everyone thought unwillingly. The state of thunder that had already gathered in the air churned ferociously. Muffled thunder roared continuously. Arclight slash. With a shout, Xiaoqin swung his saber. The purple saber chi drew a long arc in the air. The end of the arc was pointed at the vermilion bird image behind Luoli. Creak. With a painful wail, the vermilion bird stopped flapping its wings as if it had been struck by lightning. Bang. When the attacks landed on the vermilion bird, it was like they landed on Roly himself. Roly fell heavily to the ground with a pale complexion. The sword chi that filled the sky immediately disappeared above Xiaoqin's head. Xiaoqin smiled faintly. His white robes fluttered in the wind as he walked forward. Damn it! When Luoli saw the relaxed Xiaoqin, he roared ferociously and smashed the ground with his right palm. Huchi! Huchi! Instantly, countless small red flaming birds flew out from the ground. They chirped continuously, filling the sky with red flaming birds. Each of these flaming birds could easily blast apart a small mound. With so many of them, they would be able to flatten a mountain. Wuxia transforms to Qi. Xiaoqin brandished his saber as he advanced step by step. The divine Wuxia tree appeared from nowhere and turned into strands of dense purple saber chi. The purple saber chi flew everywhere in the air, shattering the flaming birds into sparks and shattering them. Sparks filled the sky and deafening explosions resounded above Xiaoqin's head. Xiaoqin's expression did not change. He walked at a moderate pace as his white robes fluttered. He continued to walk towards Roly, who was on the ground. Haha. You actually dare to get so close to me. Do you really think this move is over? 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, combine. Roly laughed maniacally from the ground. The countless sparks in the air immediately gathered at a certain point. A horrifying aura spread out, and a fiery red vermilion bird quickly formed in the air. Qi breaks Wuxia break. Xiaoqin's expression did not change. He did not stop moving as he formed hand seals with his left hand. The drifting purple energy in the air quickly gathered together with Xiaoqin's hand seals. When the vermilion bird completely formed, a strand of dense purple saber chi flew out at lightning speed. In an instant, it shattered the vermilion bird that had just formed into dust. Not good, Elder Yen, who was in the spectator stands, thought to himself as he watched Xiao Chen slowly walk over with a calm expression. Elder Yan's expression changed slightly as he sent a voice projection to the other man behind him. Luo Huang Roli might be defeated. Prepare to make a move at any time. 3 moves have passed. You are full of openings. You are here to embarrass yourself. I hope you can receive 3 moves from me. Xiao Chen said calmly as he looked at Ro Li, who had an expression of disbelief on his face. This was not the first time Ro Li had said this to the people he knocked off the arena. When he heard Xiao Chen return it to him, he felt humiliated in his heart. Do you think you have won? I still have not used my holy might. How can an ordinary person like you understand the horror of a holy might? Ro Li said with a sinister expression. Originally, Ro Li thought that he could defeat his opponent without using his holy might. That way he would be able to humiliate his opponent even more. Now, it looked like he was the one being humiliated. The vermilion bird above his dantian cried out. Immediately, a strand of vast holy might shot at Xiao Chen. Blue dragon cloud soaring art, roaming dragon's 9 transformations. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and instantly split into 9. 9 cool breezes blew in the arena. Xiao Chen's killing chi was completely gone. No one could even feel his killing intent. How can this be? My holy might, which has always been successful, is actually useless. My opponent's movements are perfect and flawless. It does not look like he is affected by the holy might at all. Ro Li's expression changed drastically. This time he finally felt some horror. He quickly retreated, but the 9 figures had already surrounded him. The cool breezes hid a boundless killing intent. There was no way for him to retreat. The 9 silhouettes merged together in the air. The killing intent that had disappeared suddenly exploded, covering the sky and covering the earth, covering the entire arena, making it impossible for anyone to hide. This made Ro Li feel that he was so close to death for the first time. Aside from the holy might, he was just a top-notch genius. His strength was close to that of Duanyuking and the others, perhaps even slightly weaker. Now that the holy might had lost its effect, Ro Li's heart was in complete chaos. Furthermore, the overwhelming killing chi immediately made him lose his wits. A resplendent saber light immediately lit up on the snow-white saber. Then it stabbed into Ro Li's chest 10 centimeters away. This was Xiao Chen holding back. Otherwise, this saber would have stabbed into Ro Li's heart. The vermilion bird embroidered in golden thread on the scarlet robes suddenly lit up with a golden light. The resplendent golden light prevented Xiao Chen's saber from stabbing into the robes. It is actually a secret treasure. The people of the Holy Land are really generous. Even an outer disciple has a defensive secret treasure, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Ro Li's pale complexion immediately regained its color. He laughed loudly and said, I nearly forgot. I have a secret treasure with me. You cannot injure me. This robe is an imitation of an ancient secret treasure, the golden jade robes. However, it is useless to tell you. You are just a lower realm bumpkin. You probably do not even know what a secret treasure is. Ah. Ignorant. The people of the Holy Land are actually so ignorant. Xiao Chen was speechless. With a thought, a strand of the state of massacre on the scarlet throne quickly flowed out. Ro Li's smile froze very quickly. Suddenly, a red light appeared on the dazzling purple saber. With a chi sound, the tip of the saber easily pierced through Ro Li's robes. Blood spurted out of the wound. Ro Li grabbed the saber with his hand and said in a fluster, How can I be injured? A lower realm bumpkin actually injured me. One move. Xiao Chen quickly withdrew his saber. Drops of blood dripped from the tip of the saber onto the arena. Bang. Xiao Chen gently raised his right foot and stomped down heavily. After the dragon and tiger body sculpting art reached consummation, this was the first time he used the full strength of his physical body. Countless cracks instantly appeared on the surface of the arena, which was made of frost iron. The cracks spread rapidly and countless pieces of frost iron flew into the air with a loud boom. The huge force sent Ro Li flying uncontrollably. His complexion paled and he vomited another mouthful of blood. This kick contained 50,000 kilograms of force. If it landed on his opponent's chest, it would be sufficient to shatter his internal organs and severely injure him to death. For the third move, I will return a palm strike to you. You are not qualified to say whether the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is trash or not. As for you, without the vermilion bird martial spirit, you are just trash. On the platform, Luo Huang's expression changed slightly. He pushed off the ground and turned into a beam of red light, flying over quickly. He shouted, "Stop." Xiao Chen could not be bothered with Luo Li. He stood up and sent a palm strike at Ro Li's chest. Ro Li's body immediately shot backward like a cannonball. Luo Huang caught Ro Li's body in midair. However, he did not expect the force in Ro Li's body to be so ferocious. It was like catching a mountain. A muffled sound came from Ro Li's chest. His body soared up and quickly spun in the air, trying to dissipate the force. Good. This time, the many cultivators in the spectator stands could no longer suppress the excitement in their hearts. They all shouted out loud. Many of the cultivators who went up earlier were all sent flying by Ro Li's palm strike. Then he spoke extremely humiliating words. Many people wanted to step forward and send out a palm strike. However, they did not have the strength to do so, so they could only suppress it in their hearts. Xiao Chen's palm strike and his words struck the bottom of their hearts. They vented the anger they had been suppressing in their hearts. On the platform, Lu Riue looked at Xiao Chen, whose white robes fluttered in the wind. There was an indescribable smile in her eyes. At a tea table not far away, Yun Kersen, who was similarly dressed in white, watched Xiao Chen. She revealed a faint smile on her delicate face and said softly, "This is the sharpness that a bladesman should have. Who cares what holy land it is? If you humiliate me, I will return it tenfold, 100-fold." A golden warship floated above the clouds 10,000 meters in the sky. A golden flag fluttered on the bow of the warship. This was the incomparably huge flagship of the Imperial Dragon Legion. The beautiful Princess Yingyu, who wore golden battle armor, was playing with a wooden sculpture on the deck. The girl depicted on the sculpture wore a long red dress. She was extremely beautiful and very lifelike. This was especially so for her intelligent eyes. They made the sculpture seem alive, showing the exquisite craftsmanship of the person who carved it. Chapter 357. It no longer looked like an inanimate object. Instead, it looked like an absolute beauty that could come to life at any moment. The girl in the statue was Princess Yingyu herself. Yingyu smiled gently and said, "Not bad. You hand in your homework every month. Furthermore, they are all different." Nangong Lai, who was not far away, had a wide smile on his face. He said, "This brat unintentionally helped us a lot this time. The legend of the Holy Land will become a joke." Yingyu withdrew her smile and put away the statue with a flip of her hand. She peered through the boundless clouds and saw the situation in the drill grounds. She muttered, "There is no such thing as a true legend in this world. However, this time he really helped us greatly." In the desolate back mountains of the Lingyun mountain range, where the reincarnation well was, 8 old men in red robes were carefully inspecting the seal in the reincarnation well. Suddenly, the expression of the leading old man changed. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the heaven viewing platform. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's 9th elder, who was beside him, asked cautiously, "Elder Luo, did something happen?" The 9th elder could not help but feel nervous. The old man before him was an inner sect elder of the Phoenix's Passion Palace, ranked 6th. His words already carried some weight in the inner sect. The outer sect elders could not compare to him. His cultivation was unfathomable. The person responsible for repairing the seal this time was this person. Elder Luo withdrew his gaze, and an imperceptible rage flashed in his eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. The seal is much better than I expected. Who knows, we might be able to repair this spatial crack. Even if we cannot, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will not have to worry about a demonic calamity within 100 years." Luo Huang, who had finally recovered from the force, landed firmly on the heaven viewing platform's drill grounds. He gently placed Luo Li down and glared at Xiao Chen angrily. "Friend, aren't you a little too heavy-handed?" "I already said to stop," Luo Huang said with a cold gaze and a sullen expression. "What a joke. Now you know that you are too heavy-handed and say to stop. Earlier Luo Li injured so many people. Why did you not say to stop? It seems like we are not humans in your eyes." Xiao Chen replied indifferently, "My skills are inferior. What's the point of saying so much?" Luo Huang laughed coldly and said in an icy voice, "What a good, I am inferior to you. In that case, if I kill you now, you will have nothing to say, right?" When Xiao Chen felt the other party's killing chi, he moved back slightly and adjusted his body's condition to its limits. He said softly, "You can't do it. How much stronger are you compared to him? Holy might is useless against me. In my eyes, you are just ordinary martial saint experts. Reckless fool." With a flip of his palm, a sword appeared in Luo Huang's hand. Killing chi gushed out from his entire body. Sword light danced as he executed a killing move, flying towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was fearless. He held his saber with one hand and flew into the air. Clang, clang, clang. The two of them crossed each other in the air, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Their weapons clashed, and the sound of metal clanging rang out continuously. After they parted, the two of them quickly turned around and started fighting again. Each move was more dangerous than the previous. They did not leave any leeway for themselves. Saber chi and sword chi flew everywhere in the arena. The strong frost iron was riddled with holes from the shockwaves of the two's attacks. It was beyond recognition. Soon, the arena that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had prepared meticulously shattered. It became a scene of desolation. There was no place that was even. The two of them were cultivators who comprehended states. Every move they made caused intense energy fluctuations in the surroundings. Occasionally, there would be sparks and lightning in the surroundings of the battle. However, Xiao Chen's state had merged with his blue dragon's holy might. Furthermore, it had undergone the baptism of the heavenly Daos. It was much stronger than his opponents. After 200 moves, Luo Huang slowly fell into a disadvantage. Xiao Chen pressed on, not wanting to give his opponent a chance to go all out. He infused his strong state of thunder into the state of massacre once again. A red light appeared in the purple saber light. The sharp state of massacre instantly turned the berserk state of thunder sharp and horrifying. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Chen brandished his saber thrice, breaking his opponent's sword technique like breaking dead branches. When faced with Xiao Chen's sudden increase in saber technique, Luo Huang was clearly caught off guard. Luo Huang, who was already at a disadvantage, lost all his sword technique. He looked like he was about to lose. Ding. Xiao Chen knocked away Luo Huang's sword with his saber. Then he leaned forward and sheathed his saber. Then he sent a palm strike at his opponent's chest. Luo Huang vomited a large mouthful of blood and flew out of the arena. The second person from the Holy Land had been defeated by Xiao Chen with one palm strike. Senior brother Luo. The two Holy Land female disciples on the platform exclaimed. They flew over and caught Luo Huang. After the two girls treated Luo Huang's injuries, they did not say anything. They just drew their swords and flew into the arena, charging at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "If one is not enough, then the two of you attack together. However, if you are not strong enough, what is the point of having more people?" Cassia. Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber again and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Then he activated the windwalk shoes. Originally, Xiao Chen's heaven-ranked movement technique already allowed him to be much faster than regular cultivators. Now, with the windwalk shoes and the clear wind robes, his speed increased by 30%, reaching Mach 2. Only a white figure could be seen in the arena moving around. Boundless saber chi appeared and disappeared mysteriously. By relying on his advantage in speed, Xiao Chen fought 1 against 2. Unexpectedly, he held a suppressive advantage. He suppressed the two Phoenix's Passion Palace female disciples to the point where they could not even retaliate. They could only bitterly endure and deal with Xiao Chen's unpredictable attacks. It was a one-sided situation. After the 100 moves were over, Xiao Chen infused in the state of massacre once again. Xiao Chen's saber technique immediately became twice as sharp as before. The strong force knocked away the swords of the two people. Bang, bang. Xiao Chen sent out 2 palm winds, and the 2 female disciples from the Holy Land followed in his footsteps again. They were knocked off the arena with 1 palm strike. The spectator stands were deathly silent. They all looked at Xiao Chen with astonished gazes. Originally, they thought that it would be pretty good if Xiao Chen could help them vent their frustrations. However, he defeated 4 people from the Holy Land in one go. How strong was he? It was not just these people who did not expect this. The other people on the platform did not expect this either. Even Elder Yan's face was filled with shock. His eyes filled with disbelief, his brain short-circuited. Although these disciples were ranked in the top 100 of the outer sect, they were peak geniuses in the lower realm. How could someone defeat them all in one go? Mu Qingxue, who was on the platform, took a sip of tea. Then he slowly put down the teacup and looked at the white-robed Xiao Chen in the arena. Mu Qingxue revealed a playful smile as he said indifferently, "I love watching people fall from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. The higher you fly, the more painful the fall will be. Today I will throw you to your death." After Mu Qingxue spoke, the rapidly spinning copper mirror in the boundless depths of his right eye suddenly stopped spinning. A beam of white light tore through the air and shot out. The white light did not contain any killing chi. It was silent and did not give off any energy fluctuations. Before Xiao Chen could react, the white light struck him. In the next moment, Xiao Chen was startled. The bones in his face started to change rapidly. Xiao Qin wanted to stop it, but that strange white light turned all of his efforts into nothing. No matter what he did, he could not stop it. Xiao Qin used the shape-shifting spell and slowly recovered his appearance. His originally delicate and ordinary face, aside from his fair complexion, had turned into a handsome and elegant young man with well-defined features. The people in the spectator stands were no stranger to this face. This was because there was a wanted poster of this person in every big city within the Great Qin nation. As long as one entered or exited a big city, they would be attracted by this huge wanted poster. Many of them even had thoughts of capturing this person and claiming the reward. On the platform, the various noble clans' heirs were no stranger to this face. If this person was not the Xiao Qin that they had been searching for more than a year, who else could it be? On the platform, the Guyi Marquis, Duanyuking, Ji Changkong, Hua Yunfei, Shi Feng, and Yan Qishua's expressions all changed greatly. The noble clan elders behind them all had sullen expressions as well. Although they had already expected this, when the result appeared before their eyes, they were still caught unprepared. The person who had been wanted for such a long time was actually hiding in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, he had become the strongest of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's third-generation disciples, his name shaking the Shiha province. Lu Ryua's expression changed slightly. She was somewhat astonished as she said, "Yi Qin? How could it be Xiao Qin?" Everyone in the spectator stands could not accept this fact. Earlier, Yi Qin was a genius disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he had become a wanted criminal of the noble clans. Oh. After Duanyuking, Ji Changkong, Hua Yunfei, and the Guyi Marquis recovered their wits, their figures flashed and they landed firmly on the ground. Hua Yunfei looked at Xiao Qin and smiled coldly. "You killed my clan's elder and hid for more than a year. So, you were hiding in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. No wonder I could not find you. Even if the Heavenly Saber Pavilion protects you today, you will not be able to escape death. You killed my uncle. You have to stay here today," Ji Changkong said expressionlessly as stars flickered in his eyes. There was no expression on Duan Muqing's cold face. She said indifferently, "Between you and me we can only fight." The Guyi Marquis wore golden battle armor and slowly drew his holy weapon, the sky-splitting sword. He pointed it at Xiao Qin and said, "No one has ever survived after injuring me." Oh. A figure flashed over. It was the Shiha province's Yan clan's Yan Qishua. Yan Qishua looked at Xiao Qin and said indifferently, "My second brother's whereabouts are unknown because of you. I will not make things difficult for you. I will just leave behind an arm." Ha ha ha. A burst of maniacal laughter came from the sky. It was Shi Feng flying over quickly. He said in a loud voice, "Xiao Qin, you did not expect such a day to come, right? Back then you humiliated me in Shiha City. Today I will trample on you ruthlessly." Xiao Qin closed his eyes and looked at Shi Feng flying over. He thought to himself, "It seems like anyone can step on me. However, who do you think you are, Shi Feng? How dare you shout at me?" Xiao Qin suddenly opened his eyes. A murderous intent appeared on his sharp face. Chapter 358. Xiao Qin's originally reserved aura was no longer hidden. His sharpness was unrestrained. He pushed off the ground and soared into the air. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated at full force. The roars of dragons and tigers came from the acupoints in his body. Dragons and tigers circled around him as Xiao Qin opened his fingers. His knuckles crackled. Xiao Qin's figure shifted slightly and he dodged Shi Feng's attack. Then he punched Shi Feng's chest. Kaxie. The rock in front of Shi Feng's chest shattered. He vomited a mouthful of blood in the air and flew back. He landed on the tea table in the Night Spirit Palace. Mu Qingxue was about to place the teacup down when Shi Feng smashed the tea table into smithereens, leaving it hanging in the air. When Mu Qingxue saw the pale Shi Feng in a sorry state, he smiled and said indifferently, "Junior brother Shi, you are so weak. Why do you like to join in on the fun?" Shi Feng felt very depressed. He felt that at least 5 of his ribs were broken. His internal organs were also injured. He had internal injuries and external injuries. He had completely lost his combat prowess. What a disgrace. Stand back. Don't embarrass the Night Spirit Palace, the Night Spirit Palace's first elder said with an extremely sullen expression. Shi Feng struggled to stand up. He felt guilty in his heart. He lowered his head and did not dare to retort. Mu Qingxue gently let go of the teacup in his hand. The teacup immediately fell to the ground. However, it did not shatter like Mu Qingxue expected. Instead, it did not move at all. It is a little lively. Not just anyone can join in. Mu Qingxue picked up his beauty under the moon sword and leaped into the air. Then he appeared in the arena. Mu Qingxue looked at the white-robed Xiao Qin, who had already recovered his true appearance. He smiled gently and said, "There is still an unfinished battle between you and me. Let's end it today." Xiao Qin remained expressionless as he looked at Mu Qingxue quietly. He did not expect this person to be so shrewd. Mu Qingxue had discovered his true identity long ago but did not expose it. Today his identity was exposed before the world, forcing him into a dead end. The people in the spectator stands were all shocked. The 6 noble clans worked together to put out a bounty on Xiao Qian's head. This was already unprecedented in the history of the Great Qin nation. At this moment, another great sect had appeared. The chief disciple of the Night Spirit Palace, Mu Qingxue, also had a grudge against Xiao Qian. If he were to include the fact that he had just injured the people from the Holy Lands, then he would have offended even the Holy Lands. There would definitely not be another person with such boldness in the future. Even if the Heavenly Saber Pavilion wanted to protect Xiao Qin, they would have to think twice before doing so. The 3 strongest aristocratic clans, the Guy Marquis who held a high position in the prince's residence, and the Night Spirit Palace, one of the 3 great sections. With so many strong powers they could sweep through half of the world. Who would dare to offend all of them? Only Xiao Qin would dare to do so. If you want to kill Xiao Qin, ask me, Lu Ryue, first. A pretty figure on the platform drew a small saber in her hand. A strong aura of a martial king surged out and blocked in front of Xiao Qin. When Xiao Qin saw Lu Ryue's back, he could not help but feel a warmth in his heart. Only Lu Ryue would protect him at the first moment. Although I, Lu Suifeng, am not strong enough, if anyone wants to kill my brother, they will have to ask me first. Lu Suifeng had rushed over as well. The noble clans also want to kill people in my Heavenly Saber Pavilion. I, Mu Qin Zhonglai, will not allow it. Zhonglai and Mu Qin, who were in the spectator stands, flew over as well, blocking in front of Xiao Qin. Bai, you have to protect elder brother Xiao Qin as well. If anyone wants to kill elder brother Xiao Qin, Bai will make a move on him. On the platform, the originally excited Bai was stunned when he saw the sudden situation. He did not know what was going on. After he figured out that someone wanted to kill Xiao Qin, his delicate face immediately sank. Hu Qi. Another white figure flew over in a flash. It was as quiet as a falling leaf. It was Yun Kursin standing on the platform. She placed her right hand on the saber hilt at her waist, blocking in front of Xiao Qin. She did not say anything, but her actions clearly showed her attitude. If you want to kill Xiao Qin, you will have to ask for my saber's permission first. On the spacious arena, the scene of the 2 sides facing each other appeared. Boundless killing intent filled the air. Boundless killing chi spread out in the air above the arena. Both sides did not give way, clashing with each other. Winds blew, clouds churned, and the sky changed color. Before the previous wave had settled, another wave rose. The crowd originally thought that Xiao Qin had entered a dead end. They did not expect so many people to come out to protect him. At this moment, if one asked who was in the happiest mood, it would be Song Quebec. The others felt conflicted in their hearts, but Song Ke felt carefree. Originally, they thought that Xiao Qin had outstanding talent and had caught the attention of the elders' assembly. However, now they discovered that Xiao Qin was a wanted criminal. Furthermore, he was wanted by the big powers of the Great Qin nation at the same time. His chance had come again. Heavens will make a fool out of people. There was a glimmer of hope at the darkest hour. What else was worth being happy about? When Song Ke thought of this, he could not help but laugh. He said loudly, "First Elder, this Xiao Qin hid his identity and entered our Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He has ulterior motives. He wants to draw the conflict between the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the Holy Lands, and the noble clans to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He is simply trying to destroy our Heavenly Saber Pavilion, destroying our 10,000 years of foundation. His intentions are sinister and vicious. He must be killed." Song Ke used his identity as the Biyun Peak's Peak Master to throw a few hats at Xiao Qin. He wanted to consign him to eternal damnation. Jiang Qi looked coldly at Song Ke and ignored his words. He projected his voice and sent a voice transmission to Xiao Qin. "I don't care what your identity is. I only have one question. Are you going to join the Divine Saber Camp? As long as you say the word, my Heavenly Saber Pavilion will deal with this for you." Jiang Qi's words rang out in Xiao Qian's mind. He shook his head slightly. He could not stay in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. "Many thanks for Elder's kind intentions. Sorry, I cannot accept it." "In that case, you are asking for it. Don't blame me for being merciless. If Xiao Qin could not stay in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, then no matter how talented he was, his glorious future would have nothing to do with the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Since that was the case, there was no need for Xiao Qin to deal with this unexpected calamity. Jiang Qi said sullenly, "All Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples on the platform, listen up. Quickly withdraw. My Heavenly Saber Pavilion will not interfere in personal grudges." After Jiang Qi spoke, the people in the arena did not move. Instead, when the elders of the noble clans on the platform heard Jiang Qi's declaration, they all became restless. However, just as they stood up, they felt a formless killing intent heading for them. Let the youths deal with their own matters. Elder Ji, Elder Hua, what do you think? Jiang Qi looked at the elders of the noble clans and smiled faintly. However, the killing intent in his smile was not released. In the end, Jiang Qi still wanted to protect Xiao Qin, so he did not push things too far. Feng Shuani, who had been silent all this while, also smiled faintly and said, "I also feel that the youths should deal with their own matters. We old fellows should just watch." It has been a long time since such an interesting youth appeared in the great Qin nation. This old man is willing to help him. As for the outcome, it will depend on his luck. As Feng Shuani spoke, the strong sharpness of the sword monarch instantly encased the elders of the noble clans on the platform. A sword hovered above each of their heads. The elders of the noble clans smiled bitterly to themselves. They wanted to stand up but did not dare to. Even though they were dissatisfied, they did not dare to voice their dissatisfaction. When Xiao Qin felt the situation on the platform, he felt a warmth in his heart. "I will definitely repay this favor in the future. Sui Feng, Ryue, Kursen, Muqin, and Zhang Ai, Xiao Qin, thank you all. You may leave. Today's matter is a personal grudge between my noble clans. I have to settle this personally." Xiao Qin performed a cupped fist salute and persuaded Mu Qin, Zhang Lai, and the others to leave. Before Yun Kursen left, she said softly to Xiao Qin, "Yi Qin, after this battle, I believe you will become a true bladesman." Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, "Are you so sure that I can clear this stage?" Yun Kursen's delicate face was incomparably calm. She smiled gently and said, "I said it long ago. My judgment of people has always been very accurate." After sending off Yun Kursen, Xiao Qin went over to Lu Ryue's side. He felt somewhat guilty and said with much difficulty, "Sorry Ryue, I lied to you for so long." The corners of Lu Ryue's eyes turned slightly moist. She said, "Idiot, why did you not tell me earlier? Why would I blame you? Whether you are Xiao Qin or Yi Qin, in my eyes there is no difference." The last knot in Xiao Qin's heart was untied. His sharp face immediately revealed a joyful smile. "You may leave first. This is my karma. I have to settle it personally. Trust me." Lu Ryue knew that Xiao Qin had made up his mind. She nodded silently and left. After everyone left, aside from the noble clans, only Xiao Qin remained. Xiao Qin was dressed in white robes and had already drawn his lunar shadow saber. He swept his gaze across the faces of these people. Duanyuking, Ji Changkong, Huayunfei, Muqingxue, Yanqixue, and the Guyi Marquis. For the past year or so, in order to hide from these people, Xiao Qin had changed his appearance, hiding his true appearance. No matter how quiet or low profile a person was, who would be willing to hide their true appearance and hide? Who did not want to walk openly in the world? These noble clans had had enough of it. He, Xiao Qin, had had enough of it as well. Today he would put an end to this. He would make Yi Chen's name become history. He would make everyone only remember Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin's gaze returned to the front. His expression did not change. He tightened his grip on his saber and said indifferently, "Are you all coming at me together or one by one?" When Duanyuking, Ji Changkong, the Guyi Marquis, Huayunfei, and Muqingxue heard Xiao Qin's words, they all jumped off. These people were proud and arrogant. It was impossible for them to practice with others against Xiao Qin. Only Yan Qixue and Xiao Qin remained in the previously bustling arena. Yan Qixue felt depressed in his heart. His strength was considered the weakest among these people. Originally, he had intended to work together with the others to deal with Xiao Qin. Even if they did not work together, they would at least wait for everyone to finish fighting first before they went up. However, with the current situation, they could not retreat even if they wanted to. Otherwise they would lose their face. There is no need to worry. He has fought many battles. He must have exhausted a lot of essence. I should be 50% confident, Yan Qixue consoled himself. Chapter 359. Yan Qixue looked at the white-robed and calm Xiao Qin and said indifferently, "Today I will seek justice for my second brother." Dragon seizing hand. Yan Qixue clapped his hands and a huge black palm appeared in the sky. This was the Yan clan's inherited martial technique, the dragon seizing hand. The huge hand was 100 meters wide, and the patterns on the palm could be seen clearly. When it descended, it felt like it covered the sky and covered the sun. Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed in the sky and Xiao Qin leaped into the air. Electric light flickered on the snow-white lunar shadow saber, and a saber light appeared. Chop! Xiao Qin shouted and swung his saber. The huge black palm was instantly chopped in half, splitting it in the middle. Yan Qishua's expression did not change. He flipped his palm and the huge black hand in the air immediately healed. The huge black hand grabbed at Xiao Qin who was in the air. Xiao Qin's figure flashed, and he moved 100 meters to the side before landing on the ground. Bang! The huge black hand that had just landed clenched into a fist and punched at Xiao Qin. The might of the huge hand was very strong. If Xiao Qin clashed head-on, he would exhaust himself. Furthermore, this was just an appetizer. It would be disadvantageous for the later battles. I'll dodge it first. Thinking of this, Xiao Qin's figure flickered continuously. The huge black hand smashed the arena, causing it to tremble continuously. However, it could not catch up to Xiao Qin's speed. Instead, it drained its essence continuously. After a long time of not being able to take down Xiao Qin, its momentum started to weaken. Right now, Xiao Qin found an opportunity. He felt that the speed of the huge black hand had slowed down significantly. Xiao Qin quickly sheathed the lunar shadow saber and raised his right hand to the sky. A similar huge black hand appeared, and its two fingers formed a sword. It pierced through Yan Qishua's huge black hand. Isn't this the inherited martial technique of my Yan clan? He does not have an inherited martial spirit. Even if he had a secret technique, he would not be able to learn it. When Yan Qishua saw the sudden appearance of the huge black hand, he was stunned. Xiao Qin's expression turned grave. He did not give Yan Qishua any chance to hesitate. The giant black hand clenched into a fist and slammed into Yan Qishua's body. Puchi! Yan Qishua's face paled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was slammed to the ground and he still could not understand what was going on. Xiao Qin gently waved his hand, and the giant black hand slapped Yan Qishua's body out of the arena with tremendous force. He actually defeated Yan Qishua in one move, and he even used the Yan clan's inherited martial technique. The Xiao Qin is too surprising. They both used inherited martial techniques, but Yan Qishua actually lost to an outsider. How embarrassing. Several cultivators in the spectator stands commented. They were not optimistic about Yan Qishua and Xiao Qin's duel in the first place, so they were not too surprised. However, he did not expect that Yan Qishua would not even last 10 moves from Xiao Qin and would lose just like that. Look, the Gi marquee is going up. I wonder who will win this time. The surrounding cultivators perked up again. The Gi marquee was wearing golden battle armor. He held the 2-meter-long holy weapon, the Sky Splitter, in his hand. He looked at Xiao Qin and said, "You have been fighting continuously and have exhausted a lot of essence. I will give you a handicap of 3 moves. After 3 moves I will make my move." Xiao Qin smiled faintly. "There is no need for you to give me a handicap. We will talk after you can block 3 moves from me." Rushing thunder roars, 10,000 horses gallop. The Gi marquee was not Yan Qishua. He was much stronger than the latter. Xiao Qin did not have any intention of testing the other party. He was prepared to end the fight quickly. He did not wish to drag it out. That would not be good for him. Hence, he immediately used his big move. Thunderclouds churned in the sky and a huge electric whirlpool appeared out of nowhere. Instantly, the clear sky turned dark. As the whirlpool spun, electric light flickered. The lightning attributed spiritual energy in the surroundings quickly gathered. Rumble, rumble. The sound of thousands of horses galloping resounded from the electric whirlpool. The sound resounded throughout the entire drill grounds, reaching the ears of every cultivator. What martial technique is this? Why is the mysterious phenomenon so shocking? When the cultivators in the spectator stands felt the horrifying energy from the electric whirlpool, their expressions all changed. The Gi marquee's expression turned grave. With a dang sound, he stabbed the Sky Splitter into the ground in front of him. ZZ. Ripples appeared in the surrounding space. They were like water, causing the figure of the Gi marquee to turn blurry. Xiao Qin felt that the other party was thousands of kilometers away from him. Furthermore, the Gi marquee's figure was floating without a definite location. The Gi marquee had used the might of the holy weapon to change the natural laws of the arena, causing everyone's senses to turn chaotic. However, in the end, you are only using the holy weapon to change the natural laws. It is not your own strength. In front of absolute strength, the natural laws are useless. Xiao Qin shouted, and all the lightning-attributed knights in the whirlpool gathered together. Then a knight flickering with golden electric light walked out. The golden knight roared ferociously. It held up its spear and broke through the obstruction of space, charging at the Guy Marquis at lightning speed. When the golden knight was 100 meters away from the Guy Marquis, his body turned blurry. His lightning-fast speed turned into slow motion, allowing everyone to see him clearly. Oh. It was like the golden knight had run for tens of thousands of meters. Time seemed to last forever. However, the flickering golden knight could not touch the Guy Marquis. It was still 100 meters away. However, this situation did not last for long. The rippling space started to crack. Soon the entire small world shattered. There was a limit to how much the holy weapon could change the natural laws. It could not be extended indefinitely. After the electric knight ran for tens of thousands of meters, the golden light of its spear had already dimmed. However, it was still resplendent and dazzling. Dang! The Guy Marquis held his sword horizontally in front of him. The broad blade of the sword pressed against the tip of the spear. A huge force pushed the Guy Marquis back continuously. The Guy Marquis's feet sank deep into the ground. After a while, 2 deep ditches appeared on the ground. The Guy Marquis retreated to the edge of the arena. Half of his feet were in the air. Unable to retreat, the Guy Marquis shouted and leaned back slightly. Then he swung the sky-splitting sword with both hands. Just as the tip of the spear was about to pierce him, the sword struck the electric knight. Xiao Qin knew how horrifying the Guy Marquis' strength was when he was in the ink forest. The electric knight, which had already run for tens of thousands of meters, had exhausted a large portion of its energy. Naturally, the outcome was easy to imagine. There was a loud sound and the force of the sword blasted it into purple electric currents that scattered into the air. Wuxia shakes the heavens. Everything was within Xiao Qian's control. He had already stored up energy and executed the rare move of the Wuxia saber technique. The ancient divine Wuxia tree appeared from nowhere. Its branches were luxuriant, covering the sky and sun. It gave off a resplendent purple light. It was like a mountain made of lightning as it pressed down on the Guy Marquis. The Guy Marquis, who had lost the initiative, had yet to recover his wits from the first killing move. He could only place his left hand on his sword, hoping to block this divine Wuxia tree. Bang! The Guy Marquis had no way to resist. The absolute force crushed a corner of the arena into rubble. The Guy Marquis's feet slipped and he fell off the arena along with the rubble. The lightning-attributed energy of the divine Wuxia tree did not show any signs of dissipating. It tore through the Guy Marquis's defenses and pressed down on his chest. Puci. The huge force caused the Guy Marquis's internal organs to tremble. He could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. Xiao Qian's figure flashed and stood above the arena. He looked calmly at the Guy Marquis on the ground. He said indifferently, "Do you still want to continue?" The Guy Marquis felt extremely dissatisfied. He still had many killing moves that he had not executed. If he had attacked from the start, he would not have ended up in such a passive position. He could not even receive 2 moves. However, it was already too late. Against Xiao Qian he still dared to be arrogant. His fate was sealed long ago. Unfortunately, this Guy Marquis's defeat is too unjust. To think he was so arrogant, giving Xiao Qian the opportunity to execute his killing move with his full power. Otherwise he would not have lost so easily, getting knocked off the arena in 2 moves. He dealt with Yan Qixue in 1 move and the Guy Marquis in 2 moves. Furthermore, he fought in consecutive battles and defeated the people from the Holy Lands. What is the limit of this Xiao Qian? Could it be that the noble clan heirs could not defeat him in a continuous battle? After consecutive battles and consecutive victories, Xiao Qian displayed startling strength, shocking everyone. At this moment, there were already people who suspected that he might become famous in 1 battle, shocking the world, trampling on the geniuses of these noble clans and climbing to the peak that belonged to him. That is impossible. The 2 killing moves earlier exhausted a lot of essence. In the end, he is only a peak medial grade martial saint. At most, he would have half of his essence left. The remaining people are all noble heirs with high-ranked inherited martial spirits. Each one is stronger than the last. His essence will only decrease. I guess that he will be defeated soon. Furthermore, don't forget that there is still Mu Qingxue whose strength we do not know. The moment these words were spoken, there were immediately people who retorted. They felt that it was impossible and that Xiao Qian would definitely lose today. Xiao Qian turned a deaf ear to the heated discussions outside the arena. His mental state had already reached a state where he would not be affected by praise or humiliation. The discussions of the outside world did not affect him at all. Why Yunfei is going up. I heard that he awakened an ancient evil soul. This is the true showdown. Up in the arena, Hua Yunfei looked at the dilapidated arena. He frowned slightly and said, "Let's go to another place." The two of them flew up and landed firmly on a brand new arena. Hua Yunfei quickly drew the scarlet sword in his hand. Xiao Chen revealed an evil smile on his handsome face. "Although I have only comprehended the state of massacre to small perfection, it is sufficient to deal with you now. Wuxia." Without giving Xiao Chen a chance to speak, Hua Yunfei sent out a scarlet sword qi. His figure followed the sword qi and quickly pressed forward. Clearly, Xiao Chen did not want to make the same mistake as the Gi Marquis. Glittering Wukuei. Xiao Chen gently swung the lunar shadow saber and sent out a strand of dense purple saber qi. This was the first move of the Wukuei saber technique infused with the state of thunder. Hua Yunfei smiled faintly and said, "The state of massacre is on a higher level than all other states. No matter how powerful your state of thunder is, it is useless." Wuxia. The incomparably ferocious state of massacre on the scarlet sword qi easily shattered the purple saber qi that Xiao Chen sent out. Bloody World, Shadowless Sword Passing. Chapter 360. Taking advantage of the time when Xiao Chen dodged the scarlet sword qi, Hua Yunfei's killing move followed closely behind. Scarlet light filled the air. There seemed to be countless scarlet figures executing sword techniques in the arena. Strands of scarlet sword qi moved at a strange frequency, fluctuating like the sea. A horrifying state of massacre spread throughout the entire arena, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Dang, dang, dang. Activating the windwalk shoes, Xiao Chen moved about in the sky filled with sword images. He brandished his saber and chopped apart the sword qi flying at him. Every sword shadow seemed to be a real martial artist wielding a long sword to attack, stab, chop, hack, or flick. The angle of the attacks was random and they came and went without a trace. It was tiring to deal with them. Hua Yunfei actually managed to completely learn an ancient martial technique. He truly lives up to his reputation as a rare genius of the Hua clan. This time Xiao Chen is in danger. Indeed, ancient martial techniques and current martial techniques are not of the same system. Normally, even if one obtained an ancient martial technique, it would be very difficult to truly master it. It would be very difficult to use it in actual combat. Look at this arena. There are endless sword images rising and falling one after another. Even a martial king would find it hard to block them. When the cultivators in the spectator stands saw the scarlet sword images filling the arena, they recognized that this was an ancient martial technique. They could not help but worry for Xiao Chen. Hua Yunfei's figure was hidden among these sword images. Occasionally he would send out a sharp sword attack, catching people off guard. In an instant, Xiao Chen's arms and legs suffered from several sword wounds, no matter how fast he was. Even if he was fast, he would not be able to dodge these unending and unpredictable sword images. Xiao Chen could only do his best to avoid any injuries to his vital points. Furthermore, there was a state of massacre that interfered with Xiao Chen's heart. There were killing moves hidden within the killing moves, one after another. This martial technique was truly unimaginable. Ah, Xiao Chen, this move must not be easy to take, right? Thanks to you, I awakened the ancient evil soul in my body. This martial technique is the inheritance of the ancient evil soul. In the ancient era, the evil soul used this move. The continuous stream of sword shadows could cover an area of 100 meters, encompassing heaven and earth. If a god blocked it, it would kill a god, and if a demon blocked it, it would kill a demon. Hua Yunfei looked at the tired Xiao Chen and laughed arrogantly. He wanted to strike a blow to Xiao Chen's fighting spirit and make him collapse prematurely. His mind was clear. Xiao Chen kept his heart calm. He was not worried, not confused, and not afraid. Xiao Chen ignored Hua Yunfei's words and wandered around the arena, exhibiting the state of thunder to its peak. Xiao Chen blocked the red sword shadows that came from all directions. At the same time, he did his best to discern the pattern of these sword shadows. The state of thunder infused with holy might could only barely knock these sword shadows back. It could not completely destroy them. The state of massacre is indeed not easy to deal with, Xiao Chen thought to himself. However, it is fortunate that I have the state of massacre as well. After blocking for a while, Xiao Chen finally figured out the pattern of the sword shadows. It was time to make a move. Xiao Chen gently removed the blue strip of cloth from his forehead. A scarlet mark appeared on his forehead. Xiao Chen's angular face immediately turned strange. The scarlet throne mark on his forehead released a strand of red light. Under the illumination of the red light, Xiao Chen's face looked even more strange. Wukuei transforms to qi. Xiao Chen shouted and merged the state of massacre with the state of thunder. Occasionally, A red light flickered among the hundreds of purple saber chi formed by the divine Wuxia tree. Bang, bang, bang. In the arena, the scarlet sword chi and the purplish-red saber chi clashed in the air. A series of explosions rang out, ringing out endlessly in the sky above Lei Tian. Hua Yunfei's expression changed slightly. He grasped the scarlet sword tightly and said in disbelief, "How did you comprehend the state of massacre as well?" The continuous sounds of explosions created violent air currents in the air, and the surrounding railings of the arena were immediately smashed into pieces. Xiao Chen's hair fluttered and his white robes fluttered. He smiled gently and said, "Who made the rule that you are the only one who can comprehend the state of massacre?" Qi breaks Wuxia. The purple and red saber qi contained the berserk state of thunder and the state of massacre. It pierced through the boundless shockwaves and headed for Hua Yunfei. Hua Yunfei brandished his sword and gathered the scattered scarlet light on his sword. He thrust the tip of his sword forward and a spot of scarlet light appeared, blocking the tip of the saber qi. See. The two states clashed intensely in the air, neither giving way to the other. They gave off crackling sounds and scarlet ripples appeared in the air. The states surged forward. Boom. Just as the two states clashed with each other, thunder suddenly roared in the sky. An electric light suddenly shot out from the purple and red saber qi. Hua Yunfei's state immediately broke. He quickly dodged backward. However, the saber qi still pierced through his right shoulder, leaving behind a finger-sized bloody hole. So, I was only clashing with the pure state of massacre earlier. I did not even use the state of thunder, Hua Yunfei thought in horror. You are far from being able to compare states with me. I don't care what ancient martial technique you have. Break. Xiao Chen leaped up gently and his figure flashed. He infused the state of massacre into the state of thunder and brandished his saber qi, forcing Hua Yunfei to defend. The situation immediately reversed. Xiao Chen's figure danced around. Strands of purple and red saber qi easily destroyed all of Hua Yunfei's killing moves. Blood shadow chop. Break. Sea of blood and mountain of corpses. Break. Blood illuminating the mountains and rivers. Break. No matter how many powerful moves you have, my two states, the state of thunder and the state of massacre, will break them with one saber strike. Break. 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 Hua Yunfei vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. Xiao Chen broke all 3 of his killing moves with one saber strike. The surging energy was like a tsunami, forcing Hua Yunfei to retreat. Ding. The ferocious energy surged over again. The sword in Hua Yunfei's hand was immediately knocked away. Xiao Chen stepped forward and sent a palm strike at Hua Yunfei's chest, sending him flying. Hua Yunfei's body slid quickly across the arena. Soon he reached the edge of the arena. His complexion was pale as he struggled to stand up. Suddenly he felt a chill on his neck. It was Xiao Chen moving over and pressing his saber against his neck. Xiao Chen said expressionlessly, "Hua Yunfei, you have lost." "I did not lose. How could I lose to trash like you? Back then I could easily kill you with one finger. This is impossible." Hua Yunfei pulled the saber away from his neck and leaped up. Then he launched himself at Xiao Chen. Reckless fool. Xiao Chen kicked Hua Yunfei's face. The huge force caused Hua Yunfei to flip several times in the air. He landed head first outside the arena. He won again. Xiao Chen won again. Who can end him? Hua Yunfei's strength is at the peak of martial saints. He has grasped an ancient martial technique. Even a regular martial king would be able to kill him easily. However, he still lost to Xiao Chen. How many trump cards does Xiao Chen have? I think the state of massacre is his final trump card. However, even if he knows it, it will still be difficult to deal with. Another overwhelming victory caused the crowd to erupt into an uproar. Some people even firmly believed that Xiao Chen would be able to defeat all his opponents. Today, on the heaven viewing platform, Xiao Chen had fought many battles. Regardless of whether his opponents were from the Holy Lands or the geniuses of the noble clans, none of them were mediocre. However, without exception, Xiao Chen defeated his opponents in an overwhelming manner. With such strength, even if he lost the next few matches, there was no need to doubt his talent and strength. As long as Xiao Chen could escape this calamity, he would definitely rise up in the future. At that time, the noble clans would be like floating clouds in his eyes. High up in the clouds, Nangong Lai watched the scene on the heaven viewing platform. He smiled faintly and said, "It looks like there is no need for us to make a move. This brat might be able to escape this calamity." Ingyu looked around and said softly, "Now, it all depends on the people from the Holy Lands. These noble clans might not be able to stop him." On the platform, the elders of the noble clans had unsightly expressions. They wanted to move but did not dare to. They felt very sullen. The Misty Sword sect's first elder said softly, "Chaoyun, how confident are you of dealing with this brat?" Chu Chaoyun carried his sword on his back and smiled gently. "Victory will be decided in one move. What do you think, first elder?" "Aha. In that case I can rest assured." The Misty Sword sect's first elder laughed happily. Up in the arena, Xiaoqun looked at Duanyuking, Ji Changkong and Mu Qingxue. He said softly, "The three of you come at me together. Otherwise you will not stand a chance against me." The moment Xiaoqun said that, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Is this Xiaoqun crazy? He actually took the initiative to ask them to attack together. Ji Changkong smiled coldly and said, "Xiaoqun, if you are really seeking death, I am not afraid to grant your wish." No expression could be seen on Duanyuking's cold face. He said coldly, "Do you really think that you are qualified?" Mu Qingxue held the holy weapon, Beauty Under the Moon. He revealed a playful smile on his handsome face. He said softly, "If you only have this much strength, you are not even qualified to force me to draw my sword." The three of them were proud and arrogant people, dragons and phoenixes among men. Since they were young, they had enjoyed the limelight of everyone. They had all sorts of halos above their heads. When had they ever been looked down on like this? Boom, boom, boom. Three strong auras soared into the sky. A resplendent starlight and countless stars flickered. That was Ji Changkong's state of stars. A bone-chilling coldness spread in the sky. A cold light shone brightly and a boundless cold chi spread in the air. It was Duanmu Qing's peak great perfection state of ice. A gentle and warm moonlight scattered down, moving one's heart like a cool breeze. This was Mu Qingxue's strange state of bright moon. Under the calm surface, there was an overwhelming aura. When the three auras merged, they shattered the clouds in the sky. Winds blew, clouds churned, and the sky changed color. All the cultivators in the drill grounds felt a strong pressure on their shoulders. It was like a mountain pressing down on them. Dressed in white robes, Xiaoqun held a saber with a sharp saber light. He smiled faintly at the strong aura. He gently raised his right leg and stomped it down. With the dragon and tiger body sculpting art at peak great perfection, Xiaoqun's pure strength could reach 50,000 kilograms of force. With his full power he could reach 50,000 kilograms of force. When infused with essence he could reach 100,000 kilograms of force. More importantly, this force could be freely controlled and perfectly manipulated. Chapter 361. Xiaoqun merged his essence and strength with this one kick and stomped on the ground gently. The wide arena made of heavenly mountain stones and frost iron slowly sank into the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The ground of the drill ground could not withstand the pressure of the arena sinking into the ground. Deep cracks formed and quickly spread out. The cracks continued to spread, and the other arenas on the drill ground were torn apart and smashed into pieces. The 1,000-meter-long drill ground shook incessantly, and even the surrounding spectator stands were shaking. The shaking continued for a long time before it slowly stopped. The arena under Xiaoqun's feet was now level with the ground. A surging aura surged out from Xiaoqun's body. It clashed with the auras of Duanyuking's group of three, giving off a sharp aura. "Now, do I have the qualifications for the three of you to attack me together?" Xiaoqun said calmly. His handsome face, which was like a scabbard, revealed its sharpness. It was like an unsheathed treasured saber. He only wanted to find someone to test how sharp this treasured saber was. Xiaoqun had long wanted to test his true strength to see how strong he was. He had not had enough in the previous few matches. This feeling was like getting more and more excited. Just as you were about to unleash your full power, the other party was already lying on the ground, leaving you with nowhere to exert your strength. This happened over and over again. Xiaoqun had had enough of it. Now he only wanted to fight to his heart's content and fight with all his might. Suddenly the silent Feng Shuani on the platform said, "If this fellow can win this match, then he will snatch away all the luck of these noble heirs. Who knows, he might really become a legend in the future." The strength that Xiaoqun displayed and his strong aura caused the expressions of the three to change. They were greatly startled. "Silence? In that case I will take it as your tacit agreement," Xiaoqun said indifferently. He pushed off the ground and relied on pure force to shoot towards the three like an arrow. Ji Changkong shouted coldly, "If you are seeking death, then I can't be bothered to talk about morality with you." Astral sword technique, resplendent starlight. The sky above the arena suddenly turned pitch black. Countless stars twinkled in the sky, and the day turned into night in an instant. Countless starlight descended, and a deep starry sky appeared in Ji Changkong's eyes. He raised his sword and used the starlight to clash. Ding. At the same time, Mu Qingxue unsheathed his sacred weapon, Beauty under the moonlight. The blade of his sword reflected a golden full moon. In that moonlight there seemed to be another world. A long and drawn-out, like a woman's beautiful and pleasant voice, rang out, tugging at the heartstrings of those who heard it. Duamuking, who had been silent for a long time, also made his move at this moment. His jet-black hair turned white, and his eyes completely lost all human emotions, becoming incomparably cold. A slender sword appeared in her hand. It carried a bone-chilling state of ice as it stabbed fiercely at Xiao Qin. At this moment, even if she was not willing to admit it, she was not a match for Xiao Qin alone. When Xiao Qin saw the three attacking at the same time, he smiled faintly. He suddenly stopped and landed firmly on the ground. Xiao Qin brandished his saber and the image of a flower bud appeared under his feet. After a while, the Wuxia flower bud flickered with alternating purple and red light, enveloping Xiao Qin. Bang, bang, bang. When the attacks of Duamuking and the other two landed on the flower bud, it did not budge at all. The purple electric light and scarlet light flickered continuously, looking very strange. The three exchanged glances and the essence in their bodies quickly surged. Then they launched an even more ferocious attack. The strong sword techniques infused with the states of the three struck the ground, creating deep trenches. However, that strange flower bud did not budge at all. Within the flower bud, Xiao Qian's expression did not change. He suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body and quickly formed hand seals. Wuxia blossoms. When the three of them were about to launch their third attack, the alternating purple and red flower bud suddenly blossomed. A surging shockwave spread out in all directions. The three of them were caught off guard and were swept back by the shockwave. Countless flower petals danced in the air within the shockwave. The entire sky of the drill grounds was filled with alternating purple and red flower petals. It was incomparably beautiful. Xiao Qin pushed off the ground and caught up to the slower Ji Changkong. After passing through the sky full of flower petals, Xiao Qin's speed increased explosively. In an instant he caught up to Ji Changkong. Ji Changkong's expression turned grave. Suddenly he grew 100 meters taller and turned around. The star that belonged to him in the boundless starry sky suddenly lit up. A resplendent pillar of light descended from the distant sky. Astral swordplay, eternal light. A majestic sword light shot out from the sword at Xiao Qin, who was behind him at lightning speed. Boom! The sword light was like a pillar. It was resplendent and dazzling. When it struck the ground of the drill grounds, it created a deep black hole that made one's heart palpitate. This series of actions happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. It was so fast that no one could keep up with it. Did I hit him? Ji Changkong frowned slightly and took a deep breath. To be able to execute this move in such a short period of time, Ji Changkong was already doing very well. The might is pretty good. Unfortunately, I can't hit him. In the end, it is useless. Suddenly, Xiao Qian's calm voice came from behind Ji Changkong. Ji Changkong's expression immediately changed. He quickly turned around and held his sword horizontally in front of his chest. Dang! Ji Changkong chopped down with his saber and was knocked back several meters. His right hand, which was holding the sword, felt numb from the impact. He quickly switched to a two-handed grip. The petals filled the sky and there were invisible motes of light. When the motes of light landed on Xiao Qian's body, his speed increased by 30%. Ji Changkong had just retreated when Xiao Qin arrived at his side again. His saber light flickered, following him like a shadow. In an instant he sent out more than 100 attacks. Retreat. Retreat. Retreat again. Ji Changkong barely managed to block Xiao Qian's attacks. He was suppressed to the point where he did not even have a chance to breathe. In one breath, he retreated several hundred meters. Uchi. A strand of killing qi came from behind. Xiao Qin dodged to the side. It was Mu Qingxue charging over with the beauty under the moonlight. Ji Changkong took a deep breath and retreated 100 meters. Just as Xiao Qin dodged Mu Qingxue's attack, an extremely cold aura came from above. Duamuking was charging over as well. Xiao Qin smiled gently and swept his saber forward, knocking away Mu Qingxue's sword. After that, he quickly somersaulted and dodged the attacks of the two. Dang! 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 The attacks of the two were relentless. They brought out the state of ice to its limits. The cold qi penetrated Xiao Qian's skin and entered his body, causing him to slow down slightly. Occasionally, a soft hum came from Mu Qingxue's sword. Everyone could not help but turn their ears to listen, disrupting Xiao Qian's state of mind. the state of massacre infused into his saber technique. Xiao Qin maintained his original state of mind. He blocked left and right, blocking the attacks of the two. She was able to block the sword, but she could not block the sword light on the sword. Her white robes were torn and blood appeared on her fair skin. Duanyuking and Ji Changkong were not in a good state either. Xiao Qian's sword light contained two states at the same time. When it struck them, the damage they caused was even more obvious. A beam of starlight descended behind Xiao Qin. Ji Changkong had finished resting and rejoined the battle. The three of them formed a large circle surrounding Xiao Qin. The three of them fought among the petals that filled the air. They kicked up dust, ice, starlight, moonlight, and the occasional flickering of scarlet lightning. Dust filled the air and energy spread everywhere. Everyone in the spectator stands opened their eyes wide as they watched the battle anxiously. The intensity of the battle completely surpassed their expectations. Xiao Qin fought 1 against 3, surrounded by danger. He was like a lone boat on the sea in a violent storm. It swayed back and forth, looking like it would be swallowed by the waves at any moment. However, it stopped and did not sink. Just when everyone thought that he would be killed, he strangely dodged their killing moves and launched a sharp counterattack. His white robes had already turned red from the blood. Xiao Qin smiled bitterly to himself. I finally feel carefree this time. However, the price I paid is rather high. However, I am a cultivator. I am born in a great age where geniuses appear in large numbers. If I do not go against the heavens and face the difficulties head-on, how can I stand out from the crowd? How can I reach the peak of cultivation in the future? Xiao Qin reared his head back and laughed loudly. A heroic spirit rose in his heart. He could not help but speed up his movements, deflecting the attacks of the three. Let's see how long you can last. Again. Ji Changkong roared ferociously. Starlight flickered around him as he quickly charged forward again. Up until now, both sides were truly enraged. At this moment, it was no longer a competition of strength. It was a competition of willpower. The one who could persevere and not collapse first would be the one who had the last laugh. Duanyuking's white hair fluttered in the wind. His expression did not change at all. There were no visible fluctuations. A cold qi surged from his entire body, chilling everyone to the bone. Even Mu Qingxue and Ji Changkong were unwilling to get close. It was hard to imagine how Xiao Qin, who was the target of this cold qi, could persevere. The cold was bone-piercing. However, Xiao Qin had already cultivated dragon tendon tiger bone long ago. His body was reborn and the cold qi could not penetrate his meridians. Although it was unbearable, he could persevere. Dang, dang, dang. The seemingly never-ending battle continued for another hour. Under the sharp attacks, the four of them were covered in wounds of various sizes. However, the weapons in their hands did not stop. Such a high-intensity battle was a great test of their willpower. Xiao. A fierce flame started burning in Xiao Qian's right eye. Finally, all the flames gathered together and elongated into a purple arrow. The arrow headed for Duanyuking, who posed the greatest threat among the three. Duanyuking's expression changed slightly. He felt a dangerous aura in his heart. He quickly retreated and ice formed around his body. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. He did not care about the might of the purple light. He looked around and immediately attacked Ji Changkong, who was behind him. Xiao Qin had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Of the three, Ji Changkong was the weakest. Xiao Qin could only look for an opening. Xiao Qin first diverted the strongest, Duanyuking, and broke their encirclement. Then he quickly made his move. After Duanyuking left, the cold qi in Xiao Qian's body immediately dissipated. His ghostly movement technique reappeared. He turned around and stabbed his sword into Ji Changkong's chest. Chapter 362. Wuxia supporting the heavens. The purple-red petals that filled the air formed a mottled whirlpool as they quickly entered the wound. Bang! Ji Changkong's body fell backward rapidly. The purplish-red flower petals quickly took root in his body. A purplish-red Wuxia tree trunk grew out of his wound. Countless branches slowly extended from the trunk of the tree. After a while, the branches became luxuriant, covering the sky. On every branch, there were strange purplish-red barren sunflowers. Mu Qingshue's expression turned grave and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Taking advantage of this opening, his sword hummed and filled the air with killing qi. Under the gentle moonlight, it quickly stabbed at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin could not split his attention with this attack. He had no chance to dodge. In reality, Xiao Qin had no intention of dodging. He continued to focus on forming hand seals, controlling the growth of the Wuxia tree. The wind created by the sword already hurt Xiao Qian's face. The tip of the sword was only 10 meters away from him. Boom! A jade pendant on Xiao Chen's chest lit up with a dazzling light. A formless barrier enveloped Xiao Chen. This was the secret treasure that Xiao Chen had won the bid for. When Mu Qingxue struck the barrier with his full strength, he was reflected back 30%. He vomited a mouthful of blood and was knocked back. After the barrier blocked the attack, it slowly shattered. After Xiao Chen finished forming his hand seals, he turned around and quickly chased after Mu Qingxue. The Wuxia tree behind Xiao Chen was completely formed. Countless roots extended into Mu Qingxue's meridians, firmly suppressing him. He was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. Mu Qingxue wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the approaching Xiao Chen. He smiled coldly and the moonlight on his sword suddenly rippled. The surrounding space immediately turned blurry. As Xiao Chen flew through the air, it seemed like Mu Qingxue was always a distance away from him. He could not get close. Right now, I have used my holy weapon to change the laws to create a miniature world. It is already more than 500 kilometers wide. Let's see how you break it. You can forget about catching up to me in your lifetime. Mu Qingxue's voice reverberated throughout the space. It seemed as though it was right beside their ears, yet it also seemed as though it was far away. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. I've said it before, as long as it's not a law that you've comprehended yourself, in the face of absolute power, laws are ineffective. Hearing the sword, Xiao Chen shouted, and the lunar shadow saber formation in his hand flashed. The snow-white saber turned pitch black, and its sharpness wantonly turned into a true heavenly weapon. Wuxia breaks the heavens. I can even break the heavens. Why would I fear your insignificant laws? An ancient divine tree quickly formed above Xiao Chen's head. Thunder roared incessantly in the sky above the drill ground as the state of thunder circulated to the extreme. Boom! A deafening clap of thunder descended from the sky. When the divine tree finished growing, Xiao Chen's saber lit up with a resplendent pillar of light. The pillar of light quickly elongated, rushing towards Mu Qingxue. With the aid of the state of massacre and the heavenly weapon, whatever laws of heaven and earth, they immediately shattered. The moonlight on the sword in Mu Qingxue's hand quickly dimmed. The pillar of light did not even have time to blink before it struck his chest. The crowd in the drill ground only saw a beam of light. Then Mu Qingxue's body flew to the distant horizon, disappearing from everyone's sight. Before Xiao Chen could rest for a while, he immediately felt a cold chi spreading rapidly in the drill ground. Duamuqing had completely dodged that lightning-fast purple thunder true fire. He was currently executing his killing move. Boom, boom, boom. The cold chi on the ground quickly gathered and formed a huge ice prison. It surrounded the entire drill ground. In an instant, everyone could only see thick walls of ice. They could not see what was happening inside. Within the ice prison, a pitch-black saber rested on Duamuqing's neck. Xiao Chen wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and said indifferently, "Give up. I still have one move of my Wuxia saber technique that I have not executed. You have no chance." The instant the ice froze, Xiao Chen executed the blue dragon cloud soaring arc to its limits. He executed the blue dragon tail whip. He managed to arrive just as Duamuqing was about to execute his killing move. Xiao Chen placed his saber on Duamuqing's neck. Rumble. After a moment of silence, the ferocious ice-attributed energy in Duamuqing's hand finally scattered. The ice prison immediately melted and Duamuqing's white hair turned black. There was no blood on Duamuqing's pale face. A trace of fatigue flashed in his eyes. He said softly, "Actually, you won from the very start. Duamuqing is not as skilled as you. In the future, the grudge between you and the Duanmu clan will end here." After Xiao Chen spoke, he slowly walked out of the drill ground. After a while, a figure suddenly fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. He bounced a few times on the ground before coming to a stop. It was Mu Qingxue who had been blasted into the clouds by the Wuxia breaking the heavens. He was already injured. Now that he fell from a height of a few thousand meters, he vomited blood on top of his injuries. He found it difficult to even speak. His vision was blurred by the blood. He was in a sorry state. The entire drill ground was deathly silent. Xiao Chen fought 1 against 3 and obtained the final victory. First, he defeated the Holy Land experts. Then he defeated the various noble clan disciples. Along the way, Xiao Chen did not stop to rest. None of his opponents were mediocre. They were all famous outstanding talents. However, they were all defeated by this white-robed bladesman. No one was a match for him, not even 3 against 1. After this battle, Xiao Chen's name would shake the world. He would become the true leader of the younger generation of the great Qin nation. Xiao Qin was the true main character of today's grand occasion. He had completely overshadowed Lung Liusu, who became a peak inferior grade martial king at the age of 17. Many people felt excited in their hearts. Perhaps many years later, they might be the ones to witness the start of a legend. As Xiao Qin walked, the shattered ice on the drill ground gave off a loud, ping-ping sound. Every step he took made him feel dizzy. However, he had to continue moving forward. There were some things he had to say to the person lying on the ground. He had to say them personally to the person who forced him into a dead end. Mu Qingshua's vision was blurry as he coughed continuously. When he heard footsteps, he struggled to stand up. However, a scabbard ruthlessly stabbed him. You once said that the higher you fly, the more painful it will be when you fall. Look at you now. Looking at you now, I believe this sentence even more. Thank you. I will always remember this sentence. I will not allow myself to be in danger of falling. When Mu Qingxue heard this, he coughed violently a few times. He smiled miserably in his heart. He had just fallen from the clouds. He finally understood the saying, the higher you fly, the more painful the fall will be. Perhaps I should not have made an enemy of this person. Some people are destined to soar to the sky. Even if you manage to pull them down temporarily, you would only become a stepping stone for them, allowing them to fly higher and higher. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin defeated them all. This is too inconceivable. First, he eliminated the Holy Land experts and forced them back with 4 palm strikes. Then he defeated the noble clan heirs. No one can withstand his sharpness. I'm afraid no one in the younger generation is a match for him. Our great Qin nation has always been the weakest among the 5 great nations. This time we might have produced a demonic genius. After a moment of silence, the crowd in the spectator stands erupted. They were all very excited and discussions could be heard without end. On the other side, Lu Riyue and the others all had sincere smiles on their faces. They quickly headed for Xiao Qin. At this moment, only the noble clan elders on the platform had the most heavy moods. If they could not take him down in this battle, this Xiao Qin might become a shadow that would haunt them for life. Just thinking about such a talented opponent made them tremble in fear. It made it hard for them to breathe. If one had to say who was the most depressed, it would be Song Ke. At this moment he felt incredibly depressed. Originally he thought that he would definitely die. However, Xiao Qin managed to pull through. Furthermore, his reputation became even more famous. No, this brat's strength is already sufficient to threaten me. There is a death grudge between us. He will definitely come back to settle the score with me. Song Ke's expression was uncertain. It was like he was making a difficult decision. He was very hesitant. Forget it if I just kill him. He is currently at his weakest. This is the best opportunity. He is no longer a Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciple. With my status as the peak master, I can definitely avoid the death penalty. Thinking of this, a murderous intent appeared in Song Ke's eyes. He looked at the defenseless Xiao Qin who was walking towards Lu Riyue, and clenched his fist tightly. Die. Song Ke shouted and used his remaining arm as a saber. He carried a sharp killing chi and soared into the air, flying towards Xiao Qin at lightning speed. When the smiling Lu Riyue saw Song Ke, her expression immediately changed. She shouted, Xiao Qin, be careful. When Xiao Qin felt the killing chi, he wanted to circulate the blue dragon cloud soaring art to dodge. However, he discovered that the essence in his body had already dried up. There was nothing left. He was startled. Bang! Lu Riyue flew over at lightning speed and used her palm to block Song Ke's peak martial king strike for Xiao Qin. Pu Si. There was an insurmountable difference between an inferior grade martial king and a peak martial king. Furthermore, this was a peak strike that Song Ke had stored up power for a long time. Lu Riyue vomited a large mouthful of blood. She felt an intense pain in her chest as she flew backwards. Xiao Qin's expression suddenly sank. He quickly caught Lu Riyue and placed his hand on her pulse. He sent a strand of spiritual sense into her and discovered that her heart meridians were shattered. Her life force was rapidly draining away. The sudden turn of events caused everyone present to be in a daze. They had never expected things to turn out like this. Xiao Qin, don't be rash, Lu Riyue said weakly as she lay in Xiao Qin's embrace. Her complexion was pale. It was like lightning struck Xiao Qin's mind. His eyes turned scarlet, and the scarlet throne in his sea of consciousness trembled continuously. Strands of scarlet state of massacre spread out. When Xiao Qin turned his head back, he saw that Song Ke was still unwilling to let go. He was rushing towards him, trying to kill him. Seeking death. Xiao Qin felt a chill in his heart. Killing chi filled his entire body. The blue dragon tattoo on his right arm started to move quickly. A horrifying energy accumulated continuously. After a while, the vivid tattoo came to life. A realistic blue dragon coiled around Xiao Chen's arm. Roar! A dragon roar shook the heavens and earth. The white clouds in the sky were scattered. The holy might of an ancient holy beast spread throughout the drill grounds. Song Ke, who bore the brunt of it, had a drastic change in expression. Chapter 363. Song Ke felt an overwhelming holy might pressing down on him like a small mountain. The martial spirit in his body trembled continuously, and his essence became unstable. He could not even walk properly. Before Song Ke could react, he was struck by the blue dragon. The clothes in front of his chest were torn apart, and a bloody hole the size of a bowl appeared. His body flew back 100 meters. The blue dragon circled around and returned to Xiao Chen's arm. Its luster was dim, leaving only a blurry image. On the platform, the silent Phoenix's Passion Palace's Elder Yan's expression changed greatly when he saw the azure true dragon. He exclaimed in his heart, "Blue dragon martial spirit. How can it be the blue dragon martial spirit?" Xiao Chen took a few steps and arrived before the heavily injured Song Quebec. His eyes were bloodshot as he lifted Song Ke up with a sullen expression. "Song Ke, I have no enmity with you. You are a bona fide peak martial king, yet you have tried to kill me time and time again. I have tolerated you until now, yet you are still unwilling to let me off." Xiao Chen continued to question Song Ke as he grabbed him by the collar. "Don't kill me. I am the Biyun Peak's peak master. If you kill me you will die as well," Song Ke said with a horrified expression. The fear of death in his heart caused him to give up all his dignity. "Xiao Chen, stop." The first elder, Jiang Qi, shouted from the platform. No matter what, Song Ke was the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's peak master. He could not die in the hands of an outsider. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with him. He clenched his right hand and punched, turning Song Ke's head into mush. Lu Ryua's heart meridians were shattered because of him. She had a slim chance of survival. No matter who pleaded on her behalf, Xiao Chen had to kill this person. Hu Qi. A red light flashed on the platform. It flew over at lightning speed and sent a palm strike at Xiao Chen. "Old thing, if you dare to come any closer, I dare you," a delicate voice shouted. Just as Elder Yan's palm strike was about to land on Xiao Chen, a fiery red meteor descended from the sky. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was a golden spear with a golden dragon formed from pure golden flames coiling around its body. Sensing danger, Elder Yan immediately stopped what he was doing. When he saw the item clearly, his expression changed drastically. A subdivine weapon, the Grand Sovereign Spear, and a complete dragon flame. Is the Qin Emperor here? Retreat. Without any hesitation, Elder Yan's body flickered as he retreated. His speed was inconceivably fast. However, that long spear followed him like a shadow, hot on his heels. Everywhere the spear passed, a visible black hole appeared in space. The dragon flames circling the spear burned fiercely, expanding the black hole rapidly. "My life is over," Elder Yan thought to himself in despair as he looked at the spear that he could not dodge. Then, just when he was in complete despair, there was a sudden fluctuation in space. Elder Luo, who was in the reincarnation well, appeared out of thin air with 7 people. Shoving Elder Yan aside, Zhang Xian tapped his finger lightly on the Grand Imperial Spear, which could easily tear through space, and a formless shockwave appeared beneath his feet. Xiao Chen diverted the boundless force of the spear into nothingness, displaying his strong control skills. Ing Yu, who had descended from the sky, stretched out her hand and retrieved the Grand Imperial Spear. "Elder Luo, that person is the inheritor of the Blue Dragon martial spirit," Elder Yan, who had narrowly escaped death, said as he looked at Xiao Chen. Elder Luo waved his hand and said, "I know. There is no need to say anything more. Don't bother yourself with this matter." Boom, boom, boom. The hidden Heavenly Saber Pavilion Supreme Elders all revealed themselves at this moment. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up when he saw Shin Manjun among them. Xiao Chen immediately carried Lu Ryue and ran over. He said anxiously, "Martial Grand Aunt, please save Ryue. She is about to die." Shin Manjun sighed gently and said, "I owe you a favor. Furthermore, Lu Ryue is the son of an old friend. No matter what, I have to save her." When Xiao Chen heard this, his expression relaxed. He said, "Martial Grand Aunt, can she be saved?" With a flip of her palm, Shin Manjun took out a medicinal pill and fed it to Lu Ryue. The medicinal pill melted in her mouth. Soon Lu Ryue's life force started to recover. She is still in time. This is Jade Maiden Peak's rank 9 medicinal pill for treating injuries. It can protect her from death, Shin Manjun said calmly as she infused a strand of gentle essence into the medicinal pill to speed up its effects. When Lu Ryue and the others heard this, they heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Lu Ryue did not die, it was fine. Xiao Qin, you killed my Heavenly Saber Pavilion's peak master, Song Quebec. You should be executed according to the sect rules. However, Song Ke attacked a fellow disciple first. That is also a capital offense. Your contributions offset your mistakes. From today onwards, you are not allowed to take half a step into my Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Do you agree? Shin Manjun said softly after Lu Ryue's condition stabilized. Although she was not the sect master, she was the most senior. To a certain extent, her words held more weight than Jiang Qi's. Idiot, why are you still not agreeing? She is protecting you. Can't you see that the people from the Holy Land are glaring at you? Just as Xiao Qin was about to retort, Lu Ryue's voice rang out in his mind. He could only nod and say, I promise Martial Grand Aunt that I will not take half a step into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the future. Shin Manjun nodded gently and looked at Elder Luo. Elder Luo, what do you think? The Phoenix's Passion Palace's inner core elder scolded Elder Yen, who had sent a voice projection. He smiled gently and said, Elder Shin is too polite. This is a private matter of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It has nothing to do with the Phoenix's Passion Palace. I only hope that your young pavilion master will go to the Holy Land as promised. Since Lu Ryue was fine, Xiao Qin relaxed. Just because he did not take half a step into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not mean he would not return. When his strength reached a certain level, he would definitely bring Lu Ryue away from this place. He would not forget this promise. After bidding farewell to everyone, Xiao Qin especially thanked Princess Yingyu. Then he slowly led Bai out. Xiao Qin did not know when he would return after leaving this time. However, he would definitely return. This was because he had to complete the promise. After Xiao Qin was far away, Elder Luo walked over to Yingyu and smiled. Little girl, you are very similar to your grandfather. You are equally tyrannical. Unfortunately, your strength is far inferior. Yingyu grasped the Grand Imperial Spear tightly and smiled faintly. Then do you want to give it a try? Elder Luo smiled gently, ignoring Yingyu's mockery. Go back and tell your grandfather that he still lost this time. As Yingyu watched the people of the Phoenix's Passion Palace leave, she thought to herself, as long as Xiao Qin is still around, we have not lost. Following the departure of several important figures, the crowd on the drill ground also left the place. The Holy Land selection was completely ruined. However, the cultivators who came did not feel any regrets. Witnessing the start of a legend was a form of luck. Not long after, the noble clans on the platform left as well. The previously bustling drill grounds became quiet once more. Even the most glorious and grand occasion would come to an end. Jiang Qi sighed to himself and led the Heavenly Saber Pavilion elders away from this place. However, no one would have guessed that the end of this event was the beginning of the glorious stage of the Tianwu continent. The true curtains had just been drawn. Shihe Province, in a tavern on a desolate road. This was the only road from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to the Black Dragon River, aside from the Devil Savannah. There were many cultivators coming and going. In this desolate wilderness, the only tavern within 500 kilometers became a good place for many cultivators to stop and rest. The tavern was not big, it did not even have a main floor. It was just a building with a bedroom and kitchen. There were a few tables outside and a simple signboard by the side of the road. However, business was very good. Out of the few tables, only one was empty. The rest were occupied by cultivators on their way. Outside the tavern, there was a white-clothed girl about 14 or 15 years old. She had a pretty face and held a wine gourd in her hand. She smiled at the tavern owner and said, "Boss, fill up my gourd with some wine." The tavern owner was an old man over 50 years old. When he saw the girl's pure face and her charming smile, he immediately became distracted. After a long time he recovered his wits. He took out a funnel and placed it on the mouth of the gourd. Then he picked up a ladle from the wine jar and slowly poured the wine. When the girl smelled the fragrant wine, her cute eyes squinted. She smiled and said, "Thank you, boss. Fill up more." The tavern owner smiled and said, "No problem. I guarantee I will fill it up to the brim. This little one has always done business honestly. I will not skimp on weight." However, after filling up the gourd for a while, the tavern owner started muttering to himself, "Why does this small gourd look like it is not full?" When he looked down, he discovered that the gourd was completely filled. There was no sign of it leaking out. At a table at the side, there was a white-clothed youth eating. There was a blue strip of cloth wrapped around his head. He had fair skin and a delicate and handsome appearance. When he saw this scene, his expression changed and he nearly spat out the food in his mouth. He quickly ran over and picked up the gourd. Then he handed over a piece of gold and said, "Boss, there is no need to fill it up. This gold word is a reward for you." "Thank you, young hero." When the tavern owner saw the gold word, a smile bloomed on his face. However, he still muttered to himself, "Strange, it is such a small gourd. Why is it not full?" The white-clothed youth smiled bitterly to himself. "It would be strange if you could fill it up. This wine gourd is a small spatial magic treasure that I specially refined. It would be more than enough to fill a 100-meter-wide pool of water. There would be no problem." Needless to say, these two people were naturally Xiaoqin and Bai, who had left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. After leaving the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiaoqin boarded the silver warship and quickly left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's territory. He recuperated in a small city for half a month before continuing on his journey. In the current Great Qin nation, aside from two people who could fight with Xiaoqin, there was no one else worthy of him going all out. In the Tianwu continent there were 5 great nations. Not to mention the strongest, the Great Qin nation, whose spirit veins had not changed much. As for the other 4 nations, the Great Tang nation, Chu nation, Xia nation and Qin nation, the Great Qin nation was the weakest. The spiritual energy in their nation was also the thinnest. They only had 3 large sections. As for the other 3 nations, each of them had at least 4 or 5 sects that could rival the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. As for the Great Qin nation, it went without saying. Xiaoqian's vision had never been limited to the Great Qin nation. From the very start, he had set his sights on the entire continent. Thus, it was imperative for him to go abroad. The Tianwu continent was vast and boundless. Aside from the 5 great nations, there was also the mysterious and chaotic ancient desolate land, the 100,000 great mountains occupied by the barbarians in the north, and the countless small nations occupied by the ancient races. Chapter 364. Just the continent itself was already boundless, not to mention the countless islands of various sizes in the boundless sea, the ice continent in the extreme north, and the legendary fiery abyss where the sun rose. The world was so big. Many people could not even travel half of it in their entire lives. Perhaps one was a super genius of a nation. However, when one left the nation, one might discover that one was still as insignificant as a speck of dust. Xiaoqin maintained a humble and calm heart. No matter what the outside world said, no matter how talented he was or what his future prospects were, they were all empty in Xiaoqian's eyes. Only the strength that he truly grasped was the most real. He could not allow the words of the outside world to affect his heart. He had to be calm, not worried, not confused, not afraid, not arrogant. "Didn't I tell you not to use this bottle gourd to buy wine? Why don't you listen?" Xiaoqin said as he gently patted Bai's head. Bai lowered her head and said with some grievance, "However, the other bottle gourds are really small. They are gone after I take 2 sips. Xiaoqin shook his head helplessly. There was nothing he could do about this girl who loved to drink. He closed the bottle gourd and handed it back to her. He said, "This will not happen again. This time you are not allowed to drink it before night falls." Bai smiled happily as she received the bottle gourd. Then she tied it to her waist. She nodded seriously and said, "Bai will not drink it. I promise I will not drink it." After leaving money for the food on the table, Xiaoqin led Bai down the main road. Not long after Xiaoqin left, one of the cultivators at another table said, "That youth earlier seems to be the recently famous white-robed bladesman Xiaoqin. Could he be going there for the treasure as well?" Another person smiled and said, "You are overthinking it. Now, wearing white robes and a blue strip of cloth on his head is already a common attire for bladesmen. I have not seen a bladesman who did not dress like that." Another person smiled and said, "Indeed. Back then, during the battle in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, I did not see any bladesman who did not dress like this. I can only say that Xiaoqin is too famous now. There are too many people following him. Don't overthink it." Maybe I am overthinking things. Recently, I have indeed seen many white-robed bladesmen with blue strips of cloth on their heads. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's continue on our way after we finish eating, the first person to speak said. On a silver warship in the sky, a strong wind blew against the clouds as it advanced rapidly. Xiaoqin was in the cabin, carefully looking at a map. The map showed the topography of the Shihe River and the coastal areas in detail. Every mountain, river, and town was marked in detail. Beside the large map was a small map that was flashing with spiritual light. It was the treasure map that Xiaoqin had obtained that day. According to Fatso, the location of the treasure was an island overseas. The island was surrounded by churning waves all year round. Martial monarch experts would not be able to enter. That was because the martial sage from back then had changed the laws of heaven and earth outside the island. Even after 1,000 years, the changed laws had not recovered. There would be a period of time every 2 years when the huge waves would be much smaller. This would allow martial kings to enter. Calculating the time, this was the period of time when one could pass through the huge waves. After leaving the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Qian did not have a clear destination. Since he had such a treasure map in his hands, he intended to give it a try and see if it was a fortuitous encounter for him. After comparing the map, Xiao Qian muttered, "It looks like the river on the treasure map is really the Black Dragon River in the Shihe province. The sea route marked on the red line should be the route to the island." Bai, who was sitting at the stern, looked at the focused Xiao Qian. Occasionally she would sneakily remove the bottle gourd at her waist and take a sip. Her face would turn red, looking very alluring. Xiao Qian saw all this clearly with his spiritual sense. However, he could only smile helplessly. He held the treasure map in his hand and studied it for a while. Xiao Qian's hand slowly slid over the treasure map until he reached the island closest to the treasure. This island was called Green Wind Island. It was twice the size of Shihe City. It was a very famous transit island that led to the depths of the boundless sea in the west of the continent. Merchant ships that wanted to go to the boundless sea would stop at this island to resupply before they left. Bai, stop drinking. We have to go down and take a ship, Xiao Qian said softly after putting away the map. Bai blushed slightly and stood up. She nodded gently and smiled, "And I got it. If they wanted to go to Green Wind Island, they would have to take another merchant ship. Controlling the silver warship for such a long distance would be very taxing on their mental and physical strength." Xiao Qian stored Bai in the spirit blood jade and returned the silver warship to his right eye. Then he quickly descended from the sky. Soon, a small city appeared in his vision. This small city was the end of the desolate road. Because there was a port near the Black Dragon River, although the city was small, it was bustling with activity. There was a huge flow of people. Xiao Qian landed firmly on the ground and paid the entrance fee. Then he immediately rushed to the port outside the city. There were many large merchant ships anchored at the port. After he heard about a merchant ship preparing to go to the depths of the boundless sea, Xiao Qian immediately rushed over. "So, you are going to Greenwind Island. Hand over 100 inferior grade spirit stones. Otherwise, there is no need for further discussion," the person who negotiated with Xiao Qian said indifferently. "Strange, why is it so expensive? I remember that I only had to pay some gold to borrow a ship in the past. Now, I actually have to pay 100 inferior grade spirit stones." It was not that Xiao Qian did not have 100 inferior grade spirit stones. However, he did not want to be a spendthrift. So he prepared to ask another merchant ship. The waiter on the ship smiled and said, "Stop looking. The other merchant ships charge the same price. Even if you walk to the next port, it will still be the same price." There was definitely something wrong with this abnormal situation. Xiao Qian felt suspicious and stopped. He took out 150 inferior grade spirit stones and said, "The remaining 50 are for you. Tell me why the price increased collectively." When the waiter received the extra 50 inferior grade spirit stones, a smile immediately bloomed on his face. He explained, "It is because of the treasure map passed down in the Devil Savannah. I heard that a fatso obtained the treasure map in the Devil Savannah. He took it to the auction house in the ancient desolate land and made a huge profit. Then he made 1,000 copies of it and sold them. Now the treasure map has become a common item. The first person who auctioned it became a spendthrift. It is not only our great Qin nation. Many cultivators from the Great Tang Nation, the Great Xia Nation, and the Great Chu Nation all obtained the treasure map. Hence, more people went to the Greenwind Island." Speaking up to this point, Xiao Qian understood what was going on. He smiled to himself, "The treasure map that I treated as a treasure has already become a common item. However, given Fatso's character, he would be able to do something like this. He had suffered too much in the Devil Savannah. If he did not earn some money, he would not stop." When the waiter arrived at the bow of the ship, Xiao Qian immediately felt countless strong auras. He saw 100 cultivators sitting on the deck. Half of them were peak martial saints. The rest were martial kings. Half were medial grade martial kings, and there were a few superior grade martial kings. Xiao Qian carefully scanned the place with his spiritual sense and discovered a peak superior grade martial king. He had hidden his aura and was silently hiding in the crowd. It looked like it was as the waiter said. Everyone knew about the secret of the treasure map. As long as they were strong, they would want to try their luck. Another bladesman who follows Xiao Qian. Why do so many people like to imitate him? Do they think that just because they wear white robes and a blue strip of cloth, they are experts? When the few cultivators saw Xiao Qian boarding the warship, They mocked him with mocking laughter. Xiaochen looked up and saw many bladesmen on the ship dressed like him. White robes, sabers at their waists, and a blue strip of cloth tied around their heads. Xiaochen could only selectively ignore the words of those people. In such a situation, Xiaochen could accept it. At least, he did not have to worry about exposing his identity. Xiaochen smiled gently and led the waiter to a room in the ship's hold. He said, "Help me prepare a good double room. It would be best if it was a big one." "Young hero, this is your first time borrowing a ship, right? We are not a passenger ship but a merchant ship, so—" Before the waiter could finish speaking, Xiaochen tossed him 1,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Then he took out 100 inferior-grade spirit stones and said, "The big one is for your leader and the small one is for you." The waiter immediately smiled and said, "Young hero really knows the rules. With spirit stones, everything is easy. A double room, right? I will give you the biggest one. Please wait for a while." Xiaochen was very clear on whether there were any empty rooms on the merchant ship. However, aside from doing meritorious deeds for the merchant ship, he could only use spirit stones to establish a connection. Inferior-grade spirit stones were not very useful for Xiaochen's cultivation. He could only use them to recover his spiritual energy. Even if he spent them, it would not be a waste. Not long later, the waiter ran back and led Xiaochen to the second floor of the ship. He found a large guest room for him. "Young hero, if there is anything you need, feel free to instruct me. This little one will be waiting for you." This waiter already treated Xiaochen as the young master of a big clan. He was still thinking of getting more benefits. Xiaochen smiled faintly. He knew what the waiter was thinking. He handed over 10 inferior-grade spirit stones and said, "You can withdraw first. I will call you if there is anything. Don't disturb me without my instructions." The shop assistant took the spirit stones and left in a joyful mood. After he closed the wooden door, Xiaochen immediately let out Bai, who had been confined for a long time. The guest room was very big. It was more than enough for 2 people. After Xiaochen reminded Bai not to run around, he took out a medial-grade spirit stone and entered a state of cultivation, preparing to break through to superior-grade martial saint at any time. After the consecutive battles at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the purple essence liquid in the Qi whirlpool in Xiaochen's dantian had been stirring restlessly. This was the prelude to a breakthrough. Furthermore, after cultivating for the past few days, the distance between Xiaochen and superior-grade martial king had been shrinking. Once the time was right, he would be able to smoothly advance to superior-grade martial saint. The many battles had given Xiaochen a very clear understanding of his own strength. Xiaochen's current combat prowess should be between peak medial-grade martial king and superior-grade martial king. He could defeat medial-grade martial kings and hold his own against superior-grade martial kings. However, he would not be a match for a peak superior-grade martial king. If he ran into a peak superior-grade martial king, it would be best to retreat early. Chapter 365. As for those within the martial saint realm, Xiaochen could be said to be unrivaled. Xiaochen was even confident of defeating a Holy Land core disciple. This port was in the middle reaches of the Black Dragon River. There was still a long way to go before it reached the estuary. Furthermore, merchant ships could not travel at full speed in the river. Hence they were not very fast. Xiaochen did not go out. Every day, aside from eating, he spent all his time cultivating. The spiritual energy in the world below the mountain was very thin. Every 2 days he would have to expend a medial-grade spirit stone. Xiaochen did not lack medial-grade spirit stones. He used more than 30,000 contribution points to exchange for more than 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones. In addition to the spirit stones he obtained from selling the demonic cores, he now had more than 9,000 medial-grade spirit stones. As long as he could increase his cultivation speed, he would not feel any heartache. 2 months later, the purple Qi whirlpool in Xiaochen's body suddenly spun quickly. The spiritual energy in the medial-grade spirit stone in his hand flowed into his body like a river. Dida, dida. The purple essence liquid dripped continuously from the Qi whirlpool. Soon, it filled the interior of the Qi whirlpool. All of Xiaochen's pores, flesh, and bones felt swollen. After a while, the Qi whirlpool exploded and his dantian turned chaotic. Streams of air gushed out from Xiaochen's body. Instantly, the air in the entire room surged, forming small tornadoes. An extremely comfortable feeling spread throughout Xiaochen's body. The essence circulating in his meridians was denser and purer than before. Did I break through? With a thought, Xiaochen sent his consciousness into his dantian. He saw that the purple Qi whirlpool was twice as large as before. Previously, it could have been filled with purple liquid. Now, it barely filled half of it. Xiaochen successfully broke through. After more than 4 months, Xiaoqin finally advanced from peak medial grade martial saint to superior grade martial saint. Revealing a faint smile, Xiaoqin circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. The purple essence immediately circulated a small cycle through the 9 major meridians. Then, it started to circulate in the minor meridians around the major meridians. With this advancement, he had opened several dozen new minor meridians. One of them was for cultivating the purple thunder divine incantation's 6th layer. The more minor meridians there were, the more essence would circulate in the purple thunder divine incantation's 6th layer. An hour later, the purple essence chi finally began to circulate through all the meridians. The essence chi in the 9 main meridians gathered into tiny streams that gathered in the purple chi whirlpool. The chi whirlpool slowly stopped after it was mostly filled. All it needed was a great cycle and it would be. However, Xiaoqin did not continue to circulate his energy. He opened his eyes and 2 beams of purple light flashed in them, radiating sharpness. Elder brother Xiaoqin. You have his chi. Qin Xiao Xiaoqian's spirit. Xiaoqin waved his hand and sucked in all the flowing purple energy into his body. He stood up and smiled faintly, and I have not gone out for a month. You must be feeling stifled. After passing through the corridor, the 2 of them arrived at the bow of the ship. At this moment, the sun had just risen. The faint light of the sun cast a golden shadow on the surface of the river. The sky had just brightened. The many cultivators on the deck were walking around the side of the ship. They gathered in groups of 2 or 3 and chatted with each other. After not coming out for more than a month, Xiaoqin felt the breeze from the river. His mind relaxed and his mind felt much better. Xiaoqin had not come out for more than a month. When he felt the breeze from the river, his mind relaxed and his mind felt much better. After traveling for more than a month, a huge tributary suddenly appeared on the river in front. Many merchant ships turned around and sailed into the tributary. After traveling for half a day, a huge tributary suddenly appeared in front of them. Many merchant ships turned around and sailed into the tributary. Xiaoqin had seen the map before. He knew that this tributary led to the most chaotic place in the continent, the ancient desolate land. The ancient desolate land was very large. It was about half the size of the Great Qin nation. If one included some desolate and uninhabited places, it would be about the same size as the Great Qin nation. The center of the ancient desolate land was the capital of the Tianwu dynasty. It was once the most glorious city in the continent. Unfortunately, after the dynasty was destroyed, the dragon vein that the Tianwu emperor had laid dormant for 10,000 years was split into 9. The ancient desolate land became an extremely dangerous place. As a result, the spiritual energy of the ancient desolate land was extremely dense. However, no empire moved their capital there. Xiaoqin collected his thoughts. Since they were already here, it would not be long before they set sail. Soon, the merchant ship would leave the Tianwu continent and reach the coastal waters. We are about to reach the Thunder King Valley. After we pass the Thunder King Valley, we will leave the Tianwu continent, a cultivator suddenly said. Another companion sighed and said, ever since the Thunder King, there have been no more peak experts in the Great Qin nation. They have really declined. I wonder if there will be someone like the Thunder King after 1,000 years. That bladesman who appeared in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion not long ago might be able to recreate the glory of the Thunder King. He defeated so many noble clan geniuses in one go. He is the only one in the past 100 years to do so. In this era there are many geniuses. When things reach an extreme they will move in the opposite direction. The continent that has been silent for 1,000 years will definitely rise again. Even within the Great Qin nation, the geniuses of those noble clans are not weak. There is also Leng Liusu, who became an inferior grade martial king at the age of 17. There is also Chu Chaoyun, who has not revealed his true strength yet. There are also some geniuses from the military who spend most of their time on the battlefield in the imperial capital. They are not inferior to the era of 1,000 years ago. As for the experts of the other nations, there are even more of them. As far as I know, there are at least 100 people who are not weaker than Xiaoqin. Furthermore, this does not include the geniuses of the Great Qin nation. Naturally, the geniuses of the Great Qin nation are not included. They are not in the same world as us. How can we compare? We might be able to see these geniuses on the Green Wind Island this time. I heard that the other nations also have treasure maps of the Devil Savannah. Someone on the bow of the warship mentioned the Thunder King. The entire deck immediately became lively. These knowledgeable cultivators started to discuss the geniuses of the various nations. This piqued Xiaoqian's interest. He pricked up his ears and listened attentively. 1,000 years ago, which was the era of the Thunder King, there were many geniuses in the various nations. There were countless capable people. After the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty, the world of cultivators reached its peak. All sorts of dazzling genius cultivators emerged like pearls. The Thunder King rose up like a comet in such an era. He swept through all the geniuses in the world until he became one of the few people who stood at the top of the pyramid of the continent. After the fall of the Thunder King, that glorious era slowly came to an end. The world of cultivators started to decline. There were very few peak experts and the various geniuses were no longer as dazzling as before. However, there seemed to be some signs now. It was like a glorious era was slowly budding. The morning sun had already risen above everyone's heads. The sunlight became unusually intense. A majestic canyon appeared in the distance. Everyone stopped talking as they looked at the canyon in the distance with reverence in their eyes. The canyon was a few thousand meters tall. It stood on both sides of the Black Dragon River. It was like two swords piercing into the sky. Clouds shrouded the peak. When the merchant ship arrived before the canyon, it slowed down. After entering the canyon, the sky immediately turned dark. Everyone on the deck fell silent. Only the sound of splashing waves could be heard on the quiet surface of the river. Everyone even seemed to hold their breath. What's going on? Xiao Qun looked suspiciously at the canyon on both sides. The moment he looked around, he was thoroughly shocked. The canyon towered into the clouds. There was a huge statue of a person carved on it. This person was very lifelike and had a resolute expression. He wore tight robes and had a sword at his waist. He looked at the distant sea. The statue was carved in the canyon's vein. It was a kilometer long and looked like it would soar into the sky. It gave off a majestic aura that could swallow the mountains and rivers. Associating the name of the canyon with the Thunder Emperor Valley, everyone was able to guess the identity of the person carved on the canyon. Rumble. Suddenly, endless thunder roared in the clear sky. When everyone looked up, they saw dark clouds churning in the sky. There seemed to be a vast army moving in them. The aura was overwhelming and bolts of lightning occasionally tore through the sky. The berserk will of thunder reverberated in the canyon. This made everyone feel a horrifying pressure. It was like the next bolt of lightning would strike them, destroying their soul and dying without a complete corpse. When Bai saw the horrifying lightning in the sky, he seemed to think of the lightning from his tribulation. He paled in fright and hugged Xiao Qun tightly, unwilling to let go. Elder brother Xiao Qun, Bai is so scared. When Xiao Qun felt the trembling Bai in his embrace, he used his hand to cover Bai's mouth. He whispered, "Don't be afraid. Don't make a sound." This was the will of thunder, the purest will of thunder. Even after 1,000 years, it still inspired fear in people, not daring to move. No wonder the cultivators on the deck did not speak after entering the canyon. They were probably afraid of offending this supreme will and getting punished. Xiao Qun looked up at the boundless thunderclouds in the sky. He felt a strange sense of familiarity. The lunar shadow saber at his waist trembled continuously. It seemed very excited, like it would jump out at any moment. Xiao Qun used one hand to press down on the lunar shadow saber, preventing others from noticing anything strange. "Ao Jiao, did you feel it as well?" Xiao Qun thought somewhat sadly. Under this supreme will of thunder, he felt an insurmountable gap between him and the Thunder King. Unexpectedly, a will from 1,000 years ago was still so strong. If he faced the Thunder King, he wondered if he would have the courage to stand up straight. The canyon was very dark. The merchant ship seemed to have traveled for a very long time. When it charged out of the canyon, the sunlight shone on everyone again. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Cold sweat trickled down their backs. When they turned their heads back to look at the deep canyon, they felt a lingering fear. Xiao Qun let go of Bai and said, "Bai, don't be afraid. We are already out." Bai recovered some color on his face. He reluctantly came out of Xiao Qun's embrace and said, "Bai is no longer afraid. Elder brother Xiao Qun's embrace is the safest." Chapter 366. Strange, there are no deaths or injuries this time. "This is the first time I've encountered such a situation in Thunder King Valley," an older martial king on the deck said. Another old man continued, "That's right. I also feel that it is a little strange. It seems like the Thunder Emperor Valley is much calmer than usual today. I clearly feel that there is someone resisting this will, but the Thunder Emperor did not send down any punishment." Xiao Qun thought, could it be because of me or Ao Jiao? Some of the young cultivators at the side asked in confusion, "Senior, what is the situation? Can you explain it in detail?" The old man who spoke first said, "This Thunder King Valley is also known as the Valley of Life and Death. Every day when the merchant ships pass by this valley, there will be cultivators who die or get injured. There are very few exceptions." "What?" The old man smiled faintly, because there will always be some people who will resist this will of thunder unconsciously. In the past, there were strong martial monarchs who tried to steal this will of thunder. However, no matter how strong their cultivation was, there was only one result: death. As long as there is any delusion or resistance, the will of thunder will injure you. If you resist seriously, you will die. No matter how high your cultivation is, you will not be able to change this result. Perhaps only a sage can try. Hearing this, the cultivators on the deck who had resisted this will either accidentally or intentionally felt fear in their hearts. Is the Thunder King really that strong? He has been dead for 1,000 years. Why is this will of thunder not extinguished? Furthermore, it is still so mighty, the young cultivators asked, their interest piqued by the old man's words. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. There are 7 types of energy in the world. The lightning attribute is the most berserk and has the most tyrannical attack. Cultivating the lightning attribute is also the most difficult. This is because lightning represents the heavenly Tao in the natural world, the power of heavenly punishment. Similarly, the cultivation of the state of thunder and the will of thunder is the most difficult for all cultivators. The Thunder King was able to comprehend the will of thunder into the immortal will of thunder, which is comparable to the heavenly Tao. With such a tyrannical attack power, even the older generation emperors, who are of a higher cultivation level than the Thunder Emperor, would not dare to face him head-on. Haha, fighting with him is equivalent to going through a lightning tribulation. Who would be so bored as to let themselves go through a lightning tribulation? The old man spoke with fervor and assurance. It was obvious that he had traveled extensively and was knowledgeable. Xiaoqin recounted everything that the Thunder King had done in the various parts of the continent. This made all the cultivators on the deck yearn in their hearts. It was like they were in that glorious era, turning into the Thunder King, killing gods and demons, trampling on all geniuses and reaching the peak of the world. What's up with the statue in the gorge? Such a huge statue, it seems to cover the entire gorge. Without at least 1,000 people, it would be impossible to complete such a large work. However, how did a few thousand people coordinate with each other to carve such a perfect statue? Seeing that someone finally brought the topic to the statue, the old man continued smiling. If I told you that this statue was formed naturally, would you believe me? How can that be? The surrounding young cultivators all shook their heads. When the old man heard this, he laughed loudly. You youngsters have pretty good talent. You are already peak superior grade martial saints at the age of 24 or 25. However, you are still too inexperienced to think about going to the treasure trove. Another old man at the side was a superior grade martial king. He said indifferently, in the future, if you have the opportunity to go to the ancient desolate land and see the statue of the first Tianwu emperor, you will know that these words are true. Indeed, in the end, the youngsters are still too inexperienced. On this trip to the treasure trove, you will definitely meet with experts from other nations. At that time, you might not even be able to keep your lives, another old martial king said. Furthermore, don't think that just because you are dressed up, you are a white-robed bladesman. How childish, someone brought up the same topic again. When the bladesmen in white robes with blue strips of cloth on their heads heard this, they all felt somewhat embarrassed. They did not know how to answer. The topic slowly returned to reality, to the destination of the group. The older generation cultivators all spoke up to discourage these youngsters. Actually, these old men were just reminding the crowd that if they met with experts from other nations, they would not even know how they died if they could not calm down. These old men had good intentions. As for how many of these youngsters would calm down, they did not need to worry. The topics of these old men broadened Xiaoqian's horizons. This was especially so for the Thunder King's deeds. This allowed him to gain a better understanding of this legendary man. However, half of Xiaoqian's attention was on the deck, on the peak superior grade martial king who had hidden his aura. Many cultivators sat on the deck at the bow, quietly comprehending the will of thunder from earlier. These were all lightning-attributed cultivators. The immortal will of thunder that the Thunder King left behind had a strong effect on lightning-attributed cultivators. More or less, it would be of some help. Perhaps, it would allow one's state to advance further, or it would allow one to comprehend the state of thunder. Among the cultivators sitting on the deck, there was an old man in gray robes. He looked very ordinary. He was a typical ordinary old man. This old man's aura was that of a superior grade martial king. There were many such old men on the bow. It was not strange for someone to be a superior grade martial king at such a young age. However, Xiaoqin could clearly sense that this person was a peak superior grade martial king. He was only one step shy of becoming a half-step martial monarch. He was extremely strong. This person was not a man of few words on the bow, nor did he brag about his past experiences. When he came across a topic that he was interested in, he would make some insipid comments, not attracting the attention of others. If it were not for Xiao Chen's spiritual sense being very sharp, he would not have discovered that this person was a peak martial king expert. This person is extremely dangerous. Xiao Chen kept an eye on him. The dog that bites is never the one that barks the loudest. At this moment, the merchant ship had already left the Tianwu continent. The Thunder King Valley slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. The continent also moved further away from the crowd. At the entrance of the valley, there were still many merchant ships slowly sailing out to sea. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and ignored the people on the ship, who were still discussing. He walked straight to the bow and looked out at the sea. All he could see was boundless seawater. The seawater was calm without any ripples. It was a deep blue. Occasionally a flock of seabirds flew by. At this moment the sea was very gentle. Before the calm, unruffled sea, one's field of vision was very wide. It broadened one's mind. The huge merchant ship broke through the waves and moved quickly on the sea. Now that they were on the sea, the merchant ship no longer had to worry about anything. It could move at full speed. Xiao Chen muttered, "Is this the boundless sea? It is indeed endless. I'm afraid that even if I spent my entire life, I would not be able to reach the end of this sea. Aha, this is not the boundless sea. This is just the coastal waters of the Tianwu continent. After we pass the Green Wind Island, we will truly reach the edge of the boundless sea. However, that is only the shallow sea. The true deep sea is even further." Suddenly, a drawn-out voice resounded in Xiao Chen's ears. He turned his head and saw the peak martial king that he had been paying attention to. He did not know when he had arrived. Xiao Chen was mildly startled, but his expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, "Old senior, it looks like you are very knowledgeable. You seem to understand the boundless sea very well. Can you tell this junior about it?" The old man smiled gently and said, "I do not dare to address myself as senior. In the world of cultivators, the strong are respected, not by age. This old man is called Wuxia. If little brother does not mind, you can call me Old Wu." "Old Wu, please explain it to this junior," Xiao Chen said softly. He also wanted to know what the situation of the boundless sea was like. So he did not mind chatting a little more. Wu Xiangshuan looked at the boundless sea and said sullenly, "The boundless sea has a total of 4 directions: the eastern sea, the western sea, the southern sea, and the northern sea. The merchant ship we are on is heading to the western sea. The true boundless sea is divided into the deep sea and the shallow sea. Currently, humans only have control over the shallow sea. As for the deep sea, it is too mysterious. This old man does not know much about it. There are countless islands in each direction of the shallow seas, and there are also countless powerful sections. Apart from the East Sea, the other 3 directions of the shallow seas all have a dominant sect, which is relatively stable." Xiao Chen thought for a while and asked, "How strong are the sects in the boundless sea compared to the sects in my great Qin nation? If compared to the western shallow sea, they can barely be considered a second-rate power. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion could be considered a first-rate power in the past. However, now it can only be considered a second-rate power. If we include the Heavenly Craft Manor, it might be better." Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. Could it be that the Heavenly Craft Manor is stronger than the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? "What do you mean?" "Haha. If you go out more, you will discover that many of the spirit weapons of the cultivators in the continent are made by the Heavenly Craft Manor. Even in the Great Jin Nation this is very obvious. In terms of fame, the 3 great sects are not as famous as the Heavenly Craft Manor. Think about it carefully. If such a profitable sect does not have a certain level of strength, why did the royal court and the other sects not dare to swallow it up?" Xiao Chen had not thought of this unless he had a strong backer. If not, there was only one reason: the Heavenly Craft Manor had its own hidden power. When Wu Xiangshuan spoke up to this point, he suddenly paused. He said, "White-robed bladesman, for you to be so interested in the Boundless Sea's powers, aside from going to the Green Wind Island, are you planning to go to the Boundless Sea as well?" Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. He smiled and said, "Old Wu must be joking. How am I the white-robed bladesman? I only wear white robes." "Stop denying it. You are observing me, but I am observing you as well," Wu Xiangshuan said calmly as he looked into the distance. Xiao Chen's heart sank. It looked like this person might have discovered his identity. Otherwise, he would not have come over to talk to him for no reason. Wu Xiangshuan continued, "There is no need to be nervous. This old man is actually looking for you to discuss the matter of the Savannah King's treasure. I have been to that island twice before. This is my 3rd time." Chapter 367. Wu Shangshuan had actually gone there twice already. This surprised Xiao Chen greatly. For him to be able to escape unscathed twice, this person's strength was probably higher than Xiao Chen had imagined. The first time this old man obtained 3,000 medial-grade spirit stones, 2 secret treasures, and 2 bottles of rank 7 medicinal pills. The second time I obtained 5,000 medial-grade spirit stones, 3 secret treasures, and a bottle of rank 8 medicinal pills. That is how I obtained my current cultivation. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "In that case it looks like old Wu has made ample preparations this time. You should be able to reap a great harvest." Difficult? Wu Shangshuan sighed softly. "I wonder which damned fatso spread the treasure map. Now, aside from the cultivators of the Great Jin Nation, the cultivators of the other 4 nations are all rushing over here." Fortuitous encounters were hard to come by. The Savannah King's treasures were undoubtedly a great fortuitous encounter. This was clear from Wu Shangshuan's 2 harvests. Who would not be tempted by such a fortuitous encounter? It would not be strange no matter how many people came. Most or all of the cultivators on the merchant ships behind Xiao Chen were probably here for the Savannah King's treasures. However, looking at Wu Shangshuan's expression, it seemed like there was more to his words. Xiao Chen muttered to himself for a while before saying, "Senior, if you have something to say, just say it." When Wu Shangshuan heard this, he laughed loudly. "You youngsters are really direct. This old man said so much because I want to work together with you to explore the Savannah King's treasures." Working together with Wu Shangshuan would be of great help to Xiao Chen. Wu Shangshuan had been to the island with the treasures twice. He would definitely be more familiar with the island's situation than others. That way Xiao Chen could save a lot of trouble. However, if Xiao Chen were to work together with a stranger of unknown origins, especially when the other party was stronger than him, the other party would definitely be the leader. If the other party killed him to snatch the treasures, he would be helpless. "Sorry, I am used to being alone. I'm afraid I cannot accept Senior's kind intentions." Hence, no matter how many benefits there were, Xiao Chen would not agree. The risk was too great. Wu Shangshuan promised some more benefits and tried his best to invite Xiao Chen to come along. However, Xiao Chen did not budge. He did not agree no matter what he said. "Aha. Since little brother does not agree, then never mind. When we meet again we will still be friends. This old man will take his leave first," Wu Shangshuan said with a gentle smile. A hard-to-detect venom flashed in his eyes. Xiao Chen's eyes were very sharp, and he easily caught this trace of hatred. This made him even more certain that this venerable Wu was definitely not a good person. However, if he had any tricks up his sleeves, Xiao Chen was not someone to be trifled with. Even if he couldn't kill him, he could still make him suffer. Brother Xiao Chen, that man was so fake. Bai clearly felt his murderous intent, but he was smiling so happily. Bai walked over and said softly. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Ignore him. Don't come out for a few days. This person is not easy to deal with." Boom, boom, boom. Just at this moment, the calm sea suddenly surged with violent waves. The waves were 100 meters tall, and the huge merchant ship also started shaking. The sudden situation caused the cultivators on the deck to be astonished. They nearly fell to the ground. What's going on? This is still the coastal waters. There are very few storms in this season. Why are there such large waves? A few cultivators who traveled to the coastal waters all year round asked suspiciously. The ship was still shaking non-stop. However, the cultivators had already recovered their wits. After they circulated their essence, they were barely able to maintain their balance. Xiao Chen's feet seemed to be glued to the deck. The merchant ship shook without moving at all. He supported Bai and quickly extended his spiritual sense into the distance. Now that Xiao Chen's cultivation had increased, his spiritual sense could already cover a radius of 5 kilometers. If he used it in a straight line, he could see the situation 10 kilometers away. Soon Xiao Chen understood what was going on. 8 kilometers in front, there were 2 huge warships engaged in an intense battle. The ancient demonic energy cannons fired at each other, firing energy shells without regard for the consumption. All sorts of resplendent energy beams interweaved in the air. The aftershocks of the battle created a huge storm. They kicked up huge waves that spread out to the surface of the sea. What a strong aftershock. Unexpectedly, each warship is equipped with hundreds of ancient demonic energy cannons. No wonder the aftershock is still so powerful even after spreading for 5,000 kilometers. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense and felt slightly astonished. That blue warship seemed to be flying the flag of the Golden Rock Merchant Association. The Golden Rock Merchant Association. Isn't that the merchant association of Kim Taeho's clan? The other warship was pure black. There was a black flag on the bow of the ship. There was a ferocious 9-headed dragon embroidered on the flag, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The two warships both had circular light shields blocking the energy beams fired at them. They seemed to be equally matched. If this continued, the two warships might sink at the same time. Dong, dong, dong. A group of people came out of the ship's hold. They were the captain and the guards of the ship. Clearly they were startled by the abnormal waves on the sea. The captain of the merchant ship was a middle-aged man. He was tall and had an imposing appearance. He wore yellow robes threaded with golden threads and exuded a vigorous aura. Unexpectedly, he was a superior-grade martial king. There were 8 guards beside the captain. They were all martial kings and were no more than 40 years old. This was the period when one's chi and blood were at their peak. Such a martial king's sharpness was much stronger than the old martial kings on the deck. If they really fought, their essence might not be as dense as the other parties. However, because their chi and blood were abundant, their sharpness was still present. Their chances of victory were higher. The captain looked at the horrifying waves in the distance and frowned slightly. He said to the person beside him, "Lu Sheng, your perception is as strong as a half-step martial monarch. Help me take a look at what's going on." The cultivator called Lu Sheng nodded and walked to the bow of the ship. He closed his eyes and blue ripples of light shot out from his body. The ripples merged into the water and headed into the distance. This person's martial spirit is rather special. Furthermore, he probably comprehended the state of water. That's why his perception is as strong as a half-step martial monarch's, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Replying to Captain, it is the Black Dragon Group's 9-headed dragon warship. It is fighting with the Golden Rock Merchant Association's Underworld Wolf warship. Lu Sheng said softly as he opened his eyes. This is the coastal waters. How can there be a Black Dragon Group ship? Are you sure? One of the older martial kings on the deck exclaimed in shock. Lu Sheng walked over and said, "Captain, should we go around?" The captain frowned heavily. He muttered to himself for a while before saying, "Are you sure there are only 2 warships? There are no other merchant ships or passenger ships?" Lu Sheng nodded and said, "I did not see any merchant ships or passenger ships of the Golden Rock Merchant Association within 50 kilometers. There are only 2 warships fighting." The captain's expression relaxed. He said, "In that case there is no need to care about them. Raise the Merchant Association's flag and continue on our way." The Black Dragon Group normally operates in the shallow seas of the 4 directions. Why are they in the coastal waters this time? This is really puzzling. The Golden Rock Merchant Association's warship is here as well. Don't they usually operate in the shallow seas of the north? Why are they in the west? Could it be that these 2 clans are here for the treasure left behind by the Savannah King? If that is the case, our chances will be much smaller. When the many cultivators on the deck thought of this possibility, their expressions all changed. The Savannah King's treasure had already attracted many cultivators from the 4 great nations. Now that the Golden Rock Merchant Association and the Black Dragon Group were here, their chances of obtaining a fortuitous encounter would be even smaller. Wu Shangshuan's expression turned extremely unsightly. He glanced at Xiao Chen and a strange light flickered in his eyes. It was like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. The merchant ship raised its flag and continued moving forward. After 2 hours, they neared the center of the battle. The waves on the surface of the sea surged even more violently. The waves they kicked up were more than 200 meters tall. They looked very horrifying. Resplendent beams of light shot across the surface of the sea, creating a screen of water that supported the sky. This made the surging sea even more chaotic. How wasteful is this? One shot from the ancient demonic energy cannon would exhaust 1,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. It looks like spirit stones are no longer valuable, a cultivator on the deck sighed. Seeing the merchant ship raise its flag, the 2 warships ceased fire at the same time. The waves on the surface of the sea surged for a long time before slowly coming to a stop. The merchant ship passed between the 2 warships very calmly. There were no waves at all. This is really strange. The firepower of the merchant ship is clearly not as strong as that of the warship. Unexpectedly, it can pass so calmly, Xiao Chen thought suspiciously. It could be because of some rules of the sea. For example, warships could not fire at merchant ships. Otherwise they would be breaking the rules and would be attacked by all powers. Xiao Chen, over here. Just as Xiao Chen was thinking, a pleasantly surprised voice came from above. He looked up and saw Fatso waving at him from the 200-meter-tall bow of the Underworld River warship. Xiao Chen hesitated for a while before saying to Bai, "Come, let's go up." The two of them pushed off the bow of the ship and flew up to the bow of the underworld river warship before the shocked gazes of the many cultivators on the deck. Earlier, Kim Tae-ho, what did he call him? If I did not hear wrong, it was Xiao Chen, right? It should be true. I did not expect this person to be the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen. He is too low profile. It's over. I actually mocked him earlier for pretending to be the white-robed bladesman. I have embarrassed myself greatly. When the people below verified Xiao Chen's identity, they all started discussing fervently. They had not expected the legendary bladesman of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to actually appear before them. When Wu Shangshuan saw Xiao Chen fly up to the underworld river warship, a deep sense of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He muttered, "How unfortunate. I was originally planning to make a move tonight. This brat is wearing 3 secret treasures. If I could get my hands on him, I would definitely gain a lot. However, as long as he goes to Chenren Island, he will still have a chance. It is not that easy to obtain the Savannah King's treasure." The merchant ship slowly moved further away. Wu Shangshuan stared at Xiao Chen's back. The greed in his eyes slowly faded away. "Aha! White-robed bladesman Xiao Chen, now that you are famous, your deeds have spread throughout my great Tang nation. This fat brother will probably have to follow you in the future," Kim Tae-ho said with a smile as he patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. Xiao Chen felt his shoulders sink. He felt ashamed in his heart. Now that he had cultivated dragon tendon tiger bone, even without using any strength, he could withstand a blow of more than 500 kilograms. Chapter 368. However, Fatso's palm strike still made him feel heavy. It was easy to imagine how much force this fellow had used. "There is no need to be so exaggerated," Xiao Chen smiled, feeling somewhat speechless. Kim Tae-ho laughed and said, "Aren't I missing my brother? Duamuking Ji Chong Kong and the others are quite famous in the Great Tang Nation. In the previous 5-nation youth competition, these people all qualified for the second round." Xiao Chen had heard of the 5-nation youth competition before. It was a youth competition that was held every 3 years in the Great Jin Nation. However, very few people from the Great Qin Nation had entered the top 100 in the past few 5-nation youth competitions. Hence, there was very little news about the competition in the Great Qin Nation. After all, such disgraceful results were announced with great fanfare. It was like slapping their own faces. "That's right, who is this beauty? Why don't you introduce her to this fat lord?" Fatso's eyes lit up when he saw Bai behind Xiao Chen. Bai looked at Kim Tae-ho and smiled gently. "I know you. You are Kim Tae-ho." Kim Tae-ho felt it was strange. "How do you know me? I don't think we have met before." "Bai has met you before. The first time we met, you took a sculpture that elder brother Xiao Chen gave you." Bai wanted to continue, but Xiao Chen quickly stopped her. If she continued, Kim Tae-ho's scandal would be exposed. When Kim Tae-ho heard Bai's words, an incredulous look flashed in his eyes. He muttered, "Brother Xiao Chen, I'll tell you in the future. I can't explain everything in such a short time." Xiao Chen did not want to speak too much about Bai's matters. Kim Tae-ho observed his expression and smiled, It's fine. I'll bring you to meet someone first. Miss Bai, come along as well." As Kim Tae-ho walked into the cabin and walked all the way to the top floor, Xiao Chen took the opportunity to ask, "What's going on with this ship and the Black Dragon Triad's warship?" Kim Tae-ho smiled casually and said, "It's fine. Recently, the Chamber of Commerce has been fighting for some maritime trade routes in the West. We have not reached an agreement with the Black Dragon Group on the key issues. Let's fight a few battles first. Otherwise no one will give in. However, since I have seen you, there is no need to fight today." Indeed, with different cultivation realms, one's perspective on problems was different. The cultivators on the deck were extremely nervous about the battle between the Black Dragon Group and the Golden Rock Merchant Association. They said all sorts of things. However, when it came from the mouth of the person involved, there was no smell of gunpowder at all. It seemed incomparably casual, just like a fight between children. Ding ding ding. Melodious zither music came from the top floor. The zither music was very pleasing to the ears. It was like a puddle of clear water splashing down beside one's ears, complementing the melodious tune. It made one feel relaxed and peaceful. Xiao Chen had a guess as to who Fatso wanted to bring him to meet. Xiao Chen pushed open the doors to the top floor. Indeed, as Xiao Chen expected, it was Su Xiaoxiao on the elegant top floor, playing the zither with a calm expression. After Su Xiaoxiao finished playing, she picked up her zither and walked over. She smiled gently and said, "Young Master Xiao, it has been a long time." Indeed, it had been a long time. Since they parted at Whitewater City, it had been a year since Xiao Chen last saw Su Xiaoxiao. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, Miss Xiao Xiao's zither music is still as pleasant as before. It is just an elegant thing. I have embarrassed myself in front of young Master Xiao, Su Xiao Xiao said softly. Kim Taeho led the group to the dining table in the room. He instructed for some food and wine to be prepared. Then they started chatting as they drank. After chatting for a while, Su Xiao Xiao looked at Bai and could not help asking, Who is this lady? Xiao Chen thought for a while and said, This is my younger sister. You can just call her Bai. In the future, when he met people he knew, Xiao Chen intended to introduce them like this to avoid unnecessary trouble. Bai took a sip of wine and said happily, Bai greets elder sister Xiao Xiao. Bai also likes listening to elder sister Xiao Xiao play the zither. Bai was innocent and lively. Her voice was melodious and cute. The moment she spoke, she made Su Xiao Xiao laugh. Haha. In the future, if you have any ideas, elder sister can teach you. Su Xiao Xiao smiled gently as she looked at Bai. Bai said excitedly, Thank you, elder sister. The group casually talked about their encounters. After that, Su Xiao Xiao asked, Young Master Xiao, you probably came to the Green Wind Island for the Savannah King's treasure, right? Xiao Chen nodded and said, Yes, I am just trying my luck. I want to see if I have any fortuitous encounters. What about after that? Su Xiao Xiao continued to ask. Xiao Chen thought for a while and smiled gently. After that, I will go back to the various nations to temper myself. One cannot be a frog in a well. I have to go out and explore. If there is an opportunity, I hope to travel the entire Qianwu continent and see the geniuses and outstanding talents of various places. There was still something he did not say in his heart. That was to defeat all these geniuses one by one and never stop on the path to the peak. When Su Xiao Xiao heard this, she was not surprised. She said, This time, for the sake of the Savannah King's treasure, many of the young talents of the various nations have come to the Green Wind Island. They are holding a small gathering on the island. If you want to go, I can be the middleman. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. The Great Qi nation was the weakest of the 4 great nations. There were only 3 great sects in the nation. Compared to the other great nations, the Great Qi nation was far inferior. Xiao Chen's purpose in coming out was to see the world. Su Xiao Xiao's suggestion moved him. However, before you agree, you have to be mentally prepared. These people are all arrogant and unruly. Their temperaments are very high. It is hard to avoid a clash of words. Su Xiao Xiao reminded Xiao Chen when she saw that he was tempted. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, No problem, I can understand. It was hard for youths to avoid showing off their abilities. This was especially so for these geniuses with higher talent. Most of them thought highly of themselves. Since Xiao Chen started out, he had seen a lot of such people. He completely understood Su Xiao Xiao's words. However, he was no longer that impatient youth of the past. Now he was still as sharp as before. It was just that he was much more reserved. His 1 year in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had matured his mental state. From Xiao Chen's eyes, Su Xiao Xiao could tell that Xiao Chen had matured a lot. So she did not say anything more. Kim Taeho, who was at the side, said seriously, Xiao Chen, the sects of the other 4 nations are very competitive. The competition is much stronger than in the Great Qi nation. Even if your talent is the same, the environment you are in is different. Your cultivation is on a different level. In this small gathering, there are 5 people who are not weaker than you. The host of the gathering, Jin Wuji, is one of the top 100 contestants of the previous 4-nation youth competition. Xiao Chen understood what Kim Taeho meant. He was reminding him not to be careless. Otherwise, he might end up suffering a huge setback. Actually, there was no need for Kim Taeho to say it. Xiao Chen already knew that the world was very big. Especially in this era, there were as many geniuses as there were beasts. The battle at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had solidified Xiao Chen's confidence, making him sharper. However, he had never been arrogant to the point that he was undefeatable and looked down on the heroes of the world. After the meal, under the strong request of the 3, Su Xiao Xiao played a few more tunes for the crowd. Su Xiao Xiao's tunes were ethereal and lively. One would never get tired of listening to them. They could clearly feel the state of the tunes. Sometimes it was the peak of a green mountain, sometimes it was a small bridge with flowing water, sometimes it was a cool breeze, and sometimes it was a powerful army with lofty aspirations. The various states changed naturally and smoothly without any stiffness. After Su Xiao Xiao finished playing a few tunes, the beautiful tunes still lingered in everyone's ears, lingering for a long time. When Bai heard this, he immediately pestered Su Xiao Xiao, wanting her to teach him how to play the zither. Su Xiao Xiao liked Bai a lot, so she immediately expressed that she wanted to take her in as a disciple. Little White kept calling Su Xiao Xiao master, which made Su Xiaoxiao giggle from time to time. Kim Taeho pulled Xiao Qin to the balcony of the top floor. As the sea breeze blew, he took out a bag of spirit stones and handed it to Xiao Qin. He said, 8,000 medial grade spirit stones. Consider it the compensation for saving this fat lord the other time. Xiao Qin frowned slightly. He revealed an expression of disbelief. Since when did Fatso become so generous? I feel depressed. Old brother Xiao Qin, can you not show such an expression? Do I look like such a petty person? It is just 1,000 medial grade spirit stones, Kim Taeho said, feeling extremely speechless. Xiao Qin said indifferently, don't say I look like you. You are one in the first place. However, I still want these spirit stones. Although Fatso said it very generously, when he handed over the spirit stones, the fat on his face could not help but twitch a few times, revealing the pain in his heart. Xiao Qin smiled gently and placed the spirit stones in his universe ring. He said, let me ask you something. What is this Su Xiaoxiao's identity? She seems to be very capable. She can casually invite people to this gathering of the outstanding talents of the 4 nations. According to what Kim Taeho said, the level of this gathering was not low. Furthermore, the host was one of the top 100 participants of the previous 5-nation youth competition. If an ordinary person wanted to join such a small gathering, they would not be able to do so without a certain status and identity. As the sea breeze blew, Kim Taeho smiled gently and said, there is no harm in telling you. Her true identity is the young manor lord of the Heavenly Craft Manor. She is the successor on the surface. The young manor lord of the Heavenly Craft Manor. No wonder. Wu Shangshuan once said that the influence of the Heavenly Craft Manor in the continent was much stronger than that of the 3 great sections. With the identity of the young manor lord, it would be easy for her to get to know the outstanding talents of the various nations. Kim Taeho smiled and said, don't overthink. Just make your preparations. The warship is twice as fast as the merchant ship. We will reach the Green Wind Island in 3 days. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The sea was calm and peaceful. Due to some reasons, the Jin clan's warship could not dock at the Green Wind Islands harbor. The 4 took a small boat and headed for the Green Wind Islands harbor. The Green Wind Islands harbor was livelier than any harbor that Xiao Chen had seen before. Large merchant ships from the various nations filled the area. The small boat that the 4 were on was like an ant traveling through a giant statue. It was very insignificant. After they reached the shore, Su Xiaoxiao said, the gathering should start at noon. Let's enter the city quickly and not waste time. Before Su Xiaoxiao and Lu Shangshuan's astonished gazes, a silver warship shot out from Xiao Chen's eyes. He said softly, if we are in a rush, then use this secret treasure of mine. The silver warship expanded according to Xiao Chen's will. Then it soared into the sky with a so sound, flying quickly through the clouds. Fatso stood on the bow of the warship and shouted, damn! Xiao Chen, the flying formations on this warship are actually intact. We can fly without using spirit stones. Are you selling this secret treasure? I will buy it no matter how much it costs. Chapter 369. Xiao Chen said indifferently, don't even think about it. Even if I gave it to you, you would not be able to use it. You need the corresponding method to control this secret treasure. Xiao Chen had managed to completely control the silver warship after he destroyed the ancient spiritual sense in it. He had also spent a lot of effort to repair it. How could he sell it to others? Soon, the silhouette of a city twice the size of Shiha City appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. Xiao Chen slowed down and slowly landed outside the city. Only an hour had passed. There was still some time before noon. Under Su Xiaoxiao's lead, the group entered the city and immediately headed for the most bustling restaurant in the city. Just as they arrived at the entrance of the restaurant, a waiter compared the portrait. He immediately came before Su Xiaoxiao and said with a smile, Miss Xiaoxiao, right? Young Master Jin has already reserved the entire 4th floor. He has been waiting for you for a long time. Please come with me. The interior of the restaurant was very spacious. It was more than 200 square meters. However, the hall on the 1st floor was packed with people. It was very bustling. The 2nd and 3rd floors were also filled with people. There were practically no empty tables on the tables. The entire hall was filled with all sorts of shouts and discussions. The situation only became better when they reached the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was filled with private rooms and pavilions. Those who could come up here were not ordinary people. However, there were practically no empty rooms. The Savannah King's treasure actually attracted so many cultivators. This is rather surprising. The person who started all this, Fatso, laughed shamelessly. The waiter leading the way laughed as well, Indeed, it is all thanks to that damned fatso who publicized the treasure map. This fatso is now hated by everyone. However, our restaurant has to thank him. Since last month our business has been booming. Hearing this, Xiao Chen and Su Xiaoxiao both laughed gently. Fatso's expression immediately became conflicted. His smile completely froze. Seeing that Jean de Bao's expression wasn't right, the waiter hurriedly said, "Sir, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about that damned fatty who sold the treasure map. You can't be called fat, you're completely noble and dignified. That damned fatty can't compare to you." When she heard this, even the reserved Su Xiaoxiao could not help but laugh out loud. "You can go down first. We will go up ourselves." Afraid that the fat man would not be able to suppress his anger, Su Xiaoxiao quickly sent the waiter, who was about to say something else, away. Kim Taeho felt very depressed. However, the waiter had already gone far away. Furthermore, the waiter had only said something nice. Even if he wanted to get angry, he could not find a reason. This kind of conflicted and depressed expression, every time one looked at it, one could not help but laugh. The few of them went up to the 4th floor. Compared to the 3rd floor, this floor was very quiet. There was no noise at all. The tables in the middle of the large space were all cleared out, creating a large empty space. There were many tables placed against the walls of the restaurant. Cultivators of various nations sat at the tables, discussing matters of martial cultivation. Xiao Chen looked around and saw about 100 people. Most of them were inferior grade martial kings. Although a few of them had not become martial kings, their auras were very strong. However, Xiao Chen's aura was extremely strong. Clearly, he had been stuck at peak superior grade martial saint for a long time. Now he was only a step shy of advancing to martial king. These people were all over the age of 20. Compared to Lung Liusu, they were much weaker. However, to be able to become martial kings before the age of 25, they were worthy of being called geniuses. This was especially so for the youth sitting in the middle. He was handsome and had a deep gaze. His aura was like a ferocious tiger or wolf. Just by sitting there quietly, he gave off a faint pressure. This youth was already a peak inferior grade martial king. He was also the only one among the 100 people to do so. The increase in strength of a martial king by a grade was even more obvious than that of a martial saint. Without a high-ranked martial technique or a strong state, it would be very difficult to challenge an opponent of a higher cultivation realm. If Xiao Chen guessed correctly, this person should be the one that Kim Taeho mentioned. He was one of the top 100 contestants of the previous 5-nation youth competition, Jin Wuji. As Xiao Chen sized up the crowd, countless gazes fell on Xiao Chen as well. However, when they saw that he was only a superior grade martial saint, disdain flashed in their eyes. Disdain flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, and he quickly shifted his gaze away. However, his gaze lingered on Xiao Bai for a long time. A few of them did not even bother to hide their possessive gazes. Haha. I thought that Miss Xiao Xiao would not be coming. Brother Jean is here as well. Who are these two behind you? When Jin Wuji saw Su Xiaoxiao and the others arrive, he immediately stood up and walked over. Su Xiaoxiao smiled gently and said, "These are two of my friends from the Great Qin nation. I apologize for not informing young Master Jin beforehand." Jin Wuji smiled casually and said, "What are you saying? Miss Xiaoxiao's friends are my friends as well. Please take a seat. Later, when another person arrives, the gathering will officially begin." Su Xiaoxiao looked around the hall and asked suspiciously, "Who else is not here yet?" Jin Wuji smiled mysteriously and said, "Let's keep it a secret first. We will know when she arrives. She is a major character. However, she just happened to be passing by. Brother Jin, don't keep us guessing. Tell us." Indeed. Who exactly is this major character for Brother Jin to treat them like this? Tell us about it." Jin Wuji was the first disciple of the Great Chu Nation's Heavenly Sword Gate. The Heavenly Sword Gate had a few supreme elders who were martial sages. In the entire continent, the Heavenly Sword Gate was a first-rate sect. Furthermore, it was ranked rather high. Jin Wuji's status was already very high. Otherwise, he would not have such prestige, able to gather so many geniuses of the various nations. Even Jin Wuji had to show some respect to this person. It was easy to imagine what kind of person this person was. This person was definitely a major character. This piqued everyone's curiosity. Just at this moment, a strong aura suddenly surged in the direction of the restaurant. Everyone was startled and looked out the window. Jin Wuji's face lit up in joy. He said softly, "She is here." Oh. A nimble figure floated in from a window on the 4th floor. It was a pretty woman with a curvaceous figure and a smile like the morning sun. She was wearing a green robe and flew in from the window. After the azure-robed girl landed, she withdrew her strong aura. She had an apologetic smile on her face. She looked around and said softly, "Yu Chenxi apologizes to everyone. Something cropped up so I am late." Unexpectedly, it was Yu Chenxi. When everyone on the fourth floor heard this, they revealed astonished expressions. This was really a major character. In the previous five-nation youth competition, Yu Chenxi was one of the top 50 contestants, ranked 36th. Going from the top 100 to the top 50 was a hurdle. Going from the top 50 to the top 10 was another hurdle. Every hurdle represented a qualitative difference in combat prowess. The most important thing was that in the previous five-nation youth competition, Yu Chenxi was only 16 years old. At the age of 16, he was already an inferior-grade martial king. Furthermore, he managed to make it into the top 50. With such talent and strength, he could be described as a demonic genius. Furthermore, the Supreme Sky Sect, which Jin Wuji belonged to, was one of the 10 great sects of the Great Jin Nation. Among the first-rate sects of the continent, the Supreme Sky Sect was a true peak power. There were more than 10 martial sage supreme elders in the sect. With such horrifying talent, the nurturing of a first-rate sect, and the rich spiritual energy of the Great Jin Nation, Yu Chenxi's future was foreseeable. She was like a rising star. When Jin Wuji saw Yu Chenxi arrive, he heaved a sigh of relief. He had thought that she would not be coming. He smiled and said, "Miss Yu, it is not noon yet. You are not late. We are just early." "Indeed, Miss Yu, there is no need to mind. We have not been here for long." When Yu Chenxi arrived, she immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. No one cared that she was late. Jin Wuji invited Yu Chenxi to a table in the center. After Yu Chenxi was seated, he stood up and said softly, "I believe everyone came to the Green Wind Island this time for the treasures left behind by the Savannah King. I am indebted to everyone's generosity for attending this gathering. There are two purposes for this gathering. One is to avoid a life-or-death situation during the fight for the treasures. This is to let everyone familiarize themselves with each other first. When the time comes, everyone will obtain what they need based on their own abilities. We will make a gentleman's agreement that we will absolutely not do despicable things like sneak attacks or sneak attacks. Normally, everyone is from different sects of different nations. Normally, it is very difficult to get together. Today, everyone should take this opportunity to exchange pointers with each other and improve together, obtaining what we need. This is the second purpose of this gathering." Xiao Qin felt that this first purpose was not very realistic. Not to mention the people who came, there were also many experts who did not participate in this gathering. Even if everyone here made a gentleman's agreement, Xiao Qin did not believe that anyone would care about a gentleman's agreement when the real treasures appeared. However, he believed that everyone would still put on a show on the surface. One thing was different in front of others. "I, Lu Meng, support Brother Jin's suggestion. I can make a gentleman's agreement first. If anyone here finds a treasure first, I, Lu Meng, guarantee that I will not make a sneak attack." A stout cultivator carrying a large saber on his back said first. "I, Wang Hao, also support Brother Jin's suggestion. I am willing to make a gentleman's agreement." "I, Liu, also support Brother Jin's suggestion. I am willing to make a gentleman's agreement." As Xiao Qin expected, the cultivators on the fourth floor all expressed their support for Jin Wuji's suggestion. Soon, everyone had expressed their stance. Only the four people at Xiao Chen's table remained. Everyone's gazes were focused on Xiao Chen. Kim Taeho and Su Xiaoxiao had special statuses. They could be ignored. Based on Bai's aura, he seemed to have just advanced to martial saint. His weak strength could be ignored as well. The one they truly needed to pay attention to was Xiao Chen. He was a superior-grade martial saint and had a strong aura. It was sufficient for him to break through the weakened waves of Qianren Island. After a long period of silence, Xiao Chen did not say anything. He could not be so hypocritical. Just ignore him. There are no experts in the Great Qin Nation. He is just a mere superior-grade martial saint, yet he is here to join in the fun. It does not matter if he makes a gentleman's agreement or not. Chapter 370. That's right. I think he does not even have the ability to break through the huge waves. He cannot even reach Qianren Island. What is the point of making a gentleman's agreement? However, perhaps he is self-aware and knows that he is weak. That's why he is embarrassed to speak. Seeing that Xiao Qin did not speak, some of the cultivators who found him an eyesore all mocked him. If not for giving Su Xiaoxiao face, they would have said even worse things. This was the reality of the Tianwu continent. Without strong strength, no matter where one went, one would not gain the respect of others. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He did not care about these words. He grasped his lunar shadow saber tightly and stopped Kim Tae-ho and Su Xiaoxiao, who wanted to speak up for him. The best way to refute was to use the saber in one's hand to prove it. No matter how loud one's words were, it would not be as direct as using the saber. Jin Wuji was upset that Xiao Qin did not make a gentleman's agreement. So many people already agreed, but you, an expert from the Great Qin nation, did not. It was clear that Xiao Qin was not giving Jin Wuji any face. However, the other party was Su Xiaoxiao's friend. It was not good for Jin Wuji to be too obvious. A smile appeared on Jin Wuji's face again. He said in a clear voice, "Since everyone has made a gentleman's agreement, then let's not waste any more time. Let's start the exchange. Everyone should stop when necessary. We will compete one at a time. After that, the others can give their comments. This way, everyone will be able to gain some comprehension." Right after Jin Wuji spoke, two people immediately walked to the empty space on the floor. The empty space where the tables had been moved was very large. If it was just an ordinary exchange, it was more than enough space. "The two of you remember to stop when necessary. Don't damage the harmony." Jin Wuji was the host and also half a referee. When he saw people exchanging pointers, he reminded them not to damage the harmony. "Aha. Brother Jin, don't worry. I Lu Meng know my limits. I will definitely not injure Brother Zhou. Brother Jin, don't worry. I will only use 50% of my strength at most." The two people who came out had gentle smiles on their faces. Their tones were calm, but their words were very hostile. They were competing with each other, not giving way. Jin Wuji frowned slightly and sat down beside Yu Chenxi again. He said, "Let's begin." Boom. Right after they spoke, the two of them each attacked. Their fists and legs collided in the air. The resulting shockwaves dispersed and both of them were forced back by 10 meters. A moment later, they quickly rushed forward and started fighting fiercely. One of them had a fiery red pillar of light flowing around his body, while the other had a formless wind energy flowing around him. Of the two of them, one had comprehended the concept of fire, while the other had comprehended the concept of wind. Moreover, looking at the situation on the stage, both of them had high attainments. After exchanging over 100 punches and kicks, the two of them were equally matched. Both of them retreated, and this time they finally got serious. Lu Meng took out the big saber on his back. The saber was 3 inches wide and 6 feet long. It was a fierce and thick saber. With a thought, the saber's body was immediately covered in a fiery red flame. The cultivator with the surname Zhou flipped his palms and took out 2 swords from his spatial ring. He held them tightly in his hands. Unexpectedly, he was using the rarely seen dual sword style. The sword was 1.5 feet long and 2 fingers wide. Its blade was completely snow-white and flickered with a cold light. Tiny whirlwinds would flow out from the blade from time to time. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them roared ferociously and charged at each other. The cultivator with the surname Zhou used the special speed advantage of the state of wind to surround Lu Meng. The 2 swords danced around. Sword images flew around, forming a light screen that encased Lu Meng. The cultivator with the surname Zhou was very fast. In addition to the advantage of the dual sword style, Lu Meng was suppressed to the point where he could only occasionally counterattack. Although Lu Meng did not attack much and spent most of his time dodging, every time it looked like he was about to lose, he would make a move and destroy the killing move that his opponent had prepared. Thus, the two of them were unable to do anything to each other. Just from the looks of it, the cultivator with the surname Zhou had a big advantage. This was because Lu Meng could not keep up with his speed. Kim Tae-ho introduced from the side. These two people entered the second round of the previous 5-nation youth competition. The one with the saber is called Lu Meng and the one with the 2 swords is called Zhou Lingheng. In their respective nations they can be considered top-notch experts. They are now inferior grade martial kings. In the Great Qin nation, their talent should be about the same as Ji Changkong and the others. However, the competition in their nation is more intense than in the Great Qin nation. Thus they are stronger than Ji Changkong. Xiao Qin nodded, agreeing with Kim Tae-ho's opinion. These two people had comprehended their states to great perfection. They were still a long way from consummation. However, it was not easy for them to reach this stage with their current cultivation. Who do you think will win? Kim Tae-ho asked as he watched the two of them fighting. Xiao Qin thought for a while before saying, Lu Meng. His comprehension of the state of fire is deeper. He already has something of his own in it. Every time he makes a move, he can instantly scatter the advantage that his opponent has accumulated over countless moves. As for Zhou Lingheng, he has only used the speed of the concept of wind. He doesn't have any personal comprehension at all. I guess that his comprehension of the concept is very likely to have been personally guided by a great teacher and not something he comprehended himself. The state of wind was not only about speed. Back then when Xiao Qian fought with Murong Chong, he understood this. Nimble, faintly discernible, formless, casual, and ostentatious were the characteristics of the state of wind. When Yu Chenxi, who was beside Jin Wuji, heard this, a strange look flashed in his eyes. He looked suspiciously at Xiao Qian. As far as he knew, Zhou Lingheng's state had indeed been personally guided by his master. You are just an insignificant superior grade martial saint. Since when are you qualified to comment on a battle between martial kings? How do you know that Zhou Lingheng is going to lose? If you do not understand, then don't spout nonsense. Don't cut your own tongue. When a cultivator who was on good terms with Zhou Lingheng heard Xiao Qian say that Zhou Lingheng was going to lose, he immediately retorted loudly. Another person at the side added, "That's right. Zhou Lingheng is suppressing Lu Meng. Even his ability to retaliate is limited. How can he be defeated?" Young Master Jin did not invite you to this gathering. If you come uninvited, then don't spout nonsense. Just watch carefully. Wait until you are a martial king before you speak. Kim Taeho was flustered. Just as he was about to scold them, Xiaoli stopped him and said indifferently, "Zhou Lingheng will lose within 3 moves. Don't bother with what they say. They were just a bunch of clowns." Xiao Qian could not be bothered with them. When the truth came out, he would slap them in the face. Ignorant. How can Lu Meng win within 3 moves? Zhou Lingheng is suppressing Lu Meng. It is difficult for him to retaliate. How can he be defeated? Furthermore, he is defeated within 3 moves. Ignorant brat, he only knows how to spout nonsense. This person has probably stayed in the Great Qin nation for too long. He does not know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Does he really think that after leaving the Great Qin nation he can still be an outstanding talent like before? The Great Qin nation is the weakest of the 5 nations. To think that he is not embarrassed to voice his opinion here. The battle in the arena continued. The discussions outside did not cause any distractions. If an expert of this cultivation realm could be so easily influenced by the environment, then he could not be called a genius. Zhou Lingheng brandished his 2 swords with a hong-hong sound. Sword winds blew and a strong wind blew. He suppressed Lu Meng once again and his aura rose continuously. When Lu Meng's aura was about to reach its peak, Zhou Lingheng's eyes narrowed. He held his 2 swords together, preparing to execute a killing move to end the battle. Dang. However, just at this moment Lu Meng suddenly made his move. Once again, when Zhou Lingheng's aura was at its peak, he used a surging saber chi to force Zhou Lingheng's killing move back. This was already the 3rd time. Lu Meng had broken Zhou Lingheng's killing move 3 times in advance. Furthermore, every time Lu Meng's aura reached its peak, it would fall back to the bottom. Jin Wuji and Yu Chenxi, who were in the arena, shook their heads at the same time. As the saying goes, things do not happen more than 3 times. If Zhou Lingheng did not succeed after 3 times, then he would not have any chance of victory. Zhou Lingheng was going to lose. Damn it, he actually broke it again. Zhou Lingheng felt a sense of irritation in his heart. However, he did not care too much. Lu Meng could not catch up to his speed. He could still accumulate his aura again. Boom. Just as Zhou Lingheng was preparing to regroup, Lu Meng suddenly laughed maniacally. "Brother Zhou, don't tell me you still have a chance?" Rise. The aura that Lu Meng had been suppressing suddenly exploded out. A strand of fire soared up from under his feet. A ferocious beast appeared above his head, brandishing its claws and roaring. When the ferocious beast roared, Lu Meng's state of fire was raised to its peak. It completely suppressed Zhou Lingheng, whose aura had fallen to the bottom. The state of wind was quickly suppressed by the state of fire. Soon, Zhou Lingheng was pressed into a corner, unable to move. Zhou Lingheng's expression changed greatly. "It's over, my state is suppressed. My speed is no longer an advantage." Lu Meng drew his saber and hacked down. Zhou Lingheng blocked with his 2 swords. However, his strength was not comparable to Lu Meng's in the first place. Now that Zhou Lingheng's state was completely suppressed, it was even harder for him to block. Sweat dripped down from his forehead as he bitterly held on. Defeat. Lu Meng shouted and took a step forward. The entire 4th floor shook a few times and a huge force was transmitted. Zhou Lingheng was immediately sent flying and fell heavily on the ground. Zhou Lingheng had been defeated within 3 moves. Furthermore, it was really within 3 moves. It was exactly as Xiao Qian had said. The people who mocked Xiao Qian earlier felt ashamed in their hearts. How did this brat get it right? He is indeed only a superior grade martial saint. He must have guessed blindly. He must have guessed blindly. If we could not tell, how could he? The few of them felt very sullen and depressed. They could only lie to themselves. Right, he must have guessed blindly. However, even so, I do not like him. He is too arrogant. If Miss Xiao Xiao was not here, I would not have been able to endure it. I would have made a move to teach this brat a lesson. It seems like someone can no longer endure it. Bai Shuiheng has already gone up. A man dressed in white with a sword at his waist walked over to Xiao Chen with heavy steps. He said indifferently, Bai Shuiheng, I heard your evaluation earlier. You seem to be quite strong. I would like to seek some advice from you. I wonder if that is possible? Fatso said softly, this fellow is Zhou Lingheng's good friend. He is here to help him take revenge. You better be careful. Jin Wuji, who was in the middle, frowned slightly and said, Bai Shuiheng, you are only a step away from becoming a peak inferior grade martial king. It is not appropriate for you to exchange pointers with a superior grade martial saint. Chapter 371. Earlier, Xiao Chen had embarrassed him. In his heart, he hoped that Bai Shuiheng would teach Xiao Chen a lesson. However, firstly, Bai Shuiheng was Su Xiaoxiao's friend. Secondly, Yu Chenxi happened to be beside him. At this moment he might as well appear more open and aboveboard. Otherwise he might attract the other party's attention. However, who knew Xiao Chen completely ignored his suggestion. When he saw the indistinct purple electricity around the other party, he immediately became interested. The other party was actually a swordsman who comprehended the state of thunder. Xiao Chen stood up and looked at Bai Shuiheng. He said softly, I accept your challenge. Of all the states, the state of thunder was the most difficult to comprehend. It was also the state with the strongest attack power compared to the other states. Compared to the other states, it did not have many tricks to it. It only had a pure berserk offensive power. It was also the purest attack of the natural heavenly Tao. Since Xiao Chen comprehended the state of thunder, he had never fought with another cultivator who comprehended the state of thunder. Hence, the moment this Bai Shuiheng made a move, he became interested. Bai Shuiheng said indifferently, You speak so extravagantly. I want to see how strong you are. Don't worry. Don't say that I am using my cultivation to bully you. I will only use 50% of my strength to fight you. Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber in his hand and slowly walked to the empty space. He said indifferently, There is no need to go through so much trouble. Make your move. Very good. Let's see what qualifications you have to be arrogant. Boom. Electric light flickered as Bai Shuiheng drew his sword at lightning speed. A crack of thunder resounded in the vast floor, numbing everyone's eardrums. The instant Bai Shuiheng drew his sword, it was like a surging bolt of lightning, giving off an incomparably dazzling purple light. With the force of his kick, he covered the distance of more than 100 meters in an instant. The dazzling electric sword flew towards Xiao Chen's face. This sword contained the speed and berserk of lightning. Before the sword arrived, it kicked up a strong wind. The hair of the people behind Xiao Chen fluttered in the wind. They could not help but squint. What a powerful sword strike. After not seeing Bai Shuiheng for a few years, his strength had actually increased again. This person was much stronger than Zhou Lingheng. When everyone saw this sword move that was as fast as a gust of wind and had an earth-shattering momentum, they all exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. When the sword was about 5 meters away from him, he drew the lunar shadow saber in his right hand at lightning speed. Dang! There was a melodious sound of weapons clashing. Most of the people did not even see how Xiao Chen drew his saber. By the time they heard the sound, Bai Shuiheng had already moved back 5 steps. His expression was extremely grave. What's going on? How did this guy attack? I didn't even see it clearly. Strange, I didn't see it either. When I heard the sound, Bai Shuiheng had already taken 5 steps back. Among the 100 people seated on the 4th floor, only less than 10 people saw how the saber was unsheathed. Xiao Chen's attack arrived first despite being launched later. Its speed increased to Mach 2 in an instant. He used the stronger state of thunder to strike the weak point of his opponent's sword technique. He easily repelled Bai Shuiheng's attack in an instant. Jin Wuji had an astonished expression on his face. He muttered, What a strong state of thunder. He is clearly only at small perfection, but his foundation is several times stronger than Bai Shuiheng's. This person definitely cultivates a high-ranked lightning-attributed cultivation technique. Yu Chenxi asked softly, Who is this person? Does young Master Ji know? Jin Wuji was slightly stunned. He did not expect Yu Chenxi to be interested in this person. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said softly, I don't know him. Miss Xiao Xiao brought him here. Yu Chenxi said, Oh, then continue watching. Xiao Chen looked at Bai Shuiheng and said indifferently, Use your full power. Your state is not as good as mine. You can only use your advantage in essence to fight me. Otherwise you will lose to my saber in 10 moves. When the others heard Xiao Qin say such startling words in such a calm tone, they felt a strange shock in their hearts. When Xiao Qin said these words, it did not seem inappropriate at all. His tone was very natural, as though he was talking about something insignificant. Just based on this calmness, some people were already certain that Xiao Qin was not an ordinary superior-grade martial saint. Arrogant. Don't speak as though I will lose for sure. Thundercloud sword chop. Bai Shuiheng smiled coldly and charged over again. Thunderclouds formed around Bai Shuiheng. Boundless electricity flickered in the middle of the clouds. There was a series of crackling sounds as electricity circled around Bai Shuiheng's body. As the thunderclouds churned, the aura of Bai Shuiheng's body rose continuously. He was like a treasured sword that was constantly being sharpened, waiting to be unsheathed. When the crowd felt the might of this sword, their confidence in Bai Shuiheng increased. No matter how high a state a superior-grade martial saint state was, he would not be able to dodge this sword. Chop. A sword light flashed, and Bai Shuiheng's body flashed through the thunderclouds. He was like a bolt of lightning leaping through the clouds. Dang. There was another melodious sound of weapons clashing. Most of the people still did not see how Xiao Qin made his move. After they heard the sound, they only saw Bai Shuiheng flying backward. This was a very strange feeling. It was clearly right in front of them, but why did they always hear the sound first before seeing the scene? Jin Wuji muttered, most people would be able to reach Mach 2 after slowly increasing their speed. However, to reach Mach 2 in an instant is too difficult. I wonder how he did it. Yu Chenxi looked at Xiao Qin with an increasingly interested gaze. He said softly, this is just a simple drawing the saber. However, I have not seen many people practice it to such a level. Dang. 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 Bai Shuiheng sent out another 3 moves. However, Xiao Qin broke them with one saber strike each time. Every time Xiao Qin executed drawing the saber at an extremely fast speed, he would be able to find the weak point of the sword technique and break it with one saber strike. A strong state of thunder and an extremely fast saber technique. He is the white-robed bladesman Xiao Qin. It is definitely him. The white-robed bladesman holds a long saber and a blue strip of cloth tied around his head. Furthermore, there are 2 strips in front of him. There is no mistake. A few people finally guessed Xiao Qin's identity. However, most of them had never heard of the white-robed bladesman before, so they all asked about it. The nations of these people were rather far from the Great Qin nation. The news of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had not spread there yet. However, after hearing these people talk about Xiao Qin's deeds, the earlier contempt that many cultivators had for Xiao Qin vanished, replaced by grave expressions. If Xiao Qin had defeated Duanyuking and the others, it would not have been a big deal. After all, these people were not at the peak. However, the news of Xiao Qin easily defeating the Holy Land's outer disciples shocked them. Jin Wuji had a pensive look in his eyes. He thought to himself, so, he is the white-robed bladesman Xiao Qin. I finally got to see him in person today. I have received 5 strikes from you. It is time for you to receive 1 saber strike from me. Bai Shuiheng took a step back and gathered his aura. He said indifferently, isn't it just 1 saber strike? With my defense, I can receive 10 saber strikes from you. After Bai Shuiheng made his first move, Xiao Qin's interest in this place immediately decreased significantly. He felt somewhat disappointed. Although this person had comprehended the state of thunder, he had taken the wrong path. He only pursued the strength of his state and did not settle down to perfectly merge his state with his sword technique. Bai Shuiheng only focused on merging his saber techniques. When he attacked, his might was vast and mighty. His aura flourished and he could easily suppress a state of the same rank. He could even instantly kill a state of a lower level. However, if he ran into a cultivator with a state stronger than his, and he did not merge his state with his saber technique, his moves would be full of openings. This was also why Xiao Qin could easily break Bai Shuiheng's sword technique by using drawing the saber at Mach 2. If it were another opponent, it would be very difficult to do so. Such an exchange would not be of much help to Xiao Qin. He could only end the fight quickly. ZZ. Using the power of thunder and lightning, Bai Shuiheng set up 3 thick and solid thunder and lightning barriers around him, from the outside to the inside, 1 layer after another. This was especially so for the last layer. It stuck tightly to Bai Shuiheng's skin. The purple electric light was as thick as a battle armor. This Bai Shuiheng says that he is not afraid, but he even used his trump card. He actually laid down 3 layers of defense. The people at the peak of the crowd laughed gently. Xiao Qin tightened his grip on the lunar shadow saber and looked at Bai Shuiheng, who was covered in defenses. After he finished setting up his defenses, the Scarlet Massacre Throne in Xiao Qian's Sea of Consciousness flowed along his meridians and infused into the saber. The saber, flickering with purple electric light, immediately turned red and purple. Xiao Qin pushed off the ground and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art, stabbing out with his saber. Bang, bang, bang. The three barriers made of electricity only lasted for a moment before being easily broken by Xiao Qian's saber technique infused with the states of massacre and thunder. The surging force of the saber immediately knocked Bai Shuiheng back, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. Unexpectedly, he defeated Bai Shuiheng with one saber strike. The white-robed bladesman truly lives up to his reputation. Among the 100 of us, he can rank within the top 10. It is hard to imagine that he actually comes from a sect in the Great Qin nation. Bai Shuiheng's defenses are useless before him. The sharpness of this saber strike is really shocking. Bai Shuiheng is too arrogant. After defeating Bai Shuiheng with one saber strike, the people who mocked Xiao Qin earlier immediately shut up, no longer daring to underestimate him. The crowd all commented on the fight between the two, giving an objective evaluation of Xiao Qian's strength. Indeed, it was as Xiao Qin expected. If he wanted to gain the respect of others, he could only use the saber in his hand. That was the most direct way and also the most persuasive. Xiao Qin performed a cupped fist salute to Bai Shuiheng, who stood up. "Thank you for letting me win." Xiao Qin had held back with his saber strike. The state had not penetrated Bai Shuiheng's body. Hence, Bai Shuiheng had only suffered some external injuries. Bai Shuiheng felt somewhat ashamed. Originally, he had wanted to stand up for his good friend. He had not expected Xiao Qin to deal with him in one move. He did not say anything and returned to his seat. Unexpectedly, he grasped the state of massacre. No wonder he could challenge someone of higher cultivation so easily. Seeing Xiao Qin return to his seat, Yu Chenxi felt enlightened. However, Xiao Qian's cultivation was still too low. His state of massacre was not as complete as his state of thunder. Xiao Qin was weaker than expected. However, his future potential was immeasurable. Chapter 372. As the sparring continued, the atmosphere became livelier and livelier. After every sparring session, someone would comment on it. Among them, there were 5 or 6 people who attracted Xiao Qian's attention. These people had comprehended their states to great perfection. More importantly, they had formed their own unique characteristics. For example, there was a great Xia nation swordsman who comprehended the state of wind. He infused the formless characteristic of the state of wind into his sword technique. When this swordsman attacked, he left no traces behind, perfectly merging with the aura of his martial technique. At the very least, Xiao Qin would not be able to see any flaws in this move. There was also a great Chu nation cultivator who comprehended the state of wind as well. However, he did not focus on the speed of the state of wind. Instead, he used his own martial technique to forcefully bring out the berserk side of the state of wind to the extreme, merging it with his surging waves and his grand sword technique. When this cultivator attacked, a strong wind howled and formed a horrifying storm. It was like the sword wind had exploded. There was also an expert who comprehended the state of water. He infused the unique characteristics of flowing water into his momentum. When this cultivator attacked, his sword left no trace. The sharp sword light seemed to appear from nowhere, making it hard for others to catch the trajectory of his attack. This greatly broadened Xiao Qian's horizons. He now felt like he had gained some comprehension of the state of thunder. Xiao Qin had already infused the state of thunder into his saber technique long ago, combining the berserk and ferocious attacks of thunder. These were the two characteristics. Most of the thunder in nature had these two characteristics. Under the collision of the clouds, the thunder would explode. When the clouds collided, it accumulated its aura continuously before striking out, displaying its berserk and ferocious attacks. Compared to the other states, the offensive and destructive power of the state of thunder was greater. However, its weakness was that it was difficult to maintain it continuously. With such a high destructive power, every strike exhausted a large amount of essence. Furthermore, one had to continuously accumulate aura. Hence, compared to the other states, it lacked flexibility and flexibility. Xiao Qin thought to himself, I can only see the simple aspects of the state of thunder. Berserk and speed are also brought out to their limits. However, looking at the martial artists here, every state has its own unique characteristics. Clearly, the state of thunder has its own unique characteristics as well. As far as I am concerned, I only need to merge these two characteristics of the state of thunder with my own martial technique to perfection for now. However, in the future if I want to turn my state into a will, I will definitely need to have a comprehensive understanding of the state of thunder. Thus, from now on, I have to prepare for a rainy day and understand the state of thunder better. The exchange of pointers continued. Jin Wuji also left the stage. He truly lived up to his reputation as one of the top 100 contestants of the previous 5-nation youth competition. He had comprehended the concept of sharpness, the concept of metal. Among all the concepts, the concept of sharpness was undoubtedly one of the strongest. His attacks were swift and fierce, and the sharpness of his sword was unparalleled. Very few people could withstand the might of his sword. Even if one's defenses were firm, he could still easily break a hole in them. His aura was like an extremely sharp blade, and the sword chi that he unleashed had perfectly displayed the sharpness of the blade. That swordsman, who had merged the berserk characteristic of the state of wind with his sword technique, only managed to last 15 moves against Jin Wuji. Of course, this was the result of both sides suppressing their strength. If they had fought at full strength, they would have lasted much longer. Small holes appeared in the berserk sword wind. Then the sword wind shattered into tiny whirlwinds, losing all its momentum. Of course, this was the result of both sides suppressing their strength. If they had fought at full strength, they would have lasted much longer. Brother Jin, you are indeed strong. I admire you. In the next 5-nation youth competition, you will probably be able to rise by another 10 ranks, the swordsman He Huan, whom Jin Wuji defeated, said in admiration. Jin Wuji felt somewhat pleased in his heart. However, he still smiled modestly and said, Brother, he is too kind. Your state of wind is unique. It is much stronger than it was 3 years ago. If you could infuse a special characteristic of wind into your sword technique, I would not be a match for you. He Huan performed a cupped fist salute and said, Brother, he speaks too highly of me. Your state of wind is very unique. It is much stronger than it was 3 years ago. If you could infuse a special characteristic of wind into your sword technique, I would not be a match for you. He Huan performed a cupped fist salute and said, Infusing a special characteristic is already difficult enough. If I want to infuse another special characteristic, I would have to find another high-ranked sword technique. At that time, if Brother Jin has a good sword technique, you can exchange it with me. Definitely. The two of them withdrew. At this point in the gathering, most of the people had already exchanged moves. Some people could not help but look at Yu Chenxi. She was the proud daughter of heaven of the Supreme Sky sect. At the age of 16, she managed to rank within the top 50 in the 5-nation youth competition. Now that another year had passed, who knew how strong she had become? I am Lu Meng. I would like to seek guidance from Miss Chenxi. Finally, someone could no longer hold it in. He stepped forward and requested to exchange moves with Yu Chenxi. At this moment, Lu Meng was very nervous. The other party was the last disciple of the Supreme Sky Sect's sect master, one of the 10 great sects of the Great Jin Nation. She was famous in the Great Jin Nation and even in the entire continent. She was completely different from the circle that Lu Meng was in. Being able to meet her here was a complete coincidence. Lu Meng was worried that Yu Chenxi would look down on his strength and reject the invitation. Yu Chenxi had an extraordinary aura. She revealed a gentle smile on her fairy-like face. She said softly, I do not dare to ask for guidance. However, it is possible for us to exchange moves. Unexpectedly, Yu Chenxi agreed so easily. Some of the cultivators present could not help but feel regret. If they had known earlier, they would have invited Yu Chenxi first. Now that Lu Meng had taken the initiative, they could only watch from the side. Lu Meng rejoiced in his heart. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, Miss Yu, please. The battle between Jin Wuji and He Huan had already pushed the atmosphere of this gathering to its peak. With Yu Chenxi making a move, the true climax of the gathering was about to arrive. The outstanding talents of the various nations sitting against the wall on the 4th floor all focused their attention on the two people in the middle. They could not take their eyes off them. They even held their breaths. Xiaoqun was no exception. He was very interested in Yu Chenxi, the proud daughter of heaven from the Great Jin Nation. He wanted to see what was so special about this genius of the Great Jin Nation. Everyone had seen Lu Meng's strength with their own eyes. He was one of the few cultivators who could comprehend their own state. Now he was qualified to exchange moves with Yu Chenxi. The two of them bowed to each other and slowly stood up. Lu Meng did not dare to hold back against Yu Chenxi. He took out the thick saber on his back and activated his state of fire. A ferocious beast formed above Lu Meng's head. The state of fire was raised to its peak. Instantly the place became hot and the air became dry. Ha! Lu Meng's saber carried a boundless flame as he charged forward. Before he arrived, the ferocious beast above him had already launched itself at him. This ferocious beast was formed from the pure state of fire. It was extraordinarily mighty. Normally, even a superior grade martial king would have to retreat when it faced its attack. A gentle smile appeared on Yu Chenxi's pretty face. Good timing. Boom. Yu Chenxi clenched her lily-white hands into fists. When she saw the ferocious beast charging at her, she did not retreat. Instead, she took a step forward and punched. A spot of morning light exploded on her fist. It was like the light of the rising sun breaking through the darkness before dawn. It was resplendent and dazzling. The surging energy exploded together with the fist. The ferocious flame beast was instantly blasted into countless sparks. Before the huge energy dissipated, it headed for Lu Meng, who was following closely behind. Lu Meng's expression changed slightly. He quickly stopped and planted his feet on the ground. He condensed his aura and circulated all the energy in his body. Then he used his saber to shatter the fist wind. Rays of light spread out from the fist wind, forming sparkling and translucent particles of light in the vast space of the fourth floor. Yu Chenxi leaped into the air and took the initiative to attack. She sent another punch at Lu Meng. The morning light on the fist wind was dazzling and dazzling. The faint golden light gave Yu Chenxi's exquisite figure a faint glow. She looked dignified, divine, and tyrannical. It was hard to imagine that such a pretty girl with an otherworldly aura could give off such a strong and tyrannical aura. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Meng brought out his state of fire to its limits. His saber light danced as he did his best to block the fist wind descending from the sky. Yu Chenxi did not even use her state. She only used her vast essence and the ferocious and tyrannical fist wind. Yu Chenxi sent out punch after punch in the air. The light of the morning light blossomed continuously, forcing Lu Meng back step by step. There was no way he could put up a fight. Bang! Another fist wind struck Lu Meng's saber, and the light exploded. Lu Meng was knocked back 5 steps and his complexion paled slightly. The difference in strength was too great. There was no way for Lu Meng to fight, they were not on the same level. Lu Meng scattered the state of fire and sheathed his saber. He smiled bitterly and said, "I lost." The Supreme Sky Sect's Morning Sun Fist truly lives up to its name. Chapter 373. Yu Chenxi slowly descended from the sky. She immediately withdrew her strong aura. She smiled gently and said, "Thank you for letting me win." The participants in the top 100 are indeed all peak experts. There is a huge gap between the top 100 and the top 50. The gap between Jin Wuji and Yu Chenxi is still very obvious. The top 50 are already so strong. How strong are the top 10? There are too many geniuses in the continent now. Indeed, Lu Meng is more than qualified to rank in the top 10 among us. However, Yu Chenxi did not even use half of his strength, and he still managed to force Lu Meng to the point where he could not retaliate. The short exchange between the two caused a huge commotion among the crowd. They all sighed at how strong Yu Chenxi was. Now no one envied Lu Meng anymore. He could be the first to fight Yu Chenxi. Being suppressed by a girl was too embarrassing. Before everyone's astonished gazes, Yu Chenxi smiled and invited Xiao Qin. "White-robed bladesman Xiao Qin, how about we exchange pointers?" The moment Yu Chenxi said this, everyone felt that it was unbelievable. Unexpectedly, Yu Chenxi took the initiative to invite Xiao Qin to exchange pointers. That was overestimating Xiao Qin. Although Xiao Qin was very strong, he was not the strongest among the crowd. At best, he could rank in the top 10. Furthermore, the status of the two was completely different. One was the last disciple of the sect master of the top 10 great sects of the strongest nation in the continent, the Great Jin Nation. The other was a disciple of the Great Qin Nation. No matter what, it should not be Xiao Qin's turn to be invited. Everyone felt it was strange. Their astonishment also contained a trace of jealousy. This was especially so for Jin Wuji. The cocky smile on his face had completely vanished. Damn it. Even if he wants to invite, he should have invited me. What qualifications does this Xiao Qin have for Yu Chenxi to invite him? Jin Wuji thought angrily in his heart. Honestly speaking, Xiao Qin was also a little surprised. Based on the strength that Yu Chenxi had displayed, he did not even need to use his intent. He had defeated Lu Meng with just his vigorous and overbearing essence. Xiao Qin knew that he was no match for him, especially in this kind of sparring where his strength was restricted. If it was a battle of life and death, he might have a chance to make both sides suffer. Xiao Qin shook his head gently and said, "It's just an exchange of pointers. I'm not your match. Moreover, it's meaningless." In front of Lu Meng's Morning Sun Fist, if he didn't attack without any scruples, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. His ending wouldn't be any better than Lu Meng's. Such a one-sided spar was meaningless. It did not help one's understanding of martial arts at all, so Xiao Chen could not be bothered to accept it. When Jin Wuji heard this, he quickly said, "Since Brother Xiao admits that he is inferior, then let's forget about it. Monsieur." However, Yu Chenxi ignored Jin Wuji. Instead, she looked at Xiao Chen deep in thought. Xiao Chen only said that he was inferior to her in an exchange of pointers. He did not say that his strength was inferior to hers. In other words, he felt that this place was too small, and he could not fight without any scruples. When Jin Wuji, who was at the side, saw that Yu Chenxi was looking at Xiao Chen and ignoring him, he felt somewhat embarrassed. He felt that he had lost a lot of face. The hatred in Jin Wuji's heart for Xiao Chen could not help but deepen. This fellow kept embarrassing him time and time again. In the future, he had to find an opportunity to settle the score with him. Bang! Just as Jin Wuji was thinking, a large hole suddenly appeared in the ceiling. Yu Chenxi had flown up. Before everyone's shocked gazes, Xiao Chen punched a large hole in the ceiling. "White-robed bladesman Xiao Chen, I understand what you mean. Do you still dare to come up?" Yu Chenxi's melodious voice came from the roof. Xiao Chen smiled faintly to himself. This girl not only has a high cultivation, but she is also very intelligent and straightforward. If she wanted to fight, she would not hesitate to make a hole in the restaurant, not caring about what others thought. Xiao Chen rather admired such a character. Since she wants to fight, then let's fight. Bang! A beam of purple light soared into the sky from the ground. Instantly, another large hole appeared above everyone's heads. A beam of sunlight shone in and Xiao Chen followed. I understand now. So, they want to have a big fight. This place is too small and they are not satisfied. Since Yu Chenxi dares to invite Xiao Chen like this, perhaps Xiao Chen is much stronger than we thought. Haha. There might be a good show to watch. Come, let's go out as well. A group of cultivators flew out of the window excitedly and leaped to the other buildings on the street, hoping to find a good vantage point. Young Master Jin, we are going out as well. Are you coming with us? Su Xiaoxiao asked Jin Wuji softly. Jin Wuji was currently feeling extremely depressed. However, he did not dare to show it in front of Su Xiaoxiao. After all, the other party was someone that even his master did not dare to go overboard with. In that case, Miss Xiaoxiao, you go first. I will catch up soon. Jin Wuji smiled embarrassedly. Soon, only Jin Wuji remained in the huge fourth floor, sitting alone at a table in the middle. Jin Wuji originally wanted to increase his influence in this gathering. This was especially so since he had invited Yu Chenxi. In the future, his reputation would only grow even greater. However, things had developed to this point, completely out of his control as the main character. Instead, he had made a dowry for someone else, making Xiao Chen the center of attention. Jin Wuji ended up being forgotten. Bang! Jin Wuji smashed the chair beside him with his palm. A sinister light flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself, I will go out and take a look. I hope that Yu Chenxi will not show any mercy and embarrass Xiao Chen in front of everyone, so that I can vent my anger. The restaurant where this gathering was held was the most bustling restaurant in the entire Green Wind Island. It was also located in the most bustling area of the city. Because of the Savannah King's treasure, the number of cultivators coming to Green Wind Island had increased greatly. When Xiao Chen and Yu Chenxi appeared on the roof, they immediately attracted the attention of many cultivators below. As the outstanding talents of the various nations appeared in the restaurant, they attracted even more attention. Before the two of them started fighting, the streets below the restaurant were already filled with people. People continuously flew up from the surrounding buildings of similar heights, wanting to see what was going on. Who are these two people? Why are they attracting so many people? I think I see the great Chu nation's Lu Meng among them. The great Xia nation's sword maniac He Huan is there as well. The shadowless sword Lu Xiaohe is there as well. The heavenly sword Gates Jin Wuji is there as well. The people on the ground discussed. Although they felt that the identities of these two people were not simple, they could not attract the attention of the geniuses of the various nations. However, they could not guess who they were. Only when someone saw Yu Chenxi's beautiful face did they exclaim in shock, Yu Chenxi! That is the Supreme Sky Sex Yu Chenxi. She is one of the most famous rising talents of the great Jin nation. She advanced to Martial King at the age of 16. Unexpectedly, she came to Green Wind Island as well. No wonder she attracted the attention of so many outstanding talents. So, that girl is Yu Chenxi. However, who is that man? He should be pretty strong to be able to fight Yu Chenxi. Based on his attire, he looks like the great Qin nation's white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen. For him to attract Yu Chenxi's attention, he should be the real deal. However, even if he is the white-robed bladesman, he is still far from Yu Chenxi's strength and fame. The people on the ground finally figured out the identities of Xiao Chen and Yu Chenxi. Their interest in the fight could not help but increase. Almost all the places on the roofs that could stand were filled. Yu Chenxi looked at Xiao Chen and revealed a faint smile on his extraordinary face. He said softly, "White-robed bladesman Xiao Chen, are you satisfied now?" Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile on his calm face. He said, "Just call me Xiao Chen. There is no need to add the words white-robed bladesman every time." Yu Chenxi nodded slightly and repeated Xiao Chen's name a few times. After a while he said, "All right, I will call you Xiao Chen in the future. However, I still feel that adding the words white-robed bladesman sounds more impressive." "Aha, it's time to fight. Don't disappoint me, white-robed bladesman." Yu Chenxi smiled gently and pushed off the ground. His perfect figure appeared in the air as he clenched his delicate fingers into a fist. Boom! A dazzling light exploded in the sky. A ferocious and tyrannical fist light flew towards Xiao Chen from the light. Boundless thunderclouds churned quickly in the sky behind Xiao Chen. Muffled thunder roared as Xiao Chen unleashed his state of thunder infused with a strand of holy might to its limits. Break! As a bolt of lightning descended, Xiao Chen instantly drew his lunar shadow saber and chopped the incoming fist light in half. Two forked fist winds brushed past Xiao Chen's shoulders. Two huge holes appeared in the roof, and the sound of tiles shattering rang out continuously. Boom! 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 Yu Chenxi's body glowed with a resplendent light. It was like the morning sun charging out of the darkness. Beams of light exploded out, and the intense fist winds spun intensely. The fist winds were like howling cannonballs flying at Xiao Chen. Each attack was faster than the one before, and the force they carried was stronger than the one before. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. He stood firmly on the roof, not moving at all. He could not retreat at this moment. Otherwise, if he did, the flood-like attacks would pour in endlessly. Xiao Chen's heart was as calm as still water as he continuously executed drawing the saber. Every time he swung his saber, it was like a bolt of lightning flashing by, chopping the fist winds in half. The berserk fist winds howled in the air above the roof. Occasionally, light would explode from the fist winds. The huge roof immediately became riddled with holes. Gusts of air were stirred up, causing the fragments of the tiles to fly in all directions. Yu Chenxi in the air gave off a dazzling golden light. He looked like a small sun in the sky. When the crowd looked at him, they felt a slight pain. The Supreme Sky Sect's Morning Sun Fist is really powerful. Just by using surging essence, it can display such might. How strong would it be if he infused his state? However, this white-robed bladesman is pretty strong. He clearly only has a small perfection state of thunder, but his might is even more ferocious than a great perfection state. Every saber strike reached Mach 3 in an instant. With the support of his state, he actually managed to block the continuous attacks of the Morning Sun Fist. Chapter 374. Seeing the intense battle, some of the more experienced cultivators commented on it. Break! Xiao Chen swung his saber and chopped another fist wind in half. His feet did not move at all. He was like a towering tree rooted to the roof. Hu Qi. Just at this moment, the dazzling figure in the sky suddenly flashed and disappeared into nothingness. As the light disappeared, Yu Chenxi's exquisite figure also disappeared. That tyrannical aura also disappeared instantly. It was like Yu Chenxi had vanished into thin air. It was very strange. Xiao Chen's expression could not help but change. He focused his gaze in front of him. Holding the saber hilt with his right hand, he twisted his wrist and thrust it forward. A black light flashed on the tip of the saber. The snow-white saber instantly turned pitch black. The heavenly weapon reappeared. With a thought from Xiao Chen, all the essence in his body flowed into the saber. A 6-meter-long saber light instantly formed. Xiao Chen shouted and thrust the lunar shadow saber forward, as though he wanted to pierce through space. Very good, you guessed my direction correctly. Now let's see if you can block it or not. A melodious voice came from the space in front of him. Boom! Suddenly, a resplendent light appeared in the space in front of Xiao Chen. A fist wind exploded in the light, carrying a dense essence as it headed for the tip of the lunar shadow saber. Bang! 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 Two extremely powerful forces exploded, causing the entire roof of the restaurant to be blown away. Countless tiles and wood shavings were sent flying into the sky. Xiao Chen felt a huge and pure force coming from the saber. This force did not have any attribute, it only had an extremely tyrannical aura. It rampaged through the meridians in his arm. Even though Xiao Chen cultivated dragon tendon tiger bone, it still pierced his meridians, causing them to feel pain. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and with a thought, the purple qi whirlpool in his dantian spun rapidly. The purple essence liquid in the qi whirlpool turned into streams and flowed from the meridians in his body to his right arm. Puchi. After breaking through to superior grade martial saint, the purity and storage of Xiao Chen's essence had doubled. With a thought, he could instantly gather a large amount of essence. Countless purple streams converged together and devoured the primal qi that Yu Chenxi had sent into his right arm like it was nothing. The surging essence did not slow down as it surged into the heavenly weapon lunar shadow once again. The originally dim saber light on the pitch-black saber lit up once again. After Xiao Chen overtook Yu Chenxi's aura, Xiao Chen took advantage of his victory. The scarlet throne on his forehead instantly merged with the state of massacre. Instantly, the berserk state of thunder gained an unstoppable killing qi. The state of massacre and state of thunder merged once again. Break! Xiao Chen shouted, and thunder roared in the thunderclouds above. The saber light broke through and knocked Yu Chenxi back. Yu Chenxi revealed a mildly astonished expression on her pretty face. However, there was more surprise than surprise. She revealed a faint smile and said, "Unexpectedly, you hit another state. However, the morning sun fist is not just that." Scatter. Boom, boom, boom. As Yu Chenxi retreated, a hazy morning glow appeared behind him. He punched 3 times in the morning glow. These 3 punches gave off a bright light and were very tyrannical. Under the baptism of the morning glow, their auras surged forward. Xiao Chen's fusion of 2 states and the unparalleled might of the heaven-ranked spirit weapon saber qi crumbled under these 3 punches. Morning sun, this should be the might of the morning sun. What a tyrannical fist technique. Xiao Chen thought to herself. Then he pushed off a floating tile and kicked out. Xiao Chen chased after Yu Chenxi. Fist winds were ferocious. He could only stand a chance in close combat. In the hazy morning glow, Xiao Chen and Yu Chenxi's figures flashed continuously. Loud shouts came from the morning glow. Occasionally, light exploded and lightning flashed. The two moved increasingly faster, exchanging punches and saber strikes. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged 100 moves. Amid the intense fist winds, Xiao Chen maintained his undefeated state. The saber qi infused with the state of massacre could even tear apart the other party's net of punches, posing some threat. The scene that Jin Wuji anticipated, of Xiao Chen being humiliated by Yu Chenxi, did not appear. Instead, the two were evenly matched, unable to determine a victor. The white-robed bladesman is indeed strong. To be able to compete with the famous Yu Chenxi to this extent, he is quite incredible. Indeed, the morning sun fist is a rare supreme tyrannical fist among fist techniques. It is already very close to a heaven-ranked fist technique. It is pretty good for Yu Chenxi to use the power of the morning glow. In the next 5-nation youth competition, this white-robed bladesman might make it into the top 100. When Jin Wuji heard the people praising Xiao Chen, he felt even angrier. All this should have happened to him. However, now Xiao Chen snatched it away. Bang! The morning glow in the sky scattered, and Xiao Chen and Yu Chenxi's figures reappeared before the crowd. Both of them had some injuries on them. However, they were all superficial wounds. Clearly both of them had held back. It was just an exchange of pointers. There was no need to fight to the death. Yu Chenxi stood in the air, revealing a satisfied smile on her pretty face. She said softly, "Let's consider it a draw. White-robed bladesman, if you have time in the future, you can come to the Supreme Sky Sect to exchange pointers with me." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "I will make you use your full power next time. I will take my leave first." From the looks of it, the two were indeed at a draw. However, Xiao Chen knew that his opponent had not used his state yet. Even though he had used both states, he still did not have an absolute advantage. Saying it was a draw would be taking advantage of Yu Chenxi. Xiao Chen felt somewhat embarrassed, so he quickly left. As Yu Chenxi watched Xiao Chen leave, she muttered to herself, "First martial uncle told me to pay attention to the geniuses of the various nations when I came out. This Xiao Chen should meet the requirements. Miss Yu, are you alright? If you are, I will discuss the news of the daybreak flower with you in detail later." Laughter came from Xiao Chen's side. It was Jin Wuji flying over with a smile on his face. Yu Chenxi withdrew her gaze and smiled gently. She replied, "Many thanks for young Master Jin's concern. It is just a small injury, it is not a big deal." Yu Chenxi's tone was very simple, but the smile on her face did not diminish. Her tone was very polite and courteous. However, Jin Wuji felt a distance between the two of them. Jin Wuji wanted to break this distance. However, Every time Yu Chenxi spoke politely, the distance slowly returned to square one. Jin Wuji's attempts to get closer were all for naught. The two descended from the sky and returned to the restaurant. Jin Wuji generously paid for all the restaurant's losses. The cultivators who attended this gathering also landed. After saying some polite words, they took their leave. Jin Wuji was upset that he had made a wedding dress for someone else. Fortunately, Yu Chenxi had not left yet. If he could build a relationship with Yu Chenxi, all that had happened would be nothing. Thinking of this, Jin Wuji struck while the iron was hot. He said, "Miss Yu, there is a private room downstairs. Let's go and talk about it now." Yu Chenxi frowned slightly. A look of disgust flashed on her elegant face. She said indifferently, "Let's talk about it at night. I'm a little tired now." In another restaurant in the city, Xiao Chen's group of 4 managed to arrange for 3 heaven-class rooms in a situation where it was difficult to find an empty room in the entire city, thanks to Kim Taeho's connections. The group sat down at a tea table and Kim Taeho took a sip of tea. He smiled and said, "Little brother Xiao Chen, you are in the limelight again. You fought to a draw with Yu Chenxi. That fellow even gave you such a high evaluation. It would be hard for you not to be famous now." Xiao Chen felt somewhat suspicious. He said, "Is this Yu Chenxi really that famous?" Kim Taeho smiled and said, "More famous than you think. In the previous 5-nation youth competition, she was one of the few female participants who entered the top 50. Furthermore, she was the youngest female participant. She has a peak talent, an extraordinary temperament and looks. It would not be an exaggeration to say that her name shook the entire continent. If the news of you fighting to a draw with her spread out, I guarantee that if you go to the Great Jin Nation, the number of people challenging you will be 5 kilometers long." Unexpectedly, there was such a troublesome matter. Xiao Chen had not expected it. However, it was still not time for him to go to the Great Jin Nation. There was no need to worry about this now. "That's right, are you here for the Savannah King's treasure as well?" Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and asked. Su Xiaoxiao nodded and said, "It is mainly because of the Black Dragon Group. However, the negotiations have reached a stalemate. We can go and try our luck now." Fatso took out a map and handed it to Xiao Chen. He said, "This is the exact location of the Chinren Island. Take a look. If you have time, you can go and learn more about it. Aha. If there are any good things, remember to look for me." The group chatted for a while more before Kim Taeho and Su Xiaoxiao took their leave. In the middle of the night, Xiao Chen stopped cultivating and looked carefully at the map that Kim Taeho handed him. Then he compared it to the treasure map. This was a sea map. The somewhat blurry routes on the treasure map were all clearly drawn out, allowing one to understand them with one glance. After a while, Xiao Chen put away the map and said softly, "Let's go and take a look tomorrow. Let's see what that huge wave looks like." Unexpectedly, even a martial monarch expert cannot break it. Early the next morning, Xiao Chen left Bai in Su Xiaoxiao's care. Then he quickly flew to the east of the Green Wind Island. The Green Wind Island was already very close to the edge of the boundless sea. The surface of the sea was no longer as calm as the coastal waters. Occasionally, strong winds kicked up huge waves. The waves surged violently. Xiao Chen used the gravity spell and flew high in the sky. He quickly flew forward. Occasionally, he would take out the map and compare directions before continuing on his way. Along the way, Xiao Chen met many cultivators. Most of these cultivators were inferior grade martial kings. Occasionally he would run into a peak martial king. After 1 hour, Xiao Chen finally arrived at his destination. There were already many cultivators gathered there. They were all here to check on the situation. Xiao Chen looked ahead and could not help but take a deep breath. He saw a huge wave surging up on the surface of the sea in front. The wave was many meters tall as it soared into the sky. The surrounding sweat was all pulled by the huge wave, forming ferocious undercurrents on the surface of the water. From time to time, huge whirlpools would appear.